The Ukrainian army is defending the Ukrainian culture. The Ukrainian culture supports the Ukrainian army. The music, literature, fashion, movies, advertisements, all the creative industries work for joint victory, inspire, finance, assist, never give up. The Ukrainian culture is winning. The Ukrainian army will definitely win. Good morning, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start the second day of Creative Ukraine Forum. This is the sixth event arranged by the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. Yesterday we had quite an intense program discussing the future of the Ukrainian creative industries, who needs to support them, how they could support the future of Ukraine. And we had a chance to listen to keynote speakers on such sectors as fashion, the Ukrainian folk crafts. And today's event will be as intense, but first I would like to invite to this scene Alexander Tkachenko, the Minister of Culture and Information Policy. You know what? I am sincerely grateful that we managed to carry out this forum this year offline, because it gives you different feelings when you sit next to your colleagues and get live energy from people who are in the hall. That's why I am grateful that today you will be able to discuss how the creative industries could become the hotbed of culture, how they could be useful for resistance at the front lines, and how can we get involved in helping to bring our victory closer. So I wish you success, inspiration and satisfaction from what we're going to discuss today. And let me just remind you that the Secretary of the Council of Renovation gave us the task of increasing the GDP growth from 4 to 7 to 8%, Mr. Denis. So that's the direction we're going to be moving towards. Thank you, Alexander. And I would like to remind you that this forum is bilingual. We have English language speakers and Ukrainian language speakers. So if you need simultaneous interpretation, pick up the headsets at the entrance, and then if you are a viewer online, please select the language channel you need, and we have lots of viewers via YouTube who can leave questions in a chat. If there is an air raid alarm, we can stay in this hall, which is safe. But if you want to get to even safer place, there are two doors, to the left and to the right from the scene, where are proper bomb shelters equipped with everything you need. But our event goes on without any interruptions. If you experience blackouts, then you please watch the broadcasts at the YouTube channel. At 2 p.m. we will start such modules as the Institute, the Ukrainian Institute, with the topic of revealing Ukraine. What could the reopening of culture give to the world? Then design module, the design of changes, the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, the capabilities of that fund and the partners, and the special project We Are on the Front Lines. Let me remind you that this year's event happens with the support of the British Council as part of the season of UK-Ukraine, also with involvement of Ukrainian Fashion Week, the Design for Ukraine, charity, foundation, Library Ukraine, Ukrainian Institute, Ukrainian Culture Fund, the Ukrainian Institute of the Books, and the Ukrainian folk arts crafts. And now we are ready to launch our third module. Let me remind you that yesterday we had two of them, and the topic of the third module sounds the creative industries as the hotbed for the project of the future of the Ukrainian culture after the war. The first Deputy Minister of the Economy, Mr. Kudin, you're welcome. The Ukrainian philosopher, publicist, translator, and the expert on phenomenology, PhD, Vakhtang Kebuladze. Also the director of the National Cultural Complex Museum, Arsenal Museum, movies and music producer, the founder of Babylon Company, the chairperson of the facilitation of cinema in Ukraine, Dивись Українське, Andrei Rezoля, and the moderator of this event is the professor of the Kiev School of Philosophy from the Kiev National University, named after Taras Shevchenko, Natalia Krivda. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And online, Mr. Fedorov, marketologist and the founder of Fedorov Group, will join us online. So, Ms. Natalia, you have your mic, like all the other keynote speakers, and Natalia, take it over. Thank you. It's a great respect. I would like to start by thanking my colleagues who found time and internal the culture is not a timely project, but today we fight not only for the territory and our people, but for our identity, our values, our presence in the European and global brand new world. So today we'll have 3 or 4 circles of questions, and we'll discuss the key challenges in the time of war and how to overcome them. I can only hope that my colleagues, being proactive artists, will suggest some strategies of getting out of this crisis. Then the second circle of questions would be about the challenges after the war, because this panel is about strategizing what would happen after our victory, and we need to start thinking about this now. The third circle of questions, and hopefully we'll handle it, will involve economic considerations, the revival plan after the war, and we have some tangible information, and I would be grateful for you to join this discussion. And the final circle of questions that I hope greatly that will give us some joint hopes and aspirations. So these are global.
Okay, so let's start discussing challenges during the war. Things that are most impactful on culture. So Denis Kudin would like to start with you, sir. Good morning, everyone. So as we're talking about challenges faced by creative industries, the first challenge is obviously just losing your normal environment. And I'm talking about things like power, internet, and just security situation. Obviously, creative industries is a combination of arts and crafts. And to do art, you've got to be in a certain state of mind. So when you lose your environment that you're used to being, that affects things. And then there's another challenge of brain drain. And I think the aggressor actually had it as one of its goals that they wanted to achieve, to see Ukrainians flee the country. And currently there are 5 million Ukrainians outside the country. And when the war started, we thought it was a short-term challenge, and now we realize that this is a long-term challenge because families that left, they've sent their kids to schools in those countries, so that's a major issue. And in a creative industries, it's human capital that matters the most. Now, thirdly, the domestic market has shrunk. Any industry is all about selling their products, and creative industries is no exception. Creative industries in Ukraine were mostly oriented towards domestic consumers, and this is not it's not happening right now. And because people mostly thinking about basic things like food and having a place to stay, and basically this reduces the demand, which in turn reduces the supply. And fourthly, it's a complicated relationship with the larger world. If you look at other industries, IT, cinema, stuff like that. So the attitude towards Ukrainian contractors changed, speaking about external consumers. Because remember, early on in the war, outside consumers were reluctant to buy products and services from Ukraine because they feared that the services or products will not be delivered because of the war. And we're trying to change that. We're trying to remove these concerns, alleviate these concerns, and make sure that Ukrainian companies can, in fact, continue doing business with outside countries, especially in the digital area. Things like IT and digital consultancy, which is all of these things are export oriented. So, without major external contracts, these businesses will find it hard to pay wages to their employees. And we all know that creative industries account for 4% of Ukrainian GDP, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, it is a lot. 6% of Ukrainian jobs are in the creative sector, in the creative industry. The Minister Tkachenko mentioned that the goal is to increase that number from 4% to 8%, which is doable. Just think about it. Shadow economy in Ukraine accounts for 35% of GDP. Okay, so which means that effectively creative industries account for more than 4%. Just if you add the gray component. Now, if you look at the U.S., the major U.S. businesses are small and medium enterprises. And in Ukraine, it's mostly shadow business, right? And people get their jobs, get their paychecks, and get their wages, but we just don't see it in our statistics, in financial reporting. So as a government, as authorities, we need to think about how we can create a favorable environment for creative industries in Ukraine. Yeah, we'll be talking about that as later on. Alessa, my question now goes to you. Let's talk about museums. Museum sector has probably suffered the most. We've lost a lot of artifacts. Yesterday, Minister mentioned that almost 1,000 different objects of cultural importance, cultural significance were damaged or destroyed. And museum sector has been affected the worst. Yes, I totally agree. Now, as the previous speaker mentioned, we've lost the environment, the usual environment. Now, what does it mean for us? it means that our institutions are suffering. And it's a major, major challenge. You know, the institutional component of Ukrainian cultural life has traditionally been the weakest link in the creative sector. Individual creativity never had a sort of a stepping stone to launch from. So I think only in 2014, or starting from 2013, the government started doing something about creating relevant institutions. So the fact that we've already lost our environment, our usual environment, or are in the process of losing it, can in fact lead to degradation of these newly established institutions, these young institutions. The government has made some bad decisions, and obviously the Ukrainian institutions are suffering. So, just to give you an example, you know, to preserve heritage, to act to preserve heritage, you need to have your institutions. These institutions need to be manned. There need to be employees there. There need to be staff. And that's another challenge that we're facing. The teams are being eroded. People, talent, and staff are leaving, you know. People who used to work in museums or movie centers, etc. So things like festivals, things like, I mean, we've had a good number of successful Ukrainian festivals, such as Docu Days, Odessa Movie Festival, the Book Forum, and many, many others as well, that are essentially are centers of gravity for these creative teams, the creative stuff. And without such a center of gravity, these teams will not be able to perform, and creators will be forced to leave the country. And we know a lot of people working in creative sector are women, right? It's no secret. And a lot of these women have children. And a lot of these individuals have left the country as a result of the war, which leads to several major implications. One is that works of Ukrainian art are being moved outside the country. You know, Ukrainian artists have left, a lot of them have, and they have brought their arts, their works along. So essentially, you know, which leads to a situation where remaining creators just don't have the environment to create works of art, and consequently have no way of displaying and showcasing their art. Now, we're potentially facing a situation that is very similar to what we had in the 90s. Remember, back in the 90s, we almost lost all the works of art, all the artifacts that were created in the 90s. So this whole decade was almost lost. So basically, the works of art created in the 90s were never registered, were never recorded, and mostly kept in stores or moved outside the country, so remaining unaccounted for, essentially. And we have no idea, basically, what happened in the 90s in the creative sector, you know, and what works of art were being made. So this is something we're facing right now. Now, also, we are facing a erosion of our audiences. So people have left, people have stopped buying books, and oftentimes what we're experiencing in these days is that people just find it difficult to read books. They're so focused on the current news, on what's happening in the country, they just find it really difficult to spend time to read books. So that's another challenge we're facing. So to reduce these threats, these challenges, we need to start paying attention to institutions and make sure that these institutions are effective and have the manpower, and these institutions need to be deployed locally. For example, to preserve what remains of Ukrainian cultural heritage in Kherson, you need to deploy a team to Kherson, right? So you need to be present locally. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we're talking about challenges. We're going to speak about opportunities later on as well. So, Andriy, can you share your perception of what creative industries are facing these days, and as a movie expert, cinema expert? Yes, obviously I agree with what's been said, and I think to cut the story short, to operate within creative environment, you need to find yourself, right? You need to find some sort of format whereby you can continue your creative activities at the same time making sure that your family is fed, and making sure that you do something to help your country as well. So it is really hard to do. This is a major challenge as far as I'm concerned, the biggest one. So, we're trying to enable these opportunities, to trying to find opportunities for colleagues to be able to continue to create despite the war. Okay, thank you. Vachtank. We're talking about war challenges. Thank you. Thank you very much for your invitation. Basically, yeah, institutions work through procedures. They rely on procedures. So that's another challenge. And speaking of institutions, there are sort of two worldviews. One is sort of very left-wing leaning, a Marxist approach, and the other one is a liberal approach. So, to give you an idea, let's look at election. Election is a sort of an alienation, alienation of your voice. So you give somebody your voice, you give somebody your choice, and then they will govern on your behalf. Okay? And then, as a philosopher, I don't have to partake in political activity. So, I voted, I've given my voice to somebody is governing on my behalf, and I have time on my hands to go and create. A successful society is a society that can transform its own institution from a mechanism of alienation to a mechanism of relieving the burden. Our institutions, as a heritage of the Soviet system, operate as tools of the alienation. Universities, you name it. There's very, very vertically integrated institutions that are all about hierarchy, who's on top, who's the boss, and so on. Now, we need to get rid of that situation. We need to somehow transform our institutions into something that can help relieve a burden. You know, a university is an institution that relieves a professor of unnecessary burden, so that professor is then free to teach the students properly. You know, and this is easier said than done, because it's wartime. Decisions need to be made very fast, and this is where the threat is really coming from, you know? Because on the one hand, we need to transform our institutions, but then on the other hand, it is really difficult to do. Because just think about it, you know, the decisions need to be made very quickly because of the war, you know? So, and then what are we fighting for? We're not just fighting for territories. We're fighting for our way of living. Russia wants nothing but slavery for us. They want to bring us back into the fold of poverty and dirt. So, and that is something that we are fighting for, you know, starting from 2014. Ukrainian authorities have finally been able to create institutions that basically exist for us, exist to this day, you know, institutions that help us. But, you know, all these things are under threat. They're in peril. Just look at Dovzhenka Center. You know, the government wants to run things manually, pretty much, you know, getting involved in everything, and the Dovzhenka Center is no exception, you know, and then these are the threats that we're facing. So basically, what we have is a existential threat on one side, because Russia wants to destroy us, right? They want to destroy us. They don't want our territories. They don't want our country. They want to destroy us physically. So on one hand, you're facing this existential external threat, and on the other hand, you have this internal threat, because the government has to resorts to doing things a certain way, you know, because of what's required, you know, in terms of having to respond to the challenges that the war itself presents. So, you know, before the war, I was writing a book, and just as you mentioned, you know, people find it hard to read these days. I find it hard to write. You know, basically, when the war started, I pretty much stopped writing that philosophy book.
So you cannot write about a person not writing about the war as one of the dimensions of our life, a horrible dimension, but the one that we need to talk about. And with my own skin, I felt that something changed after the first months of the invasion. Whatever I did, wrote, or felt in those months, I would have never done this if not for the war. Was it an important experience? Yes. A painful one? For sure. Probably this year we cried more than for the whole lifetime before. I wrote the text, The Blood of Our Kids, about the girl killed by the enemy in the Kharkiv region. My mom says I was reading it and crying. I said I was writing it and crying. We are filled with such painful emotions and experience. Did we need it? An open-ended question, but it impacts our art. I bought this in Kharkiv. The partners that help the armed forces of Ukraine. This is the design from Kharkiv. Iron and cement. Iron and cement is just the material that the building, which is the monument of constructivism, has been designed from, but now it becomes both iron and cement. how we treat Kharkiv. Kharkiv is our shield against the Russian evil, and when you visit Kharkiv, you feel it personally. That is to say, the war impacts the essence of our art. Look at how many new songs have been invented about Azovstal. We visited Kharkiv, and Andrei Zhadan was carrying out the literature festival, and when we heard the song, my heart is steel, my blood is Azov steel. That's something brand new, and this will stay with us. And the final bullet from me, there is a rosy-tinted glasses illusion that the economics and the politics could join people or divide people, while a culture only joins people. But that's the illusion. Edward Said, and this is the bridge to the challenges ahead, Edward Said, the founder of post-colonial studies of post-colonial worlds, wrote, "Culture is the field of struggle." And we need to be cognizant that the Russian culture, both pop culture and classical, they are all our enemies. Earlier, at the time of the invasion, the pen wrote, "We're fighting Putin, not Pushkin," and we were beside ourselves with anger because Pushkin, as much an empire thinking writer and has the toxic element to it, the culture is the field of struggle because culture can kill. Thanks a lot, and I'm grateful that you presented so many positions on this. The last sociology poll surveys in 2022, 94% of the Ukrainians are proud that they're Ukrainians, and 74, practically 74 of the Ukrainians believe that actually things are moving in the right direction. Well, how tragic does it sound that only at the beginning of the full-scale, bloody, tragic invasion for us to understand that the country and the nation will move in the right direction. What are we doing? How are we overcoming the crisis? Which way to keep moving? This is the quote from Hangzhou conference, the UNESCO conference in Hangzhou. "The culture is a set of values and resources and the framework to ensure consistent growth." But what I like the most, the culture is the main engine of continuity and the energy of creative approaches. So, colleagues, what are those creative approaches? Looking forward, what are the answers to the challenges ahead of us? Andrei, let's start with you. Well, of course, culture is the key catalyst. I keep thinking to myself, remember the first 3-4 months of the invasion. We have much less weapons available to us. Our military infrastructure was poorly developed at that time. We didn't have enough funds available to us. So what was that something that allowed the Ukrainians to heroically resist the invasion? I believe exclusively because of the culture in the broad sense of this word, of this term, as a set of values, senses, historical memory. Well, in a very broad understanding of those terms. My second bullet, culture is a type of weapons that fights for freedom, builds horizontal ties, which makes Ukrainians powerful and strong. And also, lots of people who work in the creative industries, they treat this war as the war of points of view, the mindset, if you will. So one of our projects of our association is aimed at launching a cycle of documentaries about the artists fighting at the front lines. Because those people are the bearers of the culture. Now they became the defenders of the culture, which makes it so unique. So talking to those artists, looking how their priorities have shifted, how their psychology has been transformed, you can look and find this trend, namely, if Ukrainians used to be treated as peaceful, loving nation, but now, through those documentaries about the artists at the front lines, we can see how they're being transformed in front of our own eyes in 9 months into the nation of heroes. But that's the change of a paradigm, and it's obvious that when such basic paradigm has been changed, well, then the war starts impacting the art, the culture. New senses come into existence. You learn how to work with those new senses and meanings. So the war became a total catalyst of the demonstration in broad sense of the Ukrainian culture. And the situation also opens lots of opportunities. In addition to tangible atrocities of this war, you still can grasp some opportunities, because finally the whole world would never confuse us with our aggressive neighborhood. A great opportunity for expansion of the Ukrainian culture and sharing our Ukrainian identity with everybody else. One of the first projects we launched in the first days of the invasion is the global marathon in support of Ukraine. You remember the state of mind, the psychological trauma that people experience, especially in the first weeks of the invasion. But coming back to my previous bullet, being individuals, professionals, institutions, we all thought to ourselves, what could we possibly do ourselves? How could we personally support the Ukrainian resistance? And this global movie marathon was our effort, involving a dozen of organizations, but I can only talk on behalf of our association, Watch the Ukrainian Movies. So as of yesterday, we have carried out 64 events in 15 countries in 29 cities across the globe. And look, that's not that we've been promoting the Ukrainian culture or movies for so long. No. Truth be told, we just had a couple of weeks of Ukrainian movies in Europe in years 2018, 19, 20, but that was not our focal point of what we live. We just had to invent some scholastic projects, and for me, this is a success story case. Why? Because we haven't received a single cent from the national budget or from the donors. That is to say, the tickets sold to attend those charity events, they cover all of our costs and generate some profits that we redirect for the needs of the Ukrainian armed forces and humanitarian projects. But the essence of this project is slightly different. It brings new opportunities in the context that the people who are currently all across the world want to support Ukraine, by the end of the day become our coordinators, help us to show movies. A great number of people, and that's yet another opportunity, our resource available abroad. So again, that's not the movie for the sake of the movie, again. Because the movie is something that could be easily understood by the foreigners, as well as like an excuse to go out, but that's why we start each movie showtime with the documentary addresses of the Ukrainian artists urging the world to help us. We invited those events to be attended by the global media, celebrities. That's how this soft power or loyalty towards Ukraine is being shaped. Public diplomacy, or even better, culture diplomacy in action. So what I'm driving at, on the one hand, the situation forces us to form and shape the new ideas and look for the ways to implement them. And by carrying out this project, we can see the feedback. If we systematize this project and scale up, it could grow into a large network of Ukrainian culture hubs all across the world. But again, this is a project, and thus it has to be properly, conceptually designed in the form of the action plan, where exactly the hubs to be established, what are the priorities, or what I would suggest is to think about the project of creating the modern image of Ukraine, and through the instruments of those hubs to convey this to the outside world. So now that we started talking about the capabilities, that's the case that vividly illustrates it. There's another interesting case, how the directors of the movies can help living domestically without relocating. From August, we launched the project which is called Movies for the Sake of Victory. So it's all about the moral, psychological, and motivational support, first and foremost, of the Ukrainian military. We travel with the A-list artists, Rogovtseva, Virma Vitovska, and yeah, it brings a new format of volunteers' job of the artist. But again, I'm not traveling extensively, but when I do, I can see how important for the military to properly understand that the civilians, sorry for that, do understand the huge sacrifice of our servicemen and servicewomen, and sometimes they talk to our stars for 3 or 4 hours before the showtime. I constantly talk to the military myself, and our project, the Movies for the Sake of the Victory, is filled with a deep conviction that we will persevere through consolidation, incentives, being tuned in. And so in the time of war, that becomes relevant. After the war, after the victory, we don't need to lose this drive, this motivation, objectives, the interests of the world to Ukraine, this loyalty that has been shaped already. And it goes without saying, we need to start thinking about creating some conceptual, tangible projects and programs with concrete timelines, with a concrete list of stakeholders and institutions, and by doing so, we might help make the identity of Ukraine popular abroad. A follow-up question to you. How many times did you show those movies in the military units? Well, it's done in 2 formats. First, our live visits, field trips, and that's where our movie stars go out there with our team, and we provide support for this, and there is a huge organizational committee. There's the support of the Office of the President that helps us a lot in the sense of getting access to those military installations. Sorry, I'm under the weather, but are we talking about the dozens of such field trips? Well, two formats. When we go out and on the field trips, that's in dozens. Well, we already more than 100 visits like this, but we do it not only for the military, but also where the IDPs are, especially with lots of children. But also we have remote format available where any person, a resident of a distant village, just make one call to the organizing committee or send a letter and get a simple instruction, guidelines, how to get access to the content. And share it with the others, and you can share with us the coat of arms of your community, and you are ready to go. So 1,336 remote shows like this in Kyiv and elsewhere, but so far it's covered 177 settlements, towns and villages. So this project has created quite an organic network, and now we think about how to scale it up. Thank you, Alessia. What about you? What would be our way out of this crisis? How do we get out of the crisis? Well, to a large extent, we lose our heritage, I believe, because we face the challenge of internally displaced persons. So there are certain things that we would not be able to revive. We are losing parts of our cultural heritage that would never be able, we won't be able to reconstruct, because it's no longer remain an original. So we have to be ready for losing something, because the enemy is stealing our museum collections. Hypothetically, they might come back home, but it will take a while for this, especially since restitution would be an uphill battle. And secondly, we have people who are either losing skills or ability to remain Ukrainian artists by being integrated to other contexts. So what could be done in this regard? I believe that it might be an asymmetric response, investing into modern culture, being hard rock of and massive contribution to future generations. We might not be able to bring some people back, we might not return some lost heritage that has been bombed and shelled, but we need to focus on creating more now and being able to create more in the future. We need to come up with a new heritage for upcoming generations, and for this we need the best institutions in place. So the first thing that we need are the investments, that is to say, money that are being invested into modern culture.
So yeah, that's my second statement that I made about modern institutions, and yeah, something we've described in great detail together with Vartan, making sure that these institutions follow best practices. What is best practices? It's very vague, something about integrity and actionability. So, an honest process and good result, good products, created works of art. Now, these institutions that operate within these good practices need to be either rebuilt, restored, or supported to become a conduit for the support of Ukrainian culture. And this sort of brings to mind institutions such as Ukrainian Book Forum and others. And as Andriy mentioned, we have to start thinking about focused international support programs for Ukrainian institutions. And I think the Ukrainian Institute could be one such institution. And the third thing, we need to stay focused on Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian heritage. So essentially treat it as our interpretation of reality, of the past and of the future. We had the Grigory Skovoroda anniversary recently. That was a very great event. I mean, he's a powerful figure, right? And then we basically take that source material and then we go ahead and we interpret it in accordance with our modern reality. So that's something we need to keep doing. Now, on a side note, what can culture do here and now? And, just want to sort of harken back to my institution, the Ukrainian art arsenal. And then just basically talk about what we've done this year. We've conducted 2 exhibitions this year. Now, the first one was called About Feelings. It was a pretty small expo, and it focused on our perception of this war, from the standpoint of people living here in Kiev. So the way we built this expo was to enable reflection of our own experience. And Olga Melnik, the curator of our museum, she conducted a tour once, for the people. And then when she was done, she stepped outside and the whole audience followed her, and they basically started talking. The audience explaining their experiences. Because to be able to share these experiences can really help us stay resilient. Culture can really be effective in this area. Now, the second expo we did was called Heart of Land. It was about land and food security and the role of Ukraine in food security, and about soils, fertile Ukrainian soils. It was a very artistic expo. Why did we do it? I just remember my own experience back in March. In these kind of times, you sort of look back into the past, right? And the past becomes very clear, and the future is impossible to see. It's very hazy, so it's very stressful sort of thing. So what can culture do? Culture can help you reflect on these issues, and imagine the future, because that's something we need to do as a society. You cannot do without imagining your future. So things like expos, concerts, gigs, shows, exhibits can really help us reflect on our inner self and help us imagine the future.
підводити підсумки в кінці. Я не встигаю за кількістю ваших надзвичайно цікавих і
Right, yeah, so I'm actually taking notes, lots of brilliant ideas here. Now, I would like to pass it on to Vakhtang and then over to Dennis. I have two questions for you, gentlemen. And after that,
Андрія Федорєва, який
I would like to invite, ask our organizers to invite Andriy Fedorev, who will be joining online. So, Vakhtang, tell us a little bit about our perspectives and what the future holds. Yeah, imagining the future is really important, as Alessa said. So, if you trust in what Benedict Anderson used to say, he's one of the architects of constructivism, and he, in his work, Imagined Communities, he speaks about nations as narrations, nations as a product of social imagination. And again, this word imagining, yes, we are imagining the future. Now, and Gritsak, in his works, says that only those people will become nations that read books. I would add that write books as well. So it is really important for us to already start thinking about what a nation will look like after this war is over. But when you're in peril, right? Just what just Alessa described, right? When you just don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, right? This is really hard, a really hard thing, and thinking about it, I kind of remind Gendelman's words. Speaks German. So where there's threat, you have to save yourself. So this is, this is really difficult. This war, it's a major crisis. I mean, the worst thing that can happen to a person, almost like in some kind of incurable disease. So you have to find something that can rescue you, something that can, something that can sort of lift you up a little bit. I mean, this war did not start on February 24. It started earlier. I remember being in Maidan, and I've managed to put my experiences into words. I wrote a little essay. I remember when one of the first Maidan activists was shot, and this lady, his mother, said, if you catch these bastards, don't kill them. Let them live and experience the death of their children on a daily basis. So yeah, I mean, the crimes that Yanukovych clique committed have no symmetrical response. What Russians are doing here in Ukraine does not have a symmetrical response. This hate will stay with us forever. But we need to be able to convert that hate, because, hate is destructive. It will erode yourself from within. That's exactly what happened to Russians. Their culture is all about hate. They're hell-bent on revenge. They never managed to work out their trauma, and they keep feeding off of it. This terrible resentment that they're experiencing is what drives them to commit these crimes, these terrible things. So we don't want to become like them. And hopefully we will be able to stay safely away from this resentment just like they do. And to do that, we need to get rid of everything Russian. and not in a sense physically get rid. We need to keep studying Russian philosophy, Russian literature, study the Russian politics, study these things very thoroughly and diligently by subject matter experts, as a doctor would study a serious disease, So I did this lecture once about Hitler and Stalin. It was called the plague barrack of history. And Russia is a plague barrack. Now, who goes into a plague-ridden barrack? Doctors will, right? And we have to act like ones, and study Russia as a doctor or a scientist would study a rabid animal. So, we need to study and keep it contained. Keep that disease contained. Right? And going back to Pushkin again. The Germans were healed. It took years for them to heal from their Nazism. And they really became one of the most peace-loving nations in the world, real pacifists. But, the way they were cured, the way they were healed is by reading Goethe and Gindelberg. But can you heal Russians by asking them to read Pushkin? No, it will not heal them, because it will make the situation worse. So we want to treat it like that. So contain everything Russian, Russian philosophy, Russian literature, Russian church. It has to be isolated. It cannot be a subject. It has to lose all subjectivity and has to become a subject of scientific inquiry. So, we've inherited a lot of trauma from the Soviet Union. Yet another reincarnation of the Russian Empire. So I just fear that. I don't want this hatred towards everything Russian to destroy us and erode us from within. And I don't want anything Soviet or Russian to take hold in post-war Ukraine. Because these things are here, right? The officials, the red tape, it's all Soviet stuff still. So we felt that, with the passing of time, with generations, these things will go away, but they have not. I mean, there are people who are younger than me. They practice the Soviet way of doing things. So that's something we need to get rid of. All that Sovieticism, all that Russiaism needs to be contained and isolated and purged from Ukraine. So, just what did the war do to us? The war is a powerful shrink, basically, psychotherapist. So, if you come to see a psychotherapist who helps you deal with your problem, it's a bad specialist, right? Instead, they should be able to teach us how to deal with our problems ourselves. And the war is just that. I'm looking at the problems that I had back in the days before the war, and I laugh at these problems, financial, sexual, family problems. It means nothing. That's me, that's just who I am, and I can live with these kind of problems. So as a society, we need to realize that, there are some problems that we will have to live with and move on. And the war has taught us this lesson. So this project that we're doing is essentially sort of bringing Ukrainians together. You know, war is pain, right? But then, on the other hand, you have people from eastern Ukraine fleeing to the west of Ukraine, and then learning about that part of the country, meeting other people, and experiencing something new. And that's something I started doing back before the war. And, you know, when I started doing, I realized how disjointed the country was. You know, people in Kharkiv don't know anything about what's going on in Lviv. People in Kiev don't know anything, full stop, you know, because they think themselves as the center of the world. And this has changed. You know, the war changed all that. So I've always felt that my role in Ukraine was a role of an educator, to teach Ukrainians global culture. But what's important now is to explain not just to the world what Ukraine is, but explain to Ukrainians, explain to Ukraine what Ukraine is and what Ukraine is all about. So, and we need to be able to tell the world about what the world is in Ukrainian. I'm almost finished, sorry. Back before the war, I read this new piece about this village called Cherbalik in the east of Ukraine. And I suddenly realized that Cherbalik is the last name of my great-grandmother. And all of a sudden, this town, the small town that is hundreds of kilometers away, all of a sudden became very close to home, you know? So what I mean is that the war sort of brings remote areas closer to home. So how do you explain to the world what the world is in Ukrainian? Not in Ukrainian language, but in Ukrainian codes of sense. You know, Sergei Blokhin is a famous historian. He's done exactly that. Look, all his books are about Ukraine, sort of, but it's also about the world. You know, one of his books is called Ukraine as a Gate of Europe, right? So he speaks to foreign audiences, right? Or then he goes and writes a book about Caribbean crisis, the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, where's Cuban Missile Crisis? Where's Ukraine? Well, by the way, the missiles that were deployed in Cuba were made in Ukraine. Then Yalta Conference, division, post-war division of the world. Yalta is in Ukraine, right? So all these things are about Ukraine, but are also about the larger world. So, you know, we need to be able to communicate our messages to the rest of the world and make sure that these messages are engaging and interesting. Now, there's a book.
Ukrainian Histories and Stories. Recently we presented the Dutch translation of it, and our task was to focus on the target group being the foreigners. So we described Ukraine for them. So now we finally published the English version in Germany. We're working on the Spanish translation. It's important. And one of my functions is to communicate our senses and convey our messages to the foreigners. And what seems to be obvious, absolutely obvious to us, is far from being obvious to them. They are unawares. And our neighbors, Germans, I work with, even German-speaking people in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, they support us a lot, but they have no clue what's going on here, let alone such distant regions as Africa or Latin America. The artists, politicians, officials of Ukraine, their mission is to tell the world about Ukraine and the rest of the world, but in such a way that the world will find it curious and interesting. Thanks a lot, Vachtanga. Mr. Dennis, this next one goes to you. Yesterday we heard those figures. Let me repeat them. But the bullet is that the culture is not the freeloader. The creative industries contribute to the budget revenues. So one invested hryvnia into creative industries generate 1.9 to up to 2.3 hryvnias. All this time in 2018 and 19, that's what the statistics come from. But the creative industries kept growing and generating more and more revenues. Well, 43% IT and programming, 12% advertisements, 10% consulting, 9% TV broadcasting, 4% movies, and 4% go-betweens. So, Dennis, why it's important? How would we overcome this? How would we look after this war? And what should be done so that we will remain resilient after the war is over? What can we offer the world? Thank you, Natalia. Once again, let's be quite practical in responding. Why has Russia invaded Ukraine? Why, on February the 24th, the hot phase of this 8-year-old war started? 2021, Ukraine concluded with the highest dollar GDP, $200 billion. That's 2.5 times less than Poland, though, but that's substantially better compared to what we had done before. So great financial indicators and democracy, the internal freedom of a person to live in a free country, free from any enforced political narratives, something that Russia lacks. So having the neighbor that handles things economically and enjoys political freedoms was unacceptable for authoritarian Russia, and as a result, they started the invasion with the goal of destroying the Ukrainian nation, the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian statehood, and assimilate a large territory of ours into the Russian world, which we didn't accept. We now know for sure 9 months into the invasion that we will return our territories, that Ukraine is not the Russian Empire. We identify ourselves as Ukrainians, and probably it became the catalyst of national self-awareness. But we need to add the third component here, and Vahtan has already covered it. The worst thing that might happen in your lifetime is war. But the worst one event in any lifetime is war. But the war is not the end. It's important not to lose your spirit because of the raging war. Why? Because our spirit is what pushes us forward. Creative industries are not about the tangible assets. It's not about the means of production. There is only one thing as a focal point, an intellect of creative people, and then they feed the people along the chain of value added and generate revenues for the country at large. So when each one of the viewers and listeners decided that I have an indomitable spirit, I keep living and creating a product, that's the internal victory of each single one of us. Second bullet, why are we fighting? Not only for our lands, not only for our people, we fight for our values. We clearly understood that our values are not from the Asian continent that Russia wants to bring us back to, but our values are that of the European democracy. The integration into Europe, into democratic Europe, sounds nice, but what does it mean? It means that we trade not with Russia, but with the EU countries. We export our ideas, our senses, our products, not into Russia, but into Europe. This is not something that the government arranges here or exports. No, it's the daily contribution of millions of people. And the entrepreneurship in creative industries should be supported and increased. We cannot halt because our enemy wants us to stand still, stop producing and exporting creative ideas, because this would be economic death. The armies win battles, but the economies win wars. You need to pay taxes to support your army, and you pay taxes when the businesses are up and running. So creative industries is a beautiful example of those industries that is resilient to the maximum extent. To renovate Azovstal, we need to spend $5 to $10 billion, and that's tough. This is the company that needs lots of capital investments, and all the foreign investors will wait for the risk to go down. While in creative industries, you don't need to spend billions of dollars for main assets, because here the main asset is a person, an artist. That's why the creative industries demonstrate a beautiful example of resilience. Let's take IT industry, which contributes to half of the revenues generated by IT industries. And I believe that IT is part and parcel of industrial industries, because thousands of people generate intellectual products. And this year, the IT industry, year in, year out, increased in dollar value the export figures compared to last year, despite blackouts and lack of internet. So can we evolve despite the war and sell more? Unequivocally, yes. Firstly, back in spring, we did what we failed to do in 30 years' time. We agreed with the EU to lift all the trade restrictions imposed on Ukraine, which is an economic integration right there. Just for 1 year now, but still the government continues the negotiations and will definitely agree that there will be no restrictions with the EU until the moment Ukraine becomes the full-fledged member of the EU, which is important. It lifts the trade barriers. Secondly, last week an important event happened. We signed with the UK an agreement on digital trade. What it's all about? It's about the opportunity to state that the UK would never impose tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers for the Ukrainian creative industries to access their markets. So in those industries, we are in the state that the global economy found itself in mid-19th century, when the new companies arose, manufacturers, and their products helped them to increase the share of the global market. Mid-20th century, they became stable, and in the 80s, the only country in the world that managed to push at the competitive markets of commodities, other manufacturers, was China. For obvious reasons, Ukraine didn't manage to jump into that boat. We were part of the Soviet Union. All the manufacturing facilities were focused on domestic consumption. But now we still have time to gain our own share of global economy. If we look at this pie chart, 25% commodities, 75% services. And in the services, creative industries contribute to 10 to 15%, which is substantial volume indeed. And nowadays, Ukraine has already become a brand, and I agree with my colleagues that finally the world can differentiate between Russia and Ukraine. We're no longer no-name country in the middle of nowhere. The whole world knows where Ukraine is, and the Ukrainian people, embodied by the Ukrainian president, were covered by all key mass media. We collect all the words as a resilient nation, and now we need to transform this brand, resilient Ukraine, into economic dividends, which means that for us the doors are open. So my recipe is to stand up and start actively moving forward, not saying that, oh, things are so bad because the war is on. No, this is the time of opportunities to gain our share in the world. The Ukrainians staying abroad now should not be sent to foreign business trips. You can find a Ukrainian in any developed country in the world. So through those people, our enforced migrants, we can reach those markets, and probably that would be the biggest contribution of everyone into our victory. And the second thing to say, it's principally important to stop waiting when the victory comes. We will not get back to 1945 when the formal agreement, treaty was signed, which put ends to the war. No. All the experts claim that this is a hybrid warfare different from the previous wars, which means that then we might not visit a particular point when everybody would understand that the war is over. But look at Israel. Israel is surrounded by enemy states from the beginning of its existence. And at the same time, it does not objectify itself as the martyr country. No, they are proactive in terms of military technologies and IT in generating a huge cultural heritage. So let's follow in their steps. Let's not wait till the moment when it starts with, let's do it after the victory. Let's do it after the holidays, right? As people say, no, there is no after. There is here and now. We have already won this war, because while sitting here today, we can discuss what are the ways for us to develop in the future. The Russians forgot when they talked about the development. All they talk about is we can repeat. We should not repeat anything because we need to gain our place under the sun. What does the person want from this state? The second Ukrainian feature. We need the government to create conditions for development. What sort of conditions could the tax authority create? Only one. Each Ukrainian taxpayer doesn't want to see a tax official ever. That's the best thing you can do for the entrepreneurs. The customs office, the same, be absent from the business life of people. So the key role of the country is not to create problems for the entrepreneurs, and secondly, do what only the government can do, lift all the trade restrictions. But we already have done that. So this EU integration becomes the cause to be contributed by everyone, and that will be our investment into the victory. Thank you. We'll have some follow-up questions too. Well, it's not a follow-up question. The third thing that the government could do, in case of the culture for sure, is invest. There is no longer existing subject of investment. Even relying on private businesses in the state that those businesses are in Ukraine is unrealistic. But I would like to follow up on another bullet that you mentioned, and it's important to understand the state of the cultural institutions of Ukraine, the cultural field, as you mentioned. You said USSR worked as focused on a domestic consumption country. Well, exactly the same thing was the consequence for cultural institutions, which were focused on the domestic market, all the processes, all the teams. I'm talking about public institutions now, what we call public institutions. They are center focus, and it's not enough. The experience of this year for me, when there are so many requests for international cooperation, they tell me you need at least 50% more of people to deliver on all of those requests. We are atrociously understaffed, as they say. We don't have enough people with the skills of international cooperation. And for the public sector, like you mentioned, use the Ukrainians as ambassadors, and you don't have to incur any foreign business trip costs. But you need to allow them to earn their living, and it's impossible if they are public servants. I'm not criticizing anyone. I recognize what the macro situation is, and I'm only supportive of this. All I'm saying is that these are the tasks that we are facing. We need to overcome this heritage of the country to be focused on the domestic consumption, because it happens at the level of the institutional processes, and start rebuilding those processes, recognizing that now we need to become full-fledged player of the global polylog, not the country at the periphery, closed on itself, that nobody knows about. Thank you. We have 15 minutes left. Dennis, back to you. Vahtan, comments, your comments, and then we'll see the online address by Fedorov. A brief comment to make. Fully concur. At the beginning, actually, you stated that we need to support the proposal of the cultural product, that we need to have exhibitions in place. We need to offer opportunities to carry out cultural activities. Fully agree with that. But back in the Soviet time, they taught us that the demands brings the proposal. But the experts actually demand that it's vice versa. First, you come up with a play, and then people will come, theater goes into the theater. But it's great that lots of premieres happened in the Ukrainian theaters now. If a person wants to go and visit an exhibition, well, you need to arrange such exhibition. So I agree, the government needs to invest. But one challenge is this: when the Minister of Finance brings all of the ministers around the table and has to choose whether to pay salaries for the military at the front lines or invest into the culture, the answer is clear. And it's not about the culture itself. It's equally true for other industries. So what the government can do is provide free of charge, probably, access to their assets, like premises, like people who one way or another paid salaries from the national budget. And it's going to be a huge support on itself, and we need to focus on exports. The Ukrainian economy becomes ever more open, and the exports of the products of creative industries is an ability to hedge our from the risks of devaluation. Thank you, Vahtang. Yeah, my comment would two comments. First of all, I fully agree that waiting for the victory is a traumatic experience, and there is an even philological sentence, and there is an English meme: Ukraine will win. We use it in our information products a lot. I believe there's a grammatic mistake here. We should not use future indefinite, but future continuous. Ukraine will be winning. This is a process. Victory is a process that lasts, and if it lasts for a while, then we will win. So I agree with these two notions of the state and the culture. And what I'm afraid of, and I'm getting back to the thought I started with, in the time of war, there is a great temptation for the government to get intrusive into everything. And it's not that the government should create conditions and provide funding, which would be great, but sometimes it's better when the government doesn't intrude and is not a handicap. An example: we were in Kharkiv, and we are making brief documentaries about our trips, pen club, and volunteers. And in Kharkiv, we met one of the most famous Ukrainian street artists, Hamlet. He created a fantastic project, and we've seen the drawings in his studio. And then at the end of the Kharkiv documentary were the huge letters: "The time listens to us and hears us." And he actually brought those letters into the building that was bombed by the Russians, the building where the Kharkiv city Bohemian society used to meet. So watching this movie, and that's how we end this documentary, in this shelled out building. In the carcass of a building, there were letters: "The time hears us," but the city authorities painted over this. So in Ukrainian, we have this one bad word: the authorities.
You know, we like to call them powers that be, right? So I suggest that we get rid of these senses of these meanings. And, you guys, managers, ministers, that's your job. Because we hired you, you're managers. And all of us, all these powers that be need to learn one thing. Power is not a resource. For many Ukrainians, power is resources. Once you get up there, you've secured access to resources, and you can promote yourself, right? Sometimes they promote good ideas, but nevertheless. Now, this approach is a Russian approach. Power is not a resource. Power is a tool that we grant to you, politicians, as people. And then we also pay taxes to support this. So we need to change that approach. And then on the other side of the coin, people expect the government, the authorities to do something for them, to provide something. We need to get rid of that, because without it, we won't be able to build a truly liberal democracy. We have last 10 minutes now, and we're going to watch an address by Fedorev, and then we will all have 1 minute each for our final remarks and final statements.
Підвести підсумки. Ми можемо дивитися, так? Дякую. Готуйте свою хвилину.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andriy Fedorev, and I represent several creative industries in Ukraine. We have a marketing agency, we have a co-working space for 500 people, and a number of other directions, YouTube, social media as well. And I think the challenge is preserving the talent. In our business, it is talent that is all important. It's not money, it's not anything else, it's talent that is really important. And to preserve that talent, we did 3 main things this year. Now, we've done everything we could to just continue working. So we've switched to a remote-first approach. Our company is doing everything online these days, which essentially helped us retain our people, our staff, our talent, regardless of whether they are where they are located physically in Ukraine and abroad as well, which led us to our second achievement, which is winning over international clients. And we've been doing this in the past as well, but this year has become a breakthrough year for us in terms of our relationship with many new international clients. And I think this whole situation with the war forced Ukrainian studios, Ukrainian businesses to try and refocus on something different to what we've been doing in the past. And we are managing pretty well. As an agency, we already signed up a 6 company, 6 brand, 6 client in the US alone. So that's a good start. That's a good start, and that will give us a launch pad for when this war is over. So I'm very proud of the fact that we were able to slash costs. We've managed to preserve 80% of our staff, and they all receive pre-war salaries. We've reduced our profits, but paying our talent is more important. We have no other choice. We have to keep creating. We have to keep working, regardless of the challenges, regardless of the hardships, regardless of the lack of power, regardless of the mental health issues, because the situation is definitely stressful. Our people are fantastic. I'm very proud of my team, and I hope that Ukrainian creative industries will carry Ukrainian culture forward and will help spread that culture outside Ukraine, even if it's commercial. Because, look, people we are working with, they immediately become Ukrainian ambassadors of Ukrainian way, Ukrainian style. To do this, we all need to be proactive. We don't have to just sit and wait. We just have to start doing something. Start learning the language, start learning English, and then start setting the trend. So never rest on your laurels. And by doing so, we will turn Ukrainian creative industry into a driving force that will bring revenues, taxes, and all the good things. So glory to Ukraine. Keep creating. Thank you, Andriy. We have 1 minute each, and then we'll have a short Q&A session after that. Andriy, over to you. Денис mentioned words like spirit, economy, and winning and victory and moving forward. So, yeah, our spirit is an achievement of Ukrainian culture. So, when you sort of juxtapose military needs and cultural needs, I think that's wrong. Culture is all important. Thank you, Olesa.
Я би підсумувала все, про що ми говорили сьогодні, власне, на цій панелі. Перед нами стоїть величезне
Olesa, over to you. So, yes, we had a huge task
інклюзивну країну і повноправну
ahead of ourselves. We need to turn the country into a full-fledged participant of a global polylog. So, creative industry is much more than just creation. Creative industries lead the way, really. Vakhtang, over to you. Now, we have two main things that we need to accomplish, internally and externally. Internally, we need to build an inclusive, horizontally integrated society, something that we learned that we need to be doing back during Maidan days. I mean, look at Ukrainian military and how good it is compared to Russia's, because Russia is vertically integrated. There's no room for initiative, no room for decision making, and our military is very different, and that's a prerequisite of its success. So, create an inclusive, horizontally integrated society, liberal society, and when I say inclusive, what I mean is that regardless of your ethnic background, you still are a person of still are a country that has to accommodate all different nations, all different peoples. If you remember Andruchovich's Love and Hate in Kiev, he said, to hate murderers, killers, is not immoral. So he spoke about the crimes committed by the riot police, but I think the same holds true for what is happening now. So that's the internal component. Now, externally, the only viable choice that Ukraine has is to continue on with its Euro-Atlantic aspirations. We are the part of the West. We are an organic part of Europe. And we need to pursue this idea even more. So, and I think the West and Europe is slowly coming to terms with the fact that they need us. just as we need them. Thank you. Dennis.
Звучало прізвище Ярослава Грицака, відомого українського історика.
A fellow panelist mentioned Yaroslav Grytsak's works. He's a famous Ukrainian historian, and he used to say that free people are better fighters. I mean, he talks about ancient Greece and how a small number of free Greek citizens were able to defeat a huge army of slaves sent to conquer Greece by the Persian Empire. So our freedom is the source of our strength and the source of our eventual victory. And what I said earlier, let's not wait for European integration. Let's become European integration. Because European integration is all about helping Ukrainian businesses sell their products in Europe, right? And thirdly, culture and creativity is an excellent opportunity to remind ourselves that we are the free people. We are democratic people, and this is what makes us different from our enemy. And just one thing you have to understand, this war may never be over, right? But the Ukraine will be deoccupied eventually, even though the war might continue. So once the country has been deoccupied, that's not enough, that's just a first step. We have to reintegrate those areas culturally. Look at what happened to Crimea. I mean, we lost Crimea in the 90s. We lost it culturally. So to be able to retain those territories, we need to achieve a cultural victory as well. Thank you very much, my colleagues, my friends, my fellow colleagues and people of goodwill. Thank you very much for coming to talk to us. Thank you for taking your time. It was really important to talk about strategy today. Our panel is all about visions of the future. Yes, projections of the past, but visions of the future as well. Now, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. I'm not going to name individuals, but, just really appreciative of the fact that you guys were able to turn this forum into a great platform to discuss these ideas. We heard many interesting voices today. We heard a lot of words of wisdom, and the voices of all Ukrainians sound the same, basically. It's we all speak in one voice. I actually have a question from the audience. Just one question, okay? Please.
Ми коротко і питання ставимо і відповідаємо. Дякую.
Андрій, дякую за чудові рефлексії.
Thank you. The name of the panel is Creative Industries as a hotbed of the future project of Ukraine. Ukraine as a project of the future. So, any project requires very clear goals. So what are these goals? How do you see Ukraine of the future? That's an excellent visionary opportunity right now. I think we've covered that already. I'd just like to underline one fact. The Ukraine of the future is a full-fledged member of the global polylog, a globally influential society. As a representative of the Ministry of Economy, I'll give you an economist's perspective. Now, we need to make a leap of faith. We need to transform our economy from an underdeveloped economy into developing economy. And we need to increase our GDP per capita 3 times. So once we've achieved that, we will assume the status of a developing economy. That's what we need. And the only objective way of achieving this is by transforming our consciousness and through integrating with Western Europe. Now, we need to change the way of doing business here. Make sure that our enterprises are more resilient, and that to the fact that people actually care for themselves without waiting for the authorities to do anything for them. I would say Ukraine of the future is a country that is in a list of top 20 countries in terms of levels of happiness. Now, as I said, the future of Ukraine is, Ukraine being a part of a civilized transatlantic world. So anything that de-Westernizes us sort of pulls us back into this bog, and everything that Westernizes us is a path of progress, essentially. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Natalia, for this. Thank you to all the panelists. Our 3rd module is over, and as we're waiting for the 4th module, Vahtank, I have a personal question for you. Please come closer. I mean, you started talking about this, and Dennis mentioned this as well, speaking of liberation of occupied areas. So, cultural liberation, cultural deoccupation, do you think it's necessary? Do you think these temporarily occupied areas will have some new, unique senses imposed on them after this war is over and after these lands have been occupied? I mean, Lugansk, Donetsk, and Crimea have been under occupation for 8 years now. Now, Crimea situation is different from Donetsk situation, and Donetsk situation different from Lugansk situation. So it has to be on a sort of a case-by-case basis. So just to give you an example, when we attended a Kharkiv movie festival, one big discussion that people had over there was whether they should dismount the Pushkin monuments, and they agreed that they should, and which they did eventually. But anyway, it kind of gave me an idea. I mean, look, Kharkiv is a very interesting city. All right, it's a very interesting and engaging city culturally. But so how come people from Lviv almost never travel to Kharkiv? Right? So it kind of gave me an idea that we need to start thinking about this cultural deoccupation. Kharkiv is interesting, right? But what kind of Kharkiv is interesting? Ukrainian Kharkiv. Kharkiv of Shevilov and Khvelyovy is interesting to everyone in Ukraine. But the Kharkiv of Pushkin is nothing but a Russian province. So Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk, all these places are interesting if viewed as an intrinsically Ukrainian land and not just some remote province of Russia.
Thank you, and it's time to bring here panelists from Module 4, Creative Supports of our military at the front lines. Yaroslava Kravchenko, TV anchor, radio anchor, founder and CEO of Wild Theatre. Thank you for coming offline. And the moderator, the Ukrainian journalist, translator, activist Irina Slavinska. Where are you, Irina? Here you are. Morning. And online with us is Masha Yefrosinina, Another TV anchor and public actress Irina Mikolchuk, the WAW, War Against War, and Sviatoslav Vakarchuk, Okean Elze frontman, will be online with the co-founder of the Kalush Orchestra Band, Oleg Pasyuk. Thanks a lot, both those who are offline and online. I know that this is not the first time when we carry out such hybrid discussions, and I would like to welcome all of you here where we would be discussing the resistance of the indomitable and creative supports of our military at the front lines. There is a verse of Taras Shevchenko's poem, I don't care about it that much. And since the beginning of the war, 2014, when the Crimean Peninsula has been occupied and some of the regions of Donetsk and Lugansk region, and then the full-fledged invasion in 2022, it was the creative sector, people who work in various sectors like TV and radio broadcasting and journalists and mass media and other colleagues, prove that they are a group of people who care. They launch and continue tremendously interesting projects helping to bring the victory closer. And for the next 90 minutes, that's what we're going to be discussing. And I'll start with the question to Sviatoslav Vakarchuk. We heard him singing here day one of the forum, as always, unforgettable. And I could not possibly imagine what was the experience of people when Sviatoslav was singing in Kharkiv underground in the worst days of shelling. In March, I know, Sviatoslav, you visited the cities and towns close to the front lines, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Akhtirka, some others. You were bringing humanitarian aid, you helped the military. So tell us more about those who you take care of. How could musicians help both the military and civilians? Good afternoon, guys. It's a pleasure to be involved in this discussion. Sorry for not being able to join you here offline. I have blackout in my place, but I picked up internet from under my feet. On February the 24th in the morning, I woke up from the explosions, and from that moment on, I knew that I need to stay with my people, with my feet solidly planted on our earth, and help the people to fight at the front lines. My visit started late February, and I continued doing that. Until April, I was visiting hot zone settlements to support mostly the civilians, performing at the downtown squares. But since April, I started visiting the military units at the front lines, mostly 150 performances, playing my guitar, singing in the trenches. Soon enough, I'll go out there again. And when you ask me about my projects, well, my project now is called East to West. The first 3 months I spent in the hot zone, while come June, Okean Elze band started visiting the western regions, performing the concerts, generating funds that then we use as volunteers to help our troops. And performing in the West, we let the Europeans never forget that you should not be fed up with this war. Keep your focus on this war. So half my time I spent in the East, half of my time in the West, And those handful of days when I can, I stay at home, but never longer for 6 straight days since the beginning of the invasion. But I will be resting at our homes after our victory. Well, let me ask another question to you because no, that's okay. That's okay. I'm available. Well, that's great. Then grasping this opportunity as a follow-up. Here we go. Why do you think that culture and creative industries became such a powerful tool of resistance? How come that our artists never sit still, but are available to help others? We've seen this at the first Maidan, the second Maidan in 2014 and 2022. Why the culture? Well, for me, it's quite obvious.
Скажімо так, креативні або творчі здібності.
People who possess some creative skills or capabilities, their voice is louder, literally and indirectly. They draw attention to themselves, such people. So when the war started back in 2014, and for me that's the beginning of this war, I internally never even use full-scale invasion in respect to February the 24th, because full-scale invasion started in 2014, while in February 2022 a more bloody and cynical phase of the war started, but the war lasted for 8 years already. So for most of the Ukrainian artists, February the 24th became a Rubicon River to cross. And before that, being sensitive people and cautious people to boot were not hasty to actively state their position, claiming that music and sports are beyond the politics, but the cynical, arrogant invasion of Putin and his minions helped the Ukrainians to woke up that creative part of their souls, and we recognize that this Rubicon has been crossed once and forever. And if the creative people stop doubting themselves, when they become convinced that everything what they do is correct, then through their talents and creativity, the output is multiplied by 10. And all of a sudden, this creativity flooded well-organized and structured support the Ukrainian troops, civilians, adds diplomatical efforts here. Well, it all contributes to our victory. So it's quite obvious for me, all that. We just need to be cognizant that there are not troopers or territorial defense soldiers separately, and then the rest of Ukrainians waiting what would be the end of it. No, I keep repeating and reiterating this daily, especially talking to our military. Don't ask others when would it be over. Unfortunately, people keep asking me this. Ask yourself, what did you contribute today to our victory? Quite a simple and straightforward formula, even though it's quite complicated on the daily basis, but it will bring us to our victory faster. Just we need to do what needs to be done, like the soldiers and officers are doing, like volunteers are doing, like the creative artists are doing, being in their own place in the right time, behind the drone, behind the wheel of the military jet, or saying the things that bring large deeds. Well, that's a high time to remember about a beautiful example how the creative industry helps to magnify the Ukrainian voice, sharing the news, what's going on here. Like the example of this year's Eurovision, when the Kalush Orchestra bands won. And they start by helping the Azovstal defenders. That was still the time of the siege of Mariupol, and you probably remember they risked a lot because allegedly that was a political statement to be made there. But we have a beautiful opportunity to hear the address from the founder of Kalush Orchestra Band. Hello everyone, this is Kalush Orchestra Band. Thank you for inviting us. It's great to be here and represent the Ukrainian music. Eurovision was an opportunity for us not only to claim what we can do, but what the Ukrainian music can deliver at the European markets. And thank you for this opportunity. As you can see, we represented Ukraine with the Ukrainian language song, not the English language song. And it was put on top of rap, so we had to make everything possible to represent with dignity Ukraine. And we have more and more performers with Ukrainian music who start using the Ukrainian content, which is great. So our Kalush Orchestra Band tries to promote this. We visit all around the place. We show the Ukrainian culture to the outside world. We fundraise. So far, we raised 60 million hryvnias, so please follow in our steps. Only by joining our efforts, we can deliver lots of important things. Thank you for your attention. That was Kalush Orchestra Band. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Yeah, a vivid example of working in a creative industry and volunteers job. 60 million hryvnias, quite a lump sum. And now let's follow up with the topic of responsibility of artists, men and women who work in the creative industries as producers, managers. How they use their social and professional capital for the better of the country. A beautiful example of this is what gender equality and combating domestic violence is being done by Maria Yefrosinina. Maria is an ambassador of the UN Foundation. She works with advocating the needs to combat domestic violence, and I know that you keep supporting Ukrainian women and kids who suffered from this war. And so, how did you decide to work for this victory? Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of our viewers. When I heard what Slava said, I agree that the war started for us back in 2014. And that's when I started delivering. I vividly remember when my homeland, Crimea, has been annexed. In a couple of weeks' time, we started creating the foundation, contributing to humanitarian shipments, and that's when we decided to enter the public space with charity, a separate topic in our society which used to be a taboo, like public charity, not hidden. So the attitude has changed since 2014. But on February the 24th, like everyone else, we started using all the available resources, multi-million resources. Maria, you're back. So to reach our audiences, and in response to your question, why public people use this resource, and I will get back to it. But this is the resource where you use certain toolkits and the ability to do something immediately to generate the results, something that is impossible to achieve by others, even though they have the will and the determination to do this, but not the means. So for me, it's unacceptable not to use such a resource. And since we've been dealing with the problems of women and kids, of course, we focused a lot on what's being done in this regard. Those who followed what Masha Foundation was doing probably know that we opened the camps to help rehabilitate the women from occupied and deoccupied territories, the women who survived blockades, tortures, rapes, atrocious things. So that's basically being exposed to war. People who were beaten up physically and shot at mentally, and these are the people who would now live with and among us forever. And this is the topic that I try to stay vocal about. But of course, it does not hide the other priorities for Ukraine to survive in order to win. But in addition to this, I insist that the mental state of the Ukrainians coming from the exposed territories of Ukraine would present a certain phenomenon for our society that we will have to live with, take into consideration, support, and acknowledge that there are people out there who have been changed a lot. Without our help, it would impact our ability to renovate our country, because these are the people who need to be cured psychologically. So that's what we're doing now. The rehabilitation camps, Indomitable Mama had 1,100 women attending, but the waiting list has dozens of thousands of ladies. But since we are using our own funds and the funds of our donors, it doesn't happen as fast as we want it to happen, because let me reiterate once again. The way I understand it, the major vector of providing assistance is definitely the army. The armed forces of Ukraine are those who would bring this victory closer, help us to survive. And then the other vector would come into focal point that we initiated with lots of supporters, adepts. We have proven methodologies of rehabilitation. And summing up my monologue, we have crossed the line already when people could never tell us, train your experts in Israel or in other war-riddled countries. No, we already have the requests from Israel and elsewhere to share our PTSR methodologies, because this is a terrorist, meaningless, bloodthirsty, atrocious war, and we will provide the needed knowledge in the future that we currently receive tangibly, practically speaking, in the fields, because we didn't have time for experiments. The renovation and the cure of atrocious mental wounds.
Well, thank you for this story. A lot to learn from the story, lots of things to think about. you know, all these terrible things that are happening and the implications of this war and how people feel. And this traumatic experience is something people all over Ukraine can experience or may experience. In fact, there are no safe places in Ukraine, unfortunately, these days. So we are continuing our discussion about the resistance of the unconquered. And we spoke about creative help to the front lines. And as you've heard, we discussed providing help to civilians as well. So let me pass the mic over to my fellow colleague over here. Let me introduce Yaroslava Kravchenko, who is a TV presenter and the head of the Diki Theater, a place I really, really enjoyed visiting before the war. So, Yaroslava, without further ado, tell us a little bit more about the projects you're involved in. Thank you, Ira. Happy to see you all. I agree with what Masha said and Slava said. There's no such thing that as leaving something for later. A couple of months ago, we spoke, and back then, if you remember, you and me, we spoke and remember how we discussed gender equality and gender diversity, and how these nascent little achievements that we were able to get to achieve are currently under threat, or at least that was the fear back then, and the fear that did not materialize, thankfully. So really, there's no such thing as leaving something for later, putting something on a back burner. Things like culture or rights of women or gender diversity, rehabilitation programs, none of these things can be put on a back burner. All of them are important. So no matter what is happening in the war, we all should continue with what we have been doing before the war and use our resources for the betterment of the country. Me personally, I am very involved in this volunteer project that is called Spend a Tenner. So this is not about really providing financial assistance, because money is not that great, but it's about involving people, getting people to do something. And reminding them that the war is still there. It's not gone anywhere. So people need to be reminded that they can actually do something to help. And this is what this project is all about. Now, this project has nothing to do with the theater, my theater, or the culture. But this project, Spend a Tenner, this is a project where we were able to apply what I consider a creative approach towards fundraising. So these are micro donations, right? But put together, they all make a difference. And I think by giving people the chance to donate, however small the donation is, something that keeps our people involved, and people can really feel that they're making an impact, making a difference. There's no such thing as a small person in Ukraine. Everyone is great. The way the people got together, the way the people are able to crowd fund all kinds of stuff, that's just great. I mean, I'm going off on a tangent here, so keep me in check, please. But what we need to realize is that we can be putting our creative skills to good use. So it doesn't have to be creative industry per se. It could be fundraising, providing assistance, equipment assistance to the military, etc. So, and once again, if you want to make a difference, if you want people to donate, you have to give them some entertainment. People won't just donate just like so. Even spending a tenner requires us to do something for them in return. So that's why we've started doing, this very creative fundraising campaign. So one day we fundraise to buy some mortars. Next day, we're fundraising to buy raisins that will be used to produce energy bars for our soldiers. And the way you present those fundraising campaigns is really creative. So the way it's done is very similar to the way we're doing theater or movies, So to get people together, to have people donate money, you have to be creative. And we want all the people who donate to realize that their donation will be put to good use. So every time they go to bed at night, they feel satisfied. They know that they've made a difference. Well, thank you very much indeed. And I just recalled an interview with one of the volunteers from Return Alive Foundation, and what they told us it resonates with what you said, really, because most donations are pretty small, right? There's only a very small number of large donations. So most donations are small, but nevertheless, put together, they really can make a dent, can really make a difference. So, things like spending 10 or 20 or 30 hryvnias is what makes these crowdfunding and fundraising campaigns possible, and what makes them meaningful and effective. So now I would like to pass the floor on to Irina Nikonchuk, who is someone who works with a large group of creators as a part of War Against War initiative. Irina, tell us a little bit more about this project of yours, and obviously, you are one of the most prominent content creators promoting Ukrainian ideas all over the world. Well, thank you for this. I'm a co-founder of a War Against War platform. That's a group of creators, a group of volunteers who used to work in cinema, commercials, on TV, and in media in general, screenwriters, etc. So, and when the war starts, it's all of us refocused our efforts on fighting propaganda, Russian propaganda. So what we do these days is create video content that carries Ukrainian narratives and debunks Russian propaganda. Our audiences include people in Europe, in Asia, and all over the world pretty much. We make videos in 19 different languages, including Hindi and Mandarin Chinese. So our team is 50 people strong, and results are pretty good. We're able to reach up to 20 million people on a weekly basis, pretty much. Now, we also work very closely with our authorities, with our ministries, helping them develop creative campaigns. So WAW, War Against War, is all about movie makers turned anti-propagandists. That's it. Thank you very much. And we will elaborate on that. Now, as I was preparing for this meeting, I was thinking about Ukrainian content that brings this victory closer, that ensures our independence and so on. So I really, as I was thinking about this, what popped to mind is a so-called old community of Kiev. You all have heard about it. All these classical writers and poets and members of intelligentsia, from back in the days, including Lysenko and others. So these were the people who lived and worked in the late 19th century amidst the overwhelming total ban on everything Ukrainian, when Ukrainian language was banned, Ukrainian theater was banned in the Russian Empire, and still they managed to create and produce and publish plays that we can now enjoy on stage these days in 21st century. Back then it was equal to terrorism as far as the Tsarist Russia was concerned. So these people worked tirelessly to undermine the empire, to decolonize Ukraine, and they used culture as a tool to great effect. So my question to you is this: why do you think culture is such a powerful tool? It's almost like a field of battle where wars are won and lost. Masha, over to you.
Прогресиві. Я вважаю.
Маша, починайте. Звук уже з'явився, готові вас слухати.
Ну, добре. Я не знаю, чи сподобається кому цей приклад.
I mean, I'm not sure how good of an example this is, but I really like I really cherish that transformation that we're going through. People are so focused and so active, we just don't have time to think about bad stuff. Why do I keep hearing myself?
Прекрасно. Найкращий приклад, який спадає мені на думку, це
So the best example I have is this. How about we draw a parallel between ourselves and our Russian counterparts? And I think that's, whether you like it or not, but that's a very vivid and potent example. And, look at our voices and how well heard this narrative and this Ukrainian message is all over the world. And that's compared to what our Russian so-called colleagues have to show, with their huge audiences, etc. And we are small in numbers. We never had these large audiences, and nevertheless we managed to make our voices heard. And look at what Russian artists have done. Really nothing. They could have, even though those people who are vocal opponents of the regime in Russia and are anti-war, they fail to utilize the audience that they have, and the powerful outreach potential that they have, and they managed nothing. They couldn't really send their message across. So I mean, look, those people are influential people. People who are being followed, watched, and their every word heeded. I mean, they are being hated as well, but nevertheless, they remain in the spotlight of a spotlight of attention of a certain audience. So, I mean, look at the capabilities they have and the capabilities that we have had and what we have managed to do and what they have not managed to do. Look at them. I mean, they pretty much keep it shut. They just keep it silent. Some of them left the country, and this is their way of protesting, so to speak, quote unquote. So they tend basically into yada 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 thing, just trying to stay away, not doing anything, and that's just a good example of who we are and who they are. I mean, look at what our bloggers are doing. People with a couple of thousands of audiences, they all make a huge difference. They do a lot of stuff. They make important statements. They keep talking about the war. They keep sending that message across. They keep driving that powerful message home, all over the world. That's who we are. That's us. We fight for our own. We fight for ourselves. We are pro-freedom. We are pro-humanism. We are the people of the 21st century, and what we're dealing with, on the other hand, is nothing but a medieval empire, dim-wit medieval empire. So, and they managed exactly nothing. Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, culture has always been our strong side. I mean, you only have to look back at what Taras Shevchenko did in the past. So, culture has always been a way for Ukrainians to resist. Yaroslav, would you like to continue? Sasha Gontar from Telebashenia Toronto tweeted once that it's just really painful to even consider going outside the proverbial box, going outside that bubble. And Masha got it precisely right. If you're a Ukrainian, you have to keep posting, you have to keep tweeting about the war and about Ukraine. But, sometimes you actually have to step outside that box, step outside that bubble. And when you do, you all of a sudden realize that some people are not really involved. The audiences aren't really involved. A lot of the people, a lot of our audience still don't care. So yeah, there is this illusion that that everyone's united and everyone's fighting a good fight. But still, if you look closely, you'll find people who don't care, who are still disinterested.
So let's get disillusioned ourselves, because the process of internal transformation within the people and the work with the new audiences, this is something that needs to be fostered and facilitated, because in the country of the future, which we all imagine to be happy and successful after the victory, we will continue to live next door to the people who live without awareness of the reality around them. So that's one of the tasks for us to deliver. We are surrounded by people who are jumping over their head, but others stay still, and we need to draw them in. That's why the role of the leaders, men and women of the creative sector, is something that could be an example for others. When you doom scroll your cell phone and read the stories, and you see that their favorite blogger switched to the Ukrainian language, well, That's something that helps people to get aware that it could be done in your own life. When a TV presenter is an important volunteer, helps people to donate their first 10 hryvnias, and that's what Masha has already mentioned. The social capital and the professional recognition is something that we'll discuss later, but back to the culture as the field of resistance. In the Nikonchuk, you create the video content and that helps you to cover huge audiences. Tell us more how visual arts could become the tool of resistance. Those of us who are fighting at the information front lines, culture is the great tool to combat propaganda, because the culture is not only the arts, it includes science, technologies, education. The culture defines us, who we are, where we're from, what are our habits, what's the state of mind and morale and awareness and consciousness. And these are those thin phenomena that we work with, and the culture is where you can seed new ideas and ideologies and create the position that we need to uphold. So, I believe the technologies and the culture are the best fields where you can unveil the spiral of talking, where huge masses of people discuss some topic. For instance, before the war, the vivid example was the Me Too topic. So those artists who have tremendous audience of fans, well, the fans, the term coming from the culture and then from the sport. So the fans believe in the creativity and the arts of their favorite artists and support their position thus. So when the spiral of talking unwinds, we gain access to a broad audience. And it's a diverse audience to boot. Different genders, social status, age groups, place of residence. For us, the info warriors, the culture is the point of access where we can work not only with the ideas. Moreover, in support to what my colleagues have mentioned, I am convinced that it's by being exposed to the work of the artists, we built the proper drama at the beginning of the war. We managed to create the protagonist and antagonist. We know what is good and what is evil in this war. And this is the foundation that helps us to hold the line and defend our position. So culture is the field that helps us to keep fighting. Irina, how about a follow-up question? Your team creates the content that is generated outside of Ukraine. After the 24th of February, we had to face the reality that Ukraine didn't have its own image, recognizable image. We had to explain to everyone from the beginning who we are and what's happening here. So what's this culture difference when for the first time speaking in Mandarin or Hindi languages to explain to other people what Ukraine is all about? How do you do that? What do you pay attention for? It's another question about those tools of culture that you use. Right on spot, Irina. Even the promo videos to this forum were created by our team, and they say that we live in the world that hides bad news from us. But the world knew only bad news about Ukraine, Chernobyl, MH17, two revolutions, and all those atrocious pictures of war. But Ukraine is not only about bad news. Ukraine is a huge and diverse country of various arts. And this allows us to cater to a thinking audience worldwide, because culture, being the prism, allows us to talk to people regardless whether it's in Mandarin, Hindu, or English. We always talk about Ukraine, but we can choose the prism through which we would be talking about Ukraine. It could be the economics, ecology, energy, nuclear energy, and even sex. We have videos like that. But as to the culture, this is the fields where you can find a thinking viewer with critical thinking, empathetic, with empathy. So, through cultural profile and cultural prism, it's easy to enter new audiences. Say, Far East or the Ukrainian culture, we all have something similar. Namely, is people are striving to attend something beautiful, regardless whether we speak Mandarin or Hindu. So when we work with the new territories, we study them a lot. We ask the experts to tell us the historical and cultural and social-political contexts. We have stop lists, the topics that are tremendously sensible and should not be covered for certain audiences, and we come up with the topics to be discussed in those territories. But in our analytics, culture is in top 10 list of top 10 topics that we can discuss with anyone regardless of where they live. So the culture defines us, like I said, defines who you are. And that's, as it turns out, something that that unites people, lots of people with different cultures living in different territories. So the culture is what allows us to cater to a 30 million audience, very different in terms of age, gender, social status, having different social political experience. So yes, this is an extremely favorite topic of mine. So top 7 topics that people are ready to talk in the East and in the West is culture. Thanks a lot. We have half an hour left. And I would ask our audience to share a mic with you by raise of hands. Let us know. Say a word. So what is the responsibilities of the leaders of public opinion? So being a person who is being listened and at what they can do in this difficult time to demonstrate a resistance potential, how to convey to your core audience what needs to be heard. Well, it was Maria Efrosinina who started this discussion, so back to you, Masha. Well, first of all, I would start by saying that what I wish yet to be done is to acknowledge and know how to be grateful and count your blessings. I don't notice that much what people could say, like, job well done. Yeah, of course, we keep running like crazy, but working with the psychological state of people's psyche in Ukraine, I can see that we're not iron. We're not made of iron. They took everything from us, what could have fed us in peaceful times, some joyful moments, some traditional family traditions, something that was mundane before, but it's no longer there. And we need more batteries. And so we need to thank each other for what they did and keep doing. I only touched base of this topic, and I still remember the times of 2014 and 15, all until 2017. And you can count only a few people who were criticized for being publicly proactive. So much dirt dropped on us because it was not something that the society accepted, because they thought we're boasting. But now it's an example when you can tell about yourself. And I know how many good deeds Slava did, and now he can easily tell about how many concerts he delivered. And it's important, unless we feed each other and keep holding hands and try doing more and more and more, it might be over like a fuel in the car, which is quite normal. It's being proven already, and I want to articulate it publicly. Just count your blessings and accept what's being achieved. And what else would I wish? And I'm not an expert on giving a piece of advice unless you're asked. I can only share my personal experience. Recently, I was told that in the time of this terrorist war that brings so much hardships and emptiness inside, I have changed my journalist position, for instance. For the time of war, I'm no longer making provocative interviews or writing which make the people with opposite positions collide. So all those whom we badmouth are our enemies, but I gave myself a word: never other Ukrainians. Each one will have to live with this. This war shows it quite fast. I decided I won't do that. So, no provocative interviews with wrongdoers. I just don't want to focus on huge negative. There is so much pain and hardships and suffering around. It would take years for us to deal with this. Like what Yuira said, there will be people coming back from the front lines who survived the occupation. The research and the polls demonstrate that all of us have to go through psychological rehabilitation. And we'll have to convince all of you to go through this. We have all changed. But our psychology helps us to tunnel all our efforts to support the others, something that we write and discuss so much recently. But stoking up internal discontent, that's not something that I would do. Thank you for those two examples. And the third, we all remember, was volunteers' activity, rearranging the space around you. So let's continue sharing the examples of leadership qualities of the leaders of the creative industry. And we have switched to Alena offline, and then I would ask each one of you to respond on the responsibility of the opinion leaders and the leaders from the creative center in culture. I caught myself thinking that all of the moderators and keynote speakers are trying to prove to everyone else that culture is important. Look, culture is important. Well, yeah, culture is important. That's quite obvious. But for me, it's quite clear why culture hits you so much. And it's great that only in Ukraine we have this tradition when I say, take a pill, it helps against this headache. What if I say, oh, pop a vitamin pill, and then the culture is basically that. When you can work with the audiences, and unfortunately we don't have that many people with well structured critical thinking patterns. The war demonstrated that I caught people, my friends on Facebook, red-handed. Get rid of this psyops news. You don't know what the source of that news. You don't know how to differentiate fakes from truth. How come a person with a small audience of 50 can become evil just by reposting some fake news? We have to keep advocating for info hygiene rules for everyone to abide to. We need to keep explaining to our audience what it takes, and I echo what Masha said. Those who are on the threshold of burnout, you need to put it on the pause. I call the volunteers of the first wave, those that I worked with in 2014. She has the burnout crisis back in 2017 when she was trying to introduce reforms within the Ministry of Defense. At that time, the reform efforts allowed the volunteers to become advisors and helpers with procurements, and she burnt out. And was before COVID hit us all, and nobody talked about how to work with this. And it was quite a tough rehabilitation time. And I call her in August, and I say, look, most likely in 3 months' time we'll face all of us what you faced back in 2017 and 18. So for us, news is no longer, the war is no longer news. It's like getting a shot against some psychological viruses. But we have a new generation of those who became aware of what's going on after the 2014, and we need to work with those people, like ABC explanations, like 101 explanations every day. Info hygiene, how to differentiate fakes, why you should think 3 times before reposting anything. So what I wish for any audience, those who are influencers themselves, what you can do
So, if you're a lifestyle blogger or if you're a good cook, you can tell stories about the war through your craft. It doesn't have to be about donations or something like this. Thank you.
У мене теж є моя улюблена медіагігієна, яку я
Media hygiene is all important, and Oksana Moroz, my media hygiene mentor, she is actually someone who is doing an amazing job in terms of clarifying what various news pieces and bits mean. So she unpacks the news for you, and that's a good example of a responsible stance. So, responsible work on social media is a tool of resistance as well. So, Irina, what can you add to this? This essentially underline what Masha said, so it was really important for opinion leaders to voice their position, and they did, and it helped us a great deal. But this first stage is now over. It is now important for opinion leaders to start talking about things they managed to achieve and things they managed to do to help Ukraine win this war. So if people like Masha keeps telling the stories about the things that she did to help, that will mean a great deal to her audience. So it's almost like planting a seed of good deeds. And these seeds need to be planted, and opinion leaders are doing just that. So thank you, Masha, thank you, Svetoslav, for doing this. You inspire your audiences and you plant the seed of good deeds. And this is really important at this stage, I think. And all we have to do is keep motivating and inspiring each other. Yes, thank you. You're absolutely right. Remember the way we did it at Radio Culture, and how we aired stories about men and women serving in the military, and the great feedback these stories are receiving. Stories about an opera singer joining the military, or someone from a ballet theater joining the armed forces to fight that war. So, this is really inspiring. I know there are questions. We don't have much time. I see some hands. So, yeah, please grab a mic and ask your questions. My name is Oleg Zimnikhov. It's not really a question. It's a little addition. You as opinion leaders, you give inspiration to millions. And in our situation, in this global situation, we should not rest on our laurels, and we should be candid and honest, and this war will not end soon, and this is what we need to stay focused on and keep talking about that war, and making sure that we are ready, we are prepared and mobilized to just keep going the way we do, because there's much more things that we need to address globally. We need to save our planet, and we need to mobilize everyone and treat everything seriously. Even, the cosmic conditions surrounding our planet, because everything is reflected in this reality. I mean, COVID and this war is not a coincidence. I mean, more hard times are coming. The humanity will be facing existential challenges in the future. So we need to really mobilize ourselves and try and uncover our human potential that is still there, that is still to be discovered. Thank you for this. My name is Katerina Mовчана. I'm from the town of Pryluk in Chernihiv Oblast of Ukraine, and I work in the culture sector. I'd just like to say that it is really important for cultural workers and creators to position themselves properly. We are a small town of 50,000 people, and we have 4 different charity organizations working in our town, mostly focused on providing assistance to the armed forces of Ukraine. One of these organizations, Mistecki Barvai, used to do concerts for kids, and now they've completely switched their focus, and they raise funds to help the military. One of our conductors from the local orchestra is fighting in the front lines as well, and he's very inspiring. And yeah, and every single donation helps, every little penny helps, and we've had a chance to see it for ourselves, so obviously, there are different types of opinion leaders, global, regional, national. Then there are local opinion leaders. We have a lot of people working in that sector in our small town, and they are making a difference. Thank you very much for this great story. I think it deserves a round of applause. And I guess it's just a very good demonstration of what we've been talking about, how people can lead the way on the smallest of levels locally. Maria Yaroslava, would you like to say something?
Олег подумав, що ми розслабилися. Отут в мене не сходиться. Здається, ми лише говорили про те, що ніхто не розслабляється. Я, власне, як людина, яка...
Yeah, we should not relax and rest on our laurels. We should keep up the good work. And I've been doing just that over these 9 months now, tirelessly, non-stop, and traveling all over the world and spreading the Ukrainian narrative and Ukrainian message. And I can tell you that, people in the West, they are fully on board with what we're experiencing, so their attitude to the war is, threefold, basically. On one hand, they care about the Ukrainian people very deeply, and their hearts go out to Ukrainians who are dying at the hands of the Russian regime. Then, secondly, they all think about what's going to happen next. And the situation in Ukraine has shed some light on ineffective European structures. We're supposed to prevent such a war from happening, but just couldn't. So this war in Ukraine has really highlighted various gaps that exist in the world, structures, and I think everyone understands that. And everyone wants this most terrible of wars of destruction to end soon. Thank you. There's a question. My name is Victoria Martinuk from a no-name street culture center. We have conducted a number of charity events to date, and my question is about everything, media literacy, volunteerism, PR, and so on. So, we work with kids, and, we did a lot of these different events to help kids, to help the military, especially children who fled the occupied areas of the country. And unfortunately, what happens is that the journalists sometimes highlight the things volunteers are doing in a wrong light. Basically, the story they ran about one of our shows was along the lines of, look, they're wasting money doing all that stuff. So, and then there was another situation. A celebrity reached out to us to ask us to organize an event for the kids, which we organized, and we didn't tell the kids that the celebrity would be coming. And as we were waiting for her to show up, she called us. She said, "Okay, I'm not coming because we've already gotten enough likes on YouTube." So she never came. And kids, they are very trusting. And they still want to believe in good. And then, these kids reading an article where it says that the event that they participated in was a waste of money. And in fact, we didn't spend any government money on that. It was all done out of our pocket. So the way the story was ran, the way it was presented, it was very bad. It was disastrous, I think. So how do you deal with this? Well, this is not a unique situation, really. Yeah, because what happens is that a lot of these local authorities use volunteers to present the fruits of labor of volunteers as their own. And this is injustice, of course. So if local journalists use you to run their own story to try and criticize a local government or something like this, well, you cannot just let it go. You cannot just let it be. You have to make sure that the justice is served. Yaroslava, I mean, you're absolutely right. Now, Yes, I agree. Justice needs to be served. So in this particular situation, what you should do is explain your position. That's it. Write a post and just explain what had really happened, because it makes no sense to continue arguing amongst ourselves. Because injustice is a huge demotivator. So I'd just like to tell you that, just go ahead and explain what had happened. Just explain, articulate what you did and what you tried to achieve and what happened. It has to be your official position. Just make sure it's out there. That's it. Now, as to the kids. We form our kids today ourselves. That's the future generation that will have to take care of the outcomes of that war. We'll have to get involved at some point. So what you can do, the best thing you can do right now, is to explain very frankly to these children what this war means and what the war is and why people are dying, why people are fighting. And you have to also explain to them the situation that you just described to us. So you have to be very honest and candid and frank and explain to them that the show that you were doing for them became a hostage of somebody's ambitions. Children are smarter than we think. These are the different kids out there, and they need to be explained. Stuff needs to be explained to them. So yeah, use simple language, but you have to explain everything. And don't provide any personal judgments, right? Don't give them your view. Just explain. Just give them facts, and they will understand. They will be able to get the message. No, all I can say is that you have to talk to the editorial board of that media and basically have them make corrections to their story and make sure that they stay true to the facts. So, absolutely right. Justice and fairness is something worth fighting for. So we are almost done here, and we were talking about resistance of the unconquered and creative support and creative assistance to the military and to civilians in Ukraine. And on our panel, we had a group of extremely distinguished people. Svetoslav Vakarchuk, musician, Okean Elzy frontman, Maria Yefrosinina, the Ukrainian TV host and social activist, Irina Nikonchuk, co-founder of War Against War Initiative, and Yaroslava, who is a Ukrainian TV host and a journalist, and Oleg Psuk, is a founder and a frontman of college orchestra. Now, thank you. My name is Irina Slavinska. I'm a Ukrainian journalist. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot, guys. We are ready to launch yet another module. Thank you, moderators and online participants, and we move on. The Ukrainian army defends the Ukrainian culture. The Ukrainian culture supports the Ukrainian army. Music and literature and fashion and movies and advertisements, all the creative industries contribute to our joint victory by inspiring, funding, helping, never giving up. The Ukrainian culture is winning. The Ukrainian army will definitely win. So, friends, I announce the fifth module, the voices of war between the arts and creative industries. Here are the panelists. Volodymyr Borodyansky, producer of Mariupol, The Hope Never Lost movie. Sviatoslav Pahalchuk from 1+1 Media. Also, Alexander Ananov is a moderator and the curator of the Ukrainian House Dialogue platform. And Jamala will join us online, a singer, and Katerina Taylor, the manager of cultural projects. Welcome, one and all. Alexei, I pass it to you. Hello, thank you. Both those online and offline. Jamala, Katya, pleasure seeing you. I hope that's going to be a productive discussion, and we see the gender equality between online and offline, but our job is to merge this line. The voices of war between the culture and creative industries. This is the topic that I treat as a problematic topic because it's hard for me to figure out what would be the red line for our joint discussion. So most likely we'll jump from one topic to another, describing various practices, cultural, art-related, and I can only hope that you would help me and all of us to make sense out of all this. Yaroslava Kravchenko, with a certain surprise and rhetoric raise of shoulders, stated that we need to prove over and over again that the culture is important, but the culture is important. At the yesterday's panel discussions and today, we heard voices of the government officials who are not always clearly defined for themselves that the culture is important. Let's discuss this. And let's start with this, actually. The culture now is the field that lacks resources. They're virtually absent compared to peaceful times. But it has lots of influence, impact, power, and authority. We all recognize that culture, arts, and creative industries is not the last page news in the newspaper, but this is the core, how we all are fighting for. This is the field where we live as a nation, as people, as human beings who find important senses for living, and not only physical survival. So culture is the place to save all of us. But there are certain nuances between culture and creative industries and arts. It sounds similar, but it's not, actually. And when the focus is on creative industries, which is part of the economy that could be generating revenues, contributing to 10 to 12% of national GDP. And there are certain things that could not be evaluated monetary And probably it becomes clear that what could not be evaluated is what is the most valuable. So under the new conditions of full-fledged invasion, we had to wake up and face the music. Namely, out of comfort zone, doing things that we never knew how to do before. And the culture and creative industries felt the same. They've been squeezed out of their comfort zone to the left field. And social responsibility is something that is a trait of the culture, but nowadays it's become an important, the must. We all must to serve, and this serving your society that is in hardship, that the industry that serves the most figures out what needs to be done. Let's start with this. Would you agree that finding ourselves in those new, unfamiliar circumstances, could we find our voice now after we've been all in a state of shock? Jamala, how about whether we start with you? Our exposure to the war didn't start on February the 24th, but it's even more so for you. So you probably have already thought about it for longer than us. Good afternoon, everyone, colleagues, speakers, Victoria. Hello. Would like to excuse myself for being virtually bedridden while I'm under the weather. My kids are sick. Then you see new keynote speakers, sick kids of 2 and 4 years of age. Sorry for that, but we have to persevere in the conditions where we are. So, back to the question, whether there was any pause when you had lungs full of air and couldn't speak. Well, for me, that was exclusively the day of February the 24th. My husband woke me up in the morning. Well, you all remember who shared this news with you, namely that Russia invaded Ukraine. I was in the state of shock initially, but within the first 30 minutes, I recorded stories. We addressed our colleagues in Russian language. Look, how come this shit is happening? And then I've seen that my stories were viewed by 5 million people. Staying in the bomb shelter in the which was our parking space, which was converted into this, and then we had to travel outside of Kiev with the kids. And when I arrived to Istanbul, because I had to bring my kids to my sister staying there at that time, all this time I stayed tuned because I clearly recognize that, yes, even in the state of shock, I don't even know the word that would properly describe what was happening with me, but at the same time, like you said, probably because since 2014 I kept talking about Crimea, that's probably why I was more ready to talk, to respond. And after the 24th of February, I delivered a high-profile press conference to foreign media, BBC, Al Jazeera, The Economist, you name it. 5, 7 hours a day of interviews, all mixed with a huge number of other activities. From March the 3rd, there was the biggest fundraising, 27 million euros, collected within the 2 weeks of national selection in Berlin. Probably I was affected myself, but I was like a sleepwalker, recognizing exactly like you said. And it seems like my profession, being a singer and songwriter, I had to put it on the pause because my whole life was no longer only about the music. The day before yesterday, I came back from Washington, D.C., where I attended the closed the 45th Kennedy Center award ceremony, where the U2 band was awarded, and I sang with them their song, "Be Strong with Ukraine." And then I had another performance in Poland, in Hanenki, where we fundraised for the 57th Brigade fighting for Kherson. Large performances, small performances, but all of them were for the sake of telling about this war, raise funds, try to stay as useful as possible. Well, like I just met Blinken in Washington, you know. And Blinken on his pages publishes the stories that I shared with him within 30 minutes, and it does work. It does generate the results. And that's what I said a week ago, meeting the President Zelensky. The Cultural Front could not be underestimated. It's super important and large scale, and we need to invent something else, how to involve more people. Jamal, again, we state that in the first couple of months and even now, this voice is the most important voice. And your image, your function is being a leader than an artist. This is the voice of Ukraine, the voice of the civic society, of the leader, of the politician, to a large extent than that of an artist. Well, why not I stop talking about myself, okay? It's not about me, it's about us. The voices of culture is exactly could be above the politics and more than politics. Like the business platform to sell the clothes for Yellow Foundation. I sold my yellow skirt, generating 600,000 euros. Or working together with Thank You Strangers, thanks to the Foreign Ministry of Ukraine. We created a song that gives thanks to the whole Europe, and it was done with a sense of finesse, artistically speaking. So, like you said, every single voice in the arts and the music, culture, movies, any voice in the cultural sphere is extremely important and needed. Like for us to breathe air, to reiterate how brave we are, so that we could keep fighting. Thanks a lot. We'll talk about collaboration some more. You have hinted about this, and we'll get back to that topic, which becomes especially relevant when we talk about the resources and to staying visible. The voice of an artist. public activists. So movies, the Cannes Festival, two premieres, the view of the butterfly, two Ukrainian movies presented there. But the most important function here is that the artists have a chance to talk there, to claim what political position they have. So I believe, even until now, the key genre that for Ukrainian culture is that of making public speeches. Previously, it was something else, more prominent. But now, the President Zelensky sets the tone with his incredible texts that speechwriters write to him and that he writes himself. But I tried to ask this question to Andriy Zhadan, who was supposed to be at our panel. The speech that was published by lots of Ukrainian and international publications when he was awarded at Frankfurt Book Fair, the awards. These are the voices of Ukrainians when they're well articulated, clearly responded what needs to be done now. So, finally, Katya, did you have this pause when you stayed silent? How did you respond to this? And how your voice started representing the modern arts. Thank you for inviting and thank you for this important dialogue that we have. You know what? In order to speak out, it takes time and you need to distance yourself. But unfortunately, that's what we lacked, both the time and the ability to distance ourselves from what was going on. And the artists had to react quite fast. And initially, I noticed it on my social media. The first reaction was after the first 2 weeks. It started evolving because people had different needs to meet. One of them, they need to speak out. Self-therapy, if you will. Documenting the events around you. So different reasons, but what we observed was the reaction for people to speak out because it was unbearable to stay silent, like Jamala said. So this civic society had to speak out, and the artists did that using art forms. We have also observed a fast shift in understanding what a powerful tool the arts could be. Previously, we thought about them as entertainment, but now, after almost 10 months of war, we can see that it's no longer about entertainment. It's all about surviving and shaping up the new identity which we never knew before. Thus, the role of the artists in broad strokes becomes so much more important, imposing a huge level of responsibility and liability. I think that every single artist in Ukraine had speak up. Well, the time will show whether it was what was expected. And this is a powerful voice thanks to the artists, musicians, writers. And thanks to this voice, we are being heard not only in Europe, but people can freely understand the messages we're trying to convey, what's happening in Ukraine, what we're striving to achieve, what we are different and what we're similar with the Europeans. I believe this is a very important tool nowadays, a form of a cultural diplomacy, if you will.
So speaking about cultural diplomacy and our external outreach, as artists, we are here to reflect and record the transformations and changes that are taking place, usually way ahead of everyone else. That makes their role, their contribution so important. It's really essential that they can respond quickly to these changes in transformation. But Sasha Maslov told me once that, war is going to stay with us forever. And we'll just have to live with it. And come to terms with it internally. As artists, as creators, and everyone else working with meanings and senses. Yeah, I was actually taking notes and remembered the last conversation we had, and we spoke that there's no need to hurry. This war is going to stay with us for long, and there will be more works of art dedicated to this war. And I mean, just look at the war in the Balkans, and these stories are being told now, so 20 years after the fact. I had a conversation with a Bosnian filmmaker, and she told me that the society has finally come to terms with what happened 20 years back, and only now it is okay to actually start talking about this. So yeah, I don't think there's a need to hurry this thing up, right? So, but we need to do something, because back in May, I remember walking down the streets of Kiev and thinking about how I really want all these cultural institutions to open their doors again. Alisa Ostrovska, who was a panelist, and during the last panel, when she has done this amazing exhibition dedicated to war reflection. And the key point she was making was that people need to be able to talk about that war, Yaroslav, you're a representative of mass media. Media is going through an unprecedented times of stress and immense pressure. So how are you holding up? Well, let me backtrack this a little bit. I mean, we are a big corporation, and when everything started, what mattered the most to me at that point was to manage organization properly, my organization properly. I have 2,000 people that I'm personally responsible for. So the first thing on our priority list was to make sure everyone's safe. And we've never stopped airing. We've been behind the Ukrainian TV marathon. We were the ones who came up with the Freedom Channel as an idea, as a concept. And yeah, I think at that point in time, the only thing that was on our mind was just to keep airing, just keep staying on air. Because, we thought, what would happen if all of a sudden TVs just switched off? There's no more channels on TV, and even though a lot of people say they don't watch TV, but we felt that we just had to keep up, just had to keep airing. And we were working out of underground parking lots. We were working out of all kinds of weird places because we thought that the enemy would attack media facilities and offices and headquarters, which didn't happen, thankfully. So it was just important for us to do something. And, me and Katya and Jamala, we did a lot of interesting things together since that war started. So I remember the one thing we did, this huge TV marathon that we came up with, whereby Ukrainian ambassadors from all over the world, were joining live. Tens of thousands of people were watching, were tuned in. So, we just kept vocal. We just didn't have the right to stay silent. Now, as to, but us is a very different story, We are a big media corporation, and when it comes to more creative professionals, they did feel a lot of that stress as well. And we just told them, look, guys, you just keep, when you feel okay, just keep writing those screenplays, and we will ultimately make them into TV shows. Just don't stop. Okay, I have another question. I mean, we've been fighting this war for quite a long time now, almost 10 months to date. And when do you think the time will come to reflect on this war critically? For example, when do you think is the right time to disclose Ukrainian war casualties, if ever? No, the key thing is not to do any harm. Does it do harm? Yeah, any information can do harm. You need to be using information properly, correctly, so as not to do harm. The worst thing you can do is stay disinterested. If somebody is wrong in what they do and say, you don't want to stay silent. You need to correct that mistake and point them to the mistakes they make and be ready to get corrected yourself. And some of the things that we have to deal with are hard to predict. We just don't know what's going to happen in the future. I mean, we all kind of knew that blackout was a reality, but when it really came, despite all our preparations, we were quite shocked, and taken aback when it actually happened. So things like war casualties, disclosing them now is something that can do harm, I think. All right. Ladies, Katya, you specifically modern art is I call it a sharp blade. You know, artists are always on, ahead of that sharp edge. Jamala, would you like to say something? When I wrote the song about 1944, about deportation of my great-grandmother and how she was deported in livestock train cars with her 5 children. And I think, the first verse was very telling. And little did I know back then, when I wrote that song, that that song would become so reflective of what is happening now. I never intended for that to happen. So to speak about casualties, I don't know. I don't think there's anyone left in this country who hasn't suffered some degree of loss or does not know someone who died in this war. Yeah, and I would very much like to see, more government support for all these different creative industries, so that we can keep talking to each other, preserve that important resource. So yeah, of course, holding in the territory and liberating the territory is really important, but it is also just as important to preserve the people, save the people, and having traveled to 30 countries to date on my cultural diplomatic mission, all I hear is just good words and compliments for the strength of Ukrainian people. So, whether we should disclose information about our casualties, I'm not sure. If it will be done, it has to be done in a certain way, in a healing way.
Це, звісно, не є зоною моєї експертизи, але якщо...
This is not my area of expertise, of course, but, since we're kind of drawing a bridge here between our national security and our culture, we have to ask ourselves a question of what we need to talk about in public space and how. I think we should be more focused on the good things, because you see a lot of people all over the world continue to view us as victims that need rescue. And we play into that narrative ourselves as well. And instead, I think we should be emphasizing the fact that we are as Ukrainians, are making an investment into Europe. And of course, disclosing casualties will have repercussions, of course. So, in that same way, I think we should be more focused in our narratives on things that are going well for us. And I think creators can really help us all achieve that. And I fully agree with what Jamala said. You know, people who are working and creating senses and meanings despite all these difficult circumstances in Ukraine, need help, need support. They need to have a safe space to keep creating. Because artists and creators are usually position themselves, you know, on a normal day, usually position themselves as external observers. And now they ended up in the midst of this war, and this is something that they find very difficult to come to terms with, and that's why a lot of them are leaving, and we want to stop that. Yeah, I think it's a very good point, Katya. So let's talk about the voices of the war. Mr. Borodyansky, over to you. You know, I would like to start by comparison. Giving you a comparison between us and other countries. I mean, look at Syria. The war has been going on there for years now, but the Syrian voices were barely heard all over the world. You know, hundreds of thousands of people have already died in Syria, and nobody gives a damn, you know. And then Ukraine is a different story. I think on February the 24th, we all realized that all of us are us. You know, that's us. We are all the same. You know, we are all powerful. It's us in the territorial defense. It's us in the armed forces. It's us abroad sharing Ukrainian message. It's us volunteers helping the civilians and the military. And I mean, look, the TV marathon, when did it start? On February 25, right? A day after the war started. So all these different TV channels came together, you know, as us, and they started airing together. Jamala is the same. You know, IT folks, IT community that was very active in, you know, in trying to prove something to Russians and trying to reach out to them. So it looks like everyone really came together. The last time I had the same feeling was in Maidan in 2014, when 1 million people took it to the streets of Kiev. So, and this is the spirit of us is back. You know, we together, solving our problems together. We're finding solutions, you know, crowdsourcing solutions to problems. The country, within hours, literally realized that this is what we need to do to survive.
How to survive like we survived in the first days when the whole society was in the state of shock. Our Ukrainian philosopher Yermolenko said that the Ukrainians are capable to do impossible things, to withstand what was considered to be unstoppable. And this is a powerful voice indeed. I remember the statement that Jamala made, the plea, the urge, close the skies over Ukraine, but they failed to close their eyes, and we had shellings after airstrikes. But then in a month's time they started sending weapons to us. The armed forces of Ukraine proved once and for all to the whole wide world that they are capable of stopping the enemy. And this whole unrolling situation proved that you can never catch us unawares, and the voice of the troops, territorial defense, volunteers sounded in unison. And that's why it's the Ukrainians who found themselves on the front page of the Time magazine. That's the accomplishment of our common voice. Well, let's not lose it. Well, we're doing all we can. Which new statements embody this common voice, or from the past couple of months? All the addresses by the president, I believe, are masterpieces. They hit directly into the hearts and minds of the voters in the US, Germany, UK, France. The president was addressing not the politicians, but the ordinary people in those countries. And I raise my hat to his speechwriters. Powerful stuff indeed. For me, the ultimate statement is the abbreviation of territorial defense and the armed forces of Ukraine, or just the word volunteers. I'm not talking about the statements like a text in a Facebook, even though it takes effort as well, but the country was proactive. It didn't stand still, but people started knitting the cover nets. I remember on the 25th, people were filling the empty bottles with aviation fuel to make handmade Molotov cocktails. Then the artist piped in, finding correct words: Жадан, Притула, Jamala, Vakarchuk. I wouldn't even mention all of them, but the image is of the whole country crying out through actions by joining the territorial defense or military, others fighting at the information front lines. This joint statement of ours was super powerful, and we haven't yet evaluated it properly. There are ongoing wars in Syria, in Africa. Before us, there were wars in the Balkans, and only now people start reflecting what it was in the Balkans. But we are doing this here and now. We're reflecting on the ongoing war now. I just want to pipe in and support the statements about the statements, all the humoristic expressions. I need ammo, not a ride. And the statement like a Rambo character would do. It sounded as if a Rambo character said this catchphrase. It's important in songwriting to have something catching. And in order for it to be a catchphrase, it has to be sincere, it has to be to the point, it has to be catchy. Catch something, catch your attention. And we constantly had those catchphrases in abundance around us, so yeah. Just another voice in favor of those catchphrases like, good evening, we're from Ukraine. The problem of the articulation to the outside world about the values, our position, our needs, our history, and certain domestic statements. Let's think about this dichotomy. Well, I address Katya first because you have traveled extensively in Europe, coming back to Kyiv with projects and back again. So probably you notice how what was different out there and back at home. Yeah, you're right. It was a very interesting experience because I had a chance to observe what was happening domestically and internationally, and I recognize that we need different messages to meet different goals and objectives. Initially, it was the outside vector carrying out exhibitions in Europe, and it allowed me to understand that there is no uniform Europe. These are separate, standalone countries with their own voters, with their own opinion leaders, and we need to cater to all of them. That what Minister Kuleba, foreign minister, mentioned a couple of years ago, after he was appointed the minister. And I talked to him about this, and I couldn't grasp what he was talking about until I gained my own experience. So when we address them from inside of the Ukraine, even if we cry out loud to some abstract Europe, it does not exist. We need to address our messages to specific countries and even better to specific individuals if we want them to help us. Secondly, the presence of the Ukrainians out there is numerous, with lots of projects, but still, some of the European countries have a very powerful pro-Russian lobby, which existed there for a long time, and you cannot overcome this overnight because of the deep roots that this lobbying took. Even if the victory comes soon, we still need to remain proactive in terms of our presence out there, and it's impossible without involving other countries and grant funds, because the initiatives in Europe right now are predominantly supported either by international foundations or through personal donations. The country, the government cannot allocate any budgetary funds to help shape the Ukraine's image abroad. But if we plan to remain proactively present abroad, then at least at the level of strategy, and when passing the annual budget, to think about this. These are the challenges in addition to the ongoing war. I stay and work in Brussels now, but I stayed for 3 months in Ukraine with two interesting projects. One, the Train to Victory, which became a national symbol. The Ukrainian railway company helped us to comprehend how important this project is, which was not even clear to the artists who worked with us on this project. So when I came back for a longer period of time, that was back in August, Kyiv was left some warm feeling with so many ongoing initiatives, and you cannot possibly compare to what I observed back in April and May. because it caught us unawares, like I said. Alexei, like you said, your audience had this needs for you to launch high-quality dialogue to help people reflect on what's going on. And those reflections were shared by some private persons, individuals, artists, but not institutionally, because ethically speaking, it was not well understood. Should we carry out the events? Can I smile at those events? Can I use jokes during presentations? Can we drink a sparkling wine? If not that, what about just wine? So many questions that reflected on our ties to previous lifestyle, but we had to find a better way to address our audiences. So exhibitions and other public events became extremely valuable to support the Ukrainians who stayed back home, being parts or not parts of that industry, being viewers, patrons, and consumers of the works generated by this industry. But we had to find new forms of dialogue with our customers. And back to this project, Train to Victory, the format might be possible, but it would definitely not be so powerful until the time when this train actually made the first trip to the deoccupied Kherson. At that time, it became understood that culture is the politics. Because when the VIPs come to Ukraine, they take the Ukrainian Railways trains, and each separate train car is painted with the images of a particular occupied territory or region, and images of heroes, not only military, but guerrilla fighters and volunteers, people who are heroes because they feel they need to support the country. Well, thank you for mentioning this topic of different formats, and we'll touch on that later. But my next question to you, being the curator, you do not operate in vacuum, while the whole society moves through relevant events so fast, like this sapper, dog, patron. Well, now we all forgot about him because there's a new stamp, postal stamp, published with a different image on it. So coming back home, didn't you have this thought crossing your mind that those people, I no longer know them, how to address them? My assumption. That's why I ask you. The society went through intensive changes, and not being exposed to it as an artist, have you been able to notice this? Well, I didn't notice a thing, but the question is, the way I hear it, does an artist need to be present in order to come up with some powerful statement? I talked to Vlada Ralka, that was in Germany, residing there, and I asked her, you generate such powerful statements, but not being in Ukraine, does an artist have the right to do this, not being exposed physically to all those atrocities? And she said, you can be in the whirlwinds of events and not being able to reflect through critical analysis, while you can be away from the whirlwind but still see things clearly enough to generate powerful statements. So you need to be present in the context and clearly understand what's going on. Jamala is not present in Crimea now, but doesn't she generate powerful statements about her peninsula? Of course. So, like that, there are other artists who can find their voice or not. The pace of changes is extremely fast. But like I said, this war will stay with us for quite a while, and we'll have enough time to reflect on it. And we'll break those events down in years or even dozens of years to come and parcel out and sift through what proved to be not so vital and separates game-changing moments that would be part of history. We can not do anything differently now. The artistic community reflects to the ongoing events, but it's not the job of the artist to reflect on everything that goes on. Some people might take time to generate such statements. So the results of those intellectual, analytical efforts could be impossible right now. Now we just have to stay together. Unity is the most important thing we have. Plus the humor. But back to game-changing statements that would become part and parcel of our history, well, usually it takes time. I believe PhD papers would be written about especially the humor and trolling of the first days of the invasion. You're right in stating that we all react differently to fast pace of changes. Some extremely powerful events the same day are overshadowed by even more powerful events. The speed of life of our foreign partners is too slow. We change in weeks, it take months for that. So let's not criticize them for that. Well, let's look in the mirror. Back in 2014, the war started. We were concerned back in 2014, still concerned in 2015, and then this war became local. If not for the airstrikes and shellings of the whole territory of Ukraine, probably some people might take it differently. I remember the first months of this invasion, and Kyiv is almost encircled, Mariupol is being destroyed, and in Lviv, people are laughing while party-going in bars. So even us here, we sit in comfort here, but the boys at the front lines are being shot at and shoot in return. But the country needs to function as one organism. But the worst thing could be is we got used to this. We don't have unlimited resources. Thus, we have to remain super proactive. And the role of the cultural fronts should be powerful, and our president found things that became precedents done for the first time ever, and we could not allow ourselves to stand still and stop finding creative ways. They got tired of us. They face inflation. There are some global processes of everyone becoming poorer. Only a handful of people become richer. So each one of us, the biggest sin for us would be to drop down hands and say, well, I delivered this concert, arranged the exhibition, that's my input, I'm done with this. No. Let's wait for the victory to come. Then, after the victory, let's rebuild the country. Let's wait for the millions of Ukrainians who got assimilated abroad to come back home. So we used to have 50 million people living here, now 25 million, so two different countries. So our biggest sin is tick the box that I did something and that's it. No, we need to keep attracting the attention. Let me extrapolate from what you said. And then on the tool set, Yaroslava and Jamal. So we draw attention of the outside world.
And and I kind of view it as if we were some kind of self-sustaining, self-sufficient system that would just attract the attention of the rest of the world. But I think that the culture is more about our way of living, all these dramas, all these tragedies sort of make ourselves interesting to ourselves again. And a lot of these places all over Ukraine have become so much closer to home, even though we've never been to those places ourselves in person. So I think we should be thinking about how we live and our way of living, and in all these different perspectives, including funding, including ideas, etc. So yes, apologies for that. So let's keep talking about the toolbox that we have available to us. The TV, the media have to adapt and overcome, and obviously you do. But how? How do you do it? How do you adapt? Let me tackle this issue from a different side. I mean, if 1 + 1 continued as a TV channel only, we would have died already. It would never have survived. But since we transitioned towards being a multimedia corporation, not just TV, we not just survived, we are thriving. I mean, look, our YouTube viewership numbers reach billion a week. It's just incredible. So, and this is how we can keep going. I mean, we earn, like right now, the revenues from ads account for only 25% of our money, of our revenues. 15 years back, it was 95%. So if we were so reliant on selling commercials, we would have died already. So this is much more than just TV. We are an ecosystem. We are a full package. I think this realization that we needed to transform, the sort of the first wake-up call we had was back in 2014. Because people started following news, especially older generations started getting their news from their smartphones, from various social media and other platforms instead of TV. People want information now. They want it quickly, and that's why Telegram channels are so popular. That's why they have, millions of viewers and followers, because people want news now. They want it now, and it's it's just like bare bone basic news, just a text. Okay, the blackout's coming, or enemy missiles in the air. So this is what people want. This is what people need, and that's why Telegram channels are so popular these days. So we had a sort of a wake up call back in 2014 where we realized that we need to stop being just a TV channel and transform ourselves into something that goes beyond TV. So that sort of plays very nicely into this national trait of ours, that we can and will get together in times of hardship and start making a difference together. So here's another thing. Just a couple of weeks ago, we launched our analog radio channel. Can you freaking imagine analog radio in this century? But some people have no other way of getting news, and that's why we do it. Now, okay, understood. Now, what about museums? I mean, museums adapt and overcome quickly as well, and understandably, museums cannot have their most precious and valuable artifacts on display for a fear of missile attack that can happen any moment. But they can still sort of, and we're seeing this, you know, if you look at Hanenke's museum as an example, you know, they are using the facility, the premises for other things, for other ideas, such as, you know, shows and concerts and storytelling. So the Mistetsky Arsenal Museum is the same, you know, although they are not in a good position to display their artifacts in their main halls right now. They use the space they have and the capabilities they have for other purposes, just as important. So, Jamala, I have a question for you. So, cooperation, collaboration is how you cope, right? That's your way of doing things. That's how you adapt, correct? Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like I'm omnipotent. I sort of had this feeling towards the end of the summer that people are slowly getting fatigued over, you know, the war. So I thought I needed to do something about it, you know. So just do pretty much anything. You know, I was invited by the Polish Dancing with the Stars show, and I thought, you know, how can I go? I mean, it's dancing, it's not even singing, and you know, it's just a dancing show, and we're fighting a war. Like, these things don't sort of work together very well. But then I thought, okay, you know, you still have to go. You still have to do something, because you want to use this as an opportunity to help my country. So we basically use that show as a fundraiser for Ukrainian kids. So, you know, I've attended 8 shows. I've participated in 8 of them, and all of them were used as fundraisers, and I used every single opportunity to be very vocal and very candid about what is happening in Ukraine. You know, that was my mission, to drive that point home, you know, outside the country. So, I mean, I'm just back from Kennedy Center Honor Day, you know, which is probably the biggest event, cultural event in the U.S. And over there, I was singing a U2 song to U2 band members present in the hall, you know. And they asked me, Jamala, so if you're going to sing it, but can you, like, translate a couple of lines into Ukrainian to make it sound cool? I said, cool? Yeah, I can do cool. So what I did was, I didn't translate anything. I just inserted several lines from the Ukrainian national anthem into that song. That's what I did. So I can tell you, with pride, Kennedy Center honor show heard the audiences there, and all these white TV audiences, and then the show will be aired eventually closer to Christmas. You know, they will have heard the Ukrainian anthem, and also, you know, the speech that I made in front of President Biden and Democratic Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi and the State Secretary Blinken as well. So that was pretty important as far as I'm concerned, and I would always, like, people would come and ask me, "Oh, okay, how are you holding up?" And I just, look, I'm from Ukraine. That's how I hold up. They're like, "Oh, so you originally from Ukraine?" No, since I live in Ukraine, I just came to you from Kiev, like a couple of days back. I live in Ukraine, I stay in Ukraine, and this makes them more sort of attentive. They start paying attention to what you're saying. So. And I mean, it's a personal choice, and everyone is free to do whatever they want. Whether they want to leave, they can. But I made that choice to stay, and that became a part of my message that I keep driving home every chance I get. Because I tell them, listen, I am from Ukraine. I live there right now, and I can tell you what is happening in Ukraine. And people start listening. People start paying attention, because a lot of them just don't seem to get the horrible reality of what is happening on the ground. And then again, the way I do my narratives, I use all the tools that I have available to myself, including songs, including other ways of delivering that message. So. I never intended to become a social activist or a speaker, and never intended for this to happen. But that's what I can do. These are the tools that I have available currently, and I need to be able to use them properly. Even though it was never intended to be that way for myself, but I have to work with what I got, and I take the best of, get the best of every opportunity that I get. Yes, thank you very much. This is really that's great. This is important. Now, let's talk about what the state, what the government can do, and what various. Governmental and non-governmental organizations can do to enhance our narrative, to send that message out. Remember how Russians mentioned destroying the decision-making centers in Ukraine, and this is the biggest sort of blunder. A mistake they've made, because they fail to realize one simple fact, that Ukraine does not have decision-making centers. Ukraine is a horizontal society. You cannot destroy decision-making centers, as there are none. So. So yeah, Ukrainians have done an amazing job in terms of publicizing the struggle, the Ukrainian struggle abroad. The Ukraine has been very prominently present, presented even in Biennale in New York. There was this beautiful performance of the Carols of the Bells, in New York by a Ukrainian troupe, and in Venice and other places as well. But this is not enough. Can the state actually do more? Because it should be doing more. Which brings us to the question of how much money the government needs to be spending on culture, on Ukrainian Institute. Yes, I will respond to that question, but I just want to backtrack a little bit and talk about the power of the voice. Oftentimes, I mean, there's a people feel that an artistic statement is the most powerful statement, but these days, in this day and age, I think it should be viewed differently. The most powerful statements that are being made right now are made by the armed forces of Ukraine. In Kherson airport and others. You know, huge crowdfunding campaigns to procure satellites, to procure drones, to procure armaments. And that's another powerful statement that are being made by guys like Pritula and the like. And then the third kind of statement that can be made is the way we act as a government and as people. So ultimately, these three types of statements describe the desired end effect, what the victory needs to look like, right? Defeating the enemy militarily, and then you know what we're going to look like after that's been done. And you know we need to be doing this now already. You know, need to start doing this thing, and the government should get involved. You know, the creators not just should get involved, because powerful statements are being made already, and you know the future. I mean, Ukraine is not coming back to the way it used to be. Okay, so we need to. The sooner we realize this fact, the better. I mean, just think about it, right? We all knew that Russians were going to target our energy infrastructure, right? We knew this half a year ago, right? And we should have started preparing for this back then. Just give you an example. There's an organization called Россотрудничество, or Russian Cooperation. This is an organization that is used to spread the knowledge about Russia across the world. Each such Россотрудничество office gets $50 million a year of funding. Now, what we as a country are spending on similar counter initiatives is nowhere near that number. Okay, but it's not really all about money. Yeah, we have to be looking and finding new ways of delivering our messages. And we're doing this, right? Finding these new ways. So I just want to run a couple of videos. And these are some footage from the Mariupol documentary. And by the way, you know, that documentary was already bought by 60 different TV channels all over the world. I mean, just unimaginable, unheard of, that a Ukrainian-made documentary about Ukraine would be aired in prime time by major global TV channels and networks was just unthinkable. Because that just shows you that there's a lot of interest. There's a lot of people want to know more about Ukraine these days, and we have to utilize this. We have to capitalize on that. Just think about it. And during World War II, the UK was producing 50 movies during the times of World War II. The Americans produced 1,500. So, you know, we are on the side of the good. We need to utilize this and capitalize on this. You know, we don't have the money that Россотрудничество has. You know, and they throw all that money to try and pervert the truth, you know, and this is their biggest disadvantage, and our biggest advantage is that we speak the truth.
Mariupol used to be modern, unbelievably beautiful city.
И все закончилось. 2 марта я была в роддоме, как раз начались обстрелы. Из-за обстрелов у меня прекратилась родовая деятельность.
3-я больница, Мариуполь, роддом.
Там лежали отдельно руки, отдельно ноги. Отдельно даже голова одна была. стоял такой уровень крови, что ты идешь, она у тебя хлюпает так под ногами.
Драмтеатр, в котором были беременные девочки, у которых были дети, большими буквами было написано «дети». Погибших там 1000. В подвале находилось 200 человек, и в подвале, которые остались живы. Вверху, которые люди находились, там их было около 1000.
Самым сложным было не сойти с ума. Твоя жизнь от тебя не зависит. Она зависит от людей, которые стреляют просто в тебя ни за что.
И вот среди этих 40 миллионов проклятий, боли, слез, страха, отчаяния, потерь, одно есть в моем. Матери, которая потеряла сына. Он был убит у меня на глазах.
Я думаю, що наша сила в поєднанні сьогодні державної сили і сили
1+1 of the media outlets and institutions. When we join our efforts, that's when we can deliver through joint efforts. Funding coming from the government could be used efficiently, but only by joining our efforts we stand a chance of achieving much more than the Russians investing dozens and hundreds of millions of dollars, but they keep churning up all their propaganda. So our job is to be present and speak up. Volodymyr, it's extremely important what you just said, but pragmatically, or probably rhetorically speaking, no universal recipes available. So lots of global broadcasters bought your documentary. Do you have enough funding now to create new documentaries? No budget coming to the Ministry of Culture. The Arts Arsenal uses Goethe Institute funding as well as grant funds from US Embassy. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad, I'm just stating that's what we have now. That's the third part of my statement. We, those who stay in the country, need to start acting differently than in the last 5 to 10 years. And that's why we need to radically change the situation with Ukrainian Culture Fund and the State Committee on Cinematography, getting rid of these non-transparent institutions and their leaders. And that doesn't request excessive efforts. Within the current vertical of power, it could be done within 3 days, and it should be done for sure. We need to start cooperating differently, I agree. But for this, we need to have some cultural strategy in place, passed not after the war is over, but now. There are some people creating in Ukraine, others abroad, and the strategy should tell us what are the messages, what are the priorities that we need to work with. So those various institutions and individuals would decide on their own what is the priority and what is needed for the country the most. But they should feel that they're part and parcel of one common process that is unfolding. And that's why we need a strategy in place. We need to involve the culture in this dialogue, identifying budget appropriations for next year. Well, today the Ukrainian Culture Fund promised to tell us what do they plan, but like I told you at the beginning of this discussion, if we want to achieve the victory at the culture front, nobody would do this work but us. It's quite obvious that the government doesn't have funds, but that's why we need to make use of private institutions. We need to involve NGOs that are, by and large, our main ambassadors in the world. So let's give them the strategy paper with clear listing of the priorities in the economics, in culture, in recognition of Ukraine worldwide. And those who would draft this strategy should recognize that creative industries have diverse businesses, and IT can generate quite a large amount of revenues, but don't compare it to the museums. They would never stand a chance to generate as much. Well, that's why I say that in the time of war, the priorities would be different. Our cultural heritage should be funded first and foremost, not IT industry. I believe the Ministry of Culture back in 2017 or 18 provided the definitions of culture and creative industries. So we're past it already. Now we just need to prioritize what needs to be done and set some common goals to people who are working tactically with cultural projects. Now about the war narrative. Do we have an understanding what it is? Does anyone put it down on paper? Does it involve the horizontal society? For a while, we're still going to be singing songs about Bayraktars. People ask for this, but it's ordinary people who become heroes. Let's not forget about ordinary people. Let's not just keep the focus on the war. People keep living in Ukraine. And thus, helping each other, we can keep fighting at our own front lines. And let me speak for myself. When I come to anyone, approach them, people, I say, we need air defense systems. But at the same time, I feel convinced and brave I'm not a beggar with my hand extended. Because being here, I keep fighting for my home and I have a mission to fulfill. When I told Miroslava Gangadze that I come to attend the Kennedy Center Award ceremony, and she asked me, bring Clooney to Ukraine. And Of course, they achieved something, but they need the mission. Those overachievers. That's why all of us should understand we're happy people because we do have this mission. That's my narrative. We are brave and we will win. Beautiful conclusion. The World War II Museum hosts us. Used to be a huge place of the Soviet time ideology. Will we come up with our own new images? You know what? This war touches absolutely every single one of us. There's not a single household out there that wouldn't suffer at least a small loss. Back in March, we had discussions how to call this war, and we let it go. We decided let's first win. Lots of things might occur until then, and only then we'll know how to call this war. But this war, and it's clear even now, leaves deep scars, and those scars will be the narratives to discuss. But it's the war for Ukraine, and that's why it's important that we feel it and never lose it. We never pay the price as high as this. For us Ukrainians, this Ukrainian should be the focal point. What I mean by Ukrainian? We discussed a lot what we mean by Ukrainian language. Not using the Russian language was extremely difficult for the businessmen. Now, there's no argument left. It's a defining topic for every one of us. Now, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Well, we have no time to make half steps. We need to be clear and merciless. Of course, some people won't like this. Some people won't like the marathon. Others don't like 1+1. Others don't like the movie about Mariupol. The hate is out there. But in Ukraine, we can not allow half steps. So regardless of what narratives we have, probably the ones that we will identify as post-war narratives. Some of the government officials start being involved in some immoral things even though the war is not over. Making a patriotic movie is not about warplanes or soldiers. It's about all of us fighting for our kids. For me, that's the war for identity, for being Ukrainian. Exactly the way Yaroslav explained it. I believe that we finally felt our identity, what it is, and there's a huge price we pay for this knowledge. But it makes us daily to more critical thinking and conscientious. We woke up, and this is what makes us different from our neighbors. And the fact that we want to stay away from them, probably because we couldn't recognize before how different we are. I agree with Yaroslav as to what you described as patriotism, but the Russians claim that Ukrainians don't exist. They say Ukrainians are Russians who forget who they are, so they cancel us. I don't like the word identity, it's just too general. But they claim that the way we live at our own land has no right for existence. They don't allow us to have our own language, our own music, our own artists. They were rewriting the history, refusing to accept the realities, and that's one of the conclusions of this war. There are people out there who try to cancel us.
Що в 21 сторіччі
So, in 21st century, the country with the population of 140 million claims that I have no right to exist. And that's why all the dignity and all the freedom that we are fighting for we will defend it, we will overcome the Russians, but the dignity would live with us from now on, in our schools, in how we drive, how we treat our close ones, how we support one another, how we learn how not to argue, etc., 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 how we trust each other. We survive now to a large extent because of the trust to one another, because this we is now more powerful than I. And that's what we need to take with us into the future, to remember, to understand that that's exactly what saved us. Keep practicing it. A child leaving the school, graduating the school, should understand that we is much bigger than I, that armed forces is important, that the territorial defense troops are important, that those institutions are important. Us. And the problem we had too many eyes. Now we understood that I is okay, but there is also we. And I believe this we is one of the narratives that hopefully we'll take with us. I hope that the fact that culture is important is the statement that nobody would argue about. I don't like this statement, by the way. There's nothing behind it. How come the Russians that occupied Mariupol destroy the famine, the victims' monument, and then erect their own monuments and signs? How the empire destroys our culture. The culture is the ability to defend our own system of coordinates, which is important. And it sounds like a platitude. So being Ukrainian, that's staying within our system of coordinates. But that's quite obvious. And the fact that it's obvious should be transformed from words into deeds. Movies, Ukrainian culture fund, and if you go into the mall, buy Ukrainian from your shelf. Yeah, others help us out, but our past is no worse than theirs. But these people are the taxpayers who give jobs and pay taxes. That being Ukrainian is not only about the culture; it's about everything.
It's really about everything. So that's the mental change that we're looking for. And just to wrap things up, I was taking notes, and you said that the Russians are trying to destroy Ukrainian markers and try to impose their own cultural markers in places like Mariupol, replacing Ukrainian monuments with their own, replacing Ukrainian books with their own. So it is really, I think, important, and we've just discussed this in great detail, that Ukrainian powers that be need to realize that you have to use Ukrainian markers. Do you think this realization is there? No, I don't think so.
Ні. В діях, в словах це є.
Yeah, they speak about it, but if you look at their actions speak louder than words, and I don't really see any sort of traction. Yeah, I mean, we're moving, we're doing something, but
Більшою.
we need to be doing more, much more than that. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Jamala, Katya Taylor, thank you. Yaroslav, Volodymyr, thank you. And yeah, we're about to finish this panel. And just to, as a final remark, thank you very much for everything. And I think we will ultimately prevail together.
Креативних, активних людей збиралося на цій.
So that's why we had so many creative people joining us here up on the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, before we continue with the next module, I'd just like to reflect on the question you asked, whether we should be talking about Ukrainian casualties. Because I just don't want people to get a wrong idea that we as media people have some idea of what these casualties are. No, we do not, and it's not up to us to decide really whether we will be doing this or not. It's up to our leadership to decide, and there's no decision that has been made to that effect. And but again, if we don't talk about it, others will. And that the number that Ursula von der Leyen mentioned erroneously when she said that Ukrainian army has suffered 100,000 casualties. So when we keep silent, others will fill that void. But yeah, this is a pressing question, and people want to know. And yeah, and the latest official toll was at 9,000 casualties. That was a long time ago.
Останні 2 дні на форумі «Креативна Україна» у нас виступали.
Over these past 2 days, we've heard from various speakers and panelists, including ministers of culture of Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania, and we spoke at length about how we can preserve our culture better and who we should support as a matter of priority, be it people who stayed behind or people who fled. Anyway, that was a very interesting discussion over these past 2 days. I would like to thank everyone involved, and we are going to now break into our breakout sectors, several modules in different halls. These modules will have already started. So those of you who want to attend the design module, you should go to a different hall, and the rest will be held here at the main stage. Okay, Ukrainian Institute sector will start here now, and we will be talking about discovering Ukraine and what can the world do, to learn more about Ukraine. And we will be joined by David Colding, Lee Batston, Katya Taylor, and Mrs. Hannah Brandgauser joining us online representing Goethe Institute, and it will be moderated by the Ukrainian journalist Tanya Pushnova. Tanya, hello. Over to you. You will be moderating this discussion virtually, and we have 2 hours for this panel.
Hello, my dear colleagues and friends in Ukraine and all over the world who are now watching us. We continue this forum, Creative Ukraine, the Power of Resilience, with one important topic: how our creative Ukraine was represented abroad this year, mostly in Europe and US. Ukraine Institute organized this discussion, and I'm moderator of it. My name is Tatiana Pushnova, art and culture editor of Ukrainska Pravda, and in addition, I'm Ukrainian refugee in Britain. I would like to represent you my participants. This is David Colding. As Marichka mentioned, he is a UK-Ukraine season director in the British Council. Lee Batston is a founder of the Ukrainian Contemporary Music Festival in New York and an artistic director of the concert in Carnegie Hall, not from Ukraine. Katya Taylor moved from a previous discussion to us. She is a founder and CEO of the cultural management agency Port. And at the moment, Port is doing a project of murals in Europe together with Ukrainian Institute. Hannah Brandhauser is a referent for East Partnership and Special Programs of Goethe Institute, Germany. And I would like to speak about this year's Ukrainian presence in Frankfurt Book Fair and Goethe Institute in Exile. I would like to start from UK experience, of course, because I'm here. I would like to start from UK-Ukraine season. This is a huge program of events all over United Kingdom, from Northern Ireland to Cornwall. This is music, films, literature, theater, art residence, dance, artistic research, performances, etc. And UK-Ukraine season focused on topic Future Reimagine. You propose all your participants and all your visitors, viewers, to look forward, to understand not what's going on, but how we will manage it in the future. And I visited the very beginning of UK-Ukraine season in Sheffield Documentary Festival. And I have to say, I was a little bit skeptical about that. I expected to see there Ukrainians, some Ukrainian refugees, hugs, tears, smiles. But I wasn't sure that presentation of UK-Ukraine season can be interested for other people. And I have to say now, I was totally wrong. I saw there a lot of documentary film producers, directors, managers from all over the world who attended this presentation of UK-Ukrainian season and Ukrainian film screenings, ask questions, say words of support. And, you know, this audience, this documentary film community is very sensitive to human rights issue. And for me as Ukrainian citizen, this is an important sign. Human rights, rule of law are on the agenda of art and creative industries. So my first question to David Kodling, what other audience did you involve in Ukraine season? What messages, ideas, stories Ukrainian participants share with these audiences? And a little bit personal question, do you enjoy this project?
Anna, can everyone hear me, first of all? Let me check.
Yes.
All okay? Good afternoon from Edinburgh, which is where I'm based. Well, thank you very much for that introduction. Let me say, first of all, in response to your final personal question to me, I'm enjoying this work immensely, and it's a huge privilege and an honor. I'm quite humbled. I have, in fact, been involved with this program only since it began in the UK in June. I've worked in many different parts of the world over the years and I was asked to take on this role, particularly as I was back here in the UK. And coming to your question about the audiences, this is really very much about connecting artists and the cultural sector in the UK with Ukraine. So the audience is really not the Ukrainian, I mean, they're of course involved and they're very welcome, but Ukrainians, displaced Ukrainians who are currently in the UK, or the already existing Ukrainian diaspora community in the UK, are not the primary audience for the season. That's something to be very clear about. And I'd also say something about the title and the thinking behind the season, because actually the British Council and our colleagues, our partners, Ukrainian Institute, began planning this over 2 years ago. So long before the latest phase of the full-scale aggression and the full-scale invasion, which took place in February, this was already being planned. The real purpose behind it was an exploration, a reflection on cultural relations between Ukraine and the UK, 30 years after the re-emergence of Ukraine as an independent state. That was what was in mind. And in fact, the title, Future Reimagined, was already chosen well over a year ago. It has, of course, taken on a different, well, not a different, but a more urgent meaning now since then. And the season, as it was originally devised between our colleagues, the Ukrainian Institute and the British Council, it was mostly meant to be happening in Ukraine this autumn and winter. So after the invasion of February, you know, obviously the first questions that were asked were, can we do this at all? Should it just be suspended for the time being, and so on? And we decided together that actually the best thing to do was to proceed, but with a complete re-engineering. So it's been a quite frantic re-adaptation and re-engineering of the modes of delivery, most, not all, but most of the activity taking place in the UK. But still with that same ethos, that same rationale behind it around exploring cultural relations cultural exchange between the UK and Ukraine. And this opportunity coming to the theme of this session around discovering Ukraine, and that becomes that whole in the current circumstances, that becomes so important. Discovering, understanding, appreciating the complexity, the vibrancy, and the richness of contemporary Ukrainian culture, and also the relationship between contemporary Ukrainian culture and cultural heritage. Cultural heritage in all sorts of ways, its relationship with contemporary cultural practice is always very important, critically important. It's often quite problematic. And of course, the question of cultural heritage and the threat that Ukrainian cultural heritage, both material and immaterial, are facing is very acute. So that is also part of the work that we're doing. There's a particular strand of the British Council's work related to something called the Cultural Protection Fund, where that is present. But basically, the season has involved largely working with the same partners that we had been having conversations with around what we were planning to do over the coming few months in Ukraine. Obviously, there have been some new partnerships have developed and so on, and new opportunities have arisen in the UK, which we've seized. But for example, the opening that you mentioned, the season opened at a documentary film festival, Britain's biggest documentary film festival, really, Sheffield Dog Fest, in the city of Sheffield in June. That was partly opportunistic, because the timing was right, and it's an important festival, middle of June, late June. But we had, in fact, already been working for several months before with DocuDays in Ukraine, and the plan originally was that there was going to be a Ukraine season event at DocuDays in Ukraine. So it's an example of that kind of opportunistic re-engineering of the program, which is what we did. So there is a website. I won't go into details about the program, but it's been very, as you mentioned, it's been right across the UK. We're very proud, and with work continuing, there will be work from Caithness in the far northeast of Scotland down to Cornwall in the far southwest of Britain and Northern Ireland, and across all of the different parts of the UK. We're very proud of that. It continues. There are details I can put on the chat. There's information on the website about what we're doing. So I'll say something about the themes, the issues, and the salient questions which have arisen, rather than talking about specific events. And what I have really been struck by, and what has really, and I think, here in the UK, I'm very pleased and proud to say that on the whole, I would say public opinion understands, I'm not just talking about governments and institutions, but in the public discourse, there's a degree of understanding that Ukraine is at the sharp end, the very sharp end and the very painful end of a threat which actually affects all of us, that affects all of us in Europe, certainly. And, that is something that there is an understanding about that. Nevertheless, there is still, and I think, this is always, one of the issues behind cultural exchange for Ukraine. The whole lens, the historical background, and we've been exploring this in the season, where, as one of our Ukrainian Institute colleagues put it, outside Ukraine, it's often difficult to have a conversation about Ukraine without it becoming also a conversation about Russia, because of the whole history of the lens of the Russian Empire and then of the USSR being a kind of frame which people have outside your country. So that discovery, that emergence from, that reframing has been very important. And there have been some very interesting examples of that. But what I would also say, and the most important thing, is about the vitality and the importance of an independent cultural sector. That strikes a chord in other countries, of course. This is relevant here in the UK. It's relevant everywhere. That cultural expression, is very important in terms of resistance, in terms of resilience, in terms of affirmation of identity, exploration of identity, but also that independent cultural discourse and an independent cultural sector where freedom of expression, sometimes very different points of view and perspectives are explored, difficult questions addressed. These things are very important for the actual resilience of the cultural sector and the resilience of the country. They are, in a sense, as one of, in different ways, many artists involved in the season point out, this is what you're fighting for. This is what makes you different from your aggressor. That there needs to be space and scope for independent critical discourse and for an independent cultural sector to thrive. That is, when we come to the question of the future reimagined, the really, really important point that is coming through from all the work in the season. And it's one that is really relevant to many, many other countries as well. But as I mentioned before, you are at the sharp end of a particular struggle, the very painful end of a particular struggle. So it is particularly relevant for Ukraine. I'll stop there and be happy to follow up on any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for this invitation to participate in this discussion.
And I would like to continue to discuss with you this point about independency of culture industries, independency of artists, because for us, for Ukraine, it's really discussion how not to instrumentalize culture, but support the idea of defense, support the idea of fight, which is not so, which is not about human being, yeah? It's very ethical question and so on. I have a lot of questions, but I would like to continue and switch to our participants. Thank you very much for this important topic which you mentioned. And now we understand more about your great project, how great it is, how fast you manage it, how fast you change everything. Thank you. I would like to switch on your attention from Britain to US, to New York. Just a few days ago, all of us could watch online this great concert, Notes from Ukraine, in Carnegie Hall. And it was celebration of 100-year premiere of Carol of the Bells in New York. This is an American Christmas hit, ground on Ukrainian traditional carol and ground on music of Ukrainian composer Mykola Leontovich. And it was an idea of many, many different people to celebrate Jubilee of this important event in the same place. And I would like to mention one organization who collect all this idea together, this Ukrainian Institute. And I had possibility to see how hardworking this institution is and try to manage all this question about independence of art expression. Managers of Ukrainian Institute motivate me to work better. And I am proud I'm proud that Ukraine has such strong institution in our public diplomacy. And I would like to ask Lynn Bedstone, an artistic director of the concert Notes from Ukraine, how did you put together all these creative ideas in one event? And about your feedback you got from visitors and media. And of course, I would like to ask you about experience of this collaboration with Ukrainian Institute and with artists from Ukraine.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me as well now? Great. I just will echo David's sentiments and say thank you very much for this opportunity to come and be a part of this panel. I'm really happy to speak about this project, which was a huge success. I'm really proud to have been a part of and happy to have worked with the Ukrainian Institute on this. So like David, we also had started this project long before the full-scale invasion began. So I had begun speaking with various interested parties in April of 2020. So it was also about a 2 years ahead of the actual event itself. And we spent a long time, I would say the longest amount of time preparing this project, talking about what this concert should be and what kind of music should be featured and how we should put together a program that celebrated the anniversary, that celebrated Leontovich, but also drew attention to contemporary Ukraine and contemporary Ukrainian composers. So we did spend a long time thinking about how this could go, because it could have gone a lot of different ways, and all of those ways would have been fantastic and interesting. But what we settled on was to construct a choral concert, just like the original concert, and to sort of take our inspiration from the original concert's ideas, which was to present traditional Ukrainian choral music, which is a very unique tradition, which a lot of Americans don't necessarily know much about, to present contemporary Ukrainian choral music, which again was something that the original concert did. They were contemporaries 100 years ago that were presented as part of the concert. And then we wanted to add a dimension, which was to sort of show the ways in which our cultures have combined. So Szczedrik as being kind of the epitome of that way in which Ukrainian music, Ukrainian culture has embedded itself into American culture, so much so that most Americans had no idea that this completely, defining Christmas carol. It's not Christmas here without Carol of the Bells, and countless companies, stores use it. You hear it everywhere at this time of year. That this came from Ukraine, but that there are other ways in which Ukraine has influenced and become a part of American culture. So that was something that we wanted to show in the second half of the programming, and to engage American composers and American audiences with material that they may already know, and to sort of then show the ways in which this was connected to Ukrainian music. There was also a question of how much of the program should be performed by performers from Ukraine versus performers from the US. This is something that is an important part of not only this project for me, but also of the Ukrainian Contemporary Music Festival, which I run. And that is that American musicians perform Ukrainian music. It's really vital that Ukrainian music not only be confined to Ukrainian musicians, that the reason to perform Ukrainian music isn't because you're Ukrainian, but to perform Ukrainian music because Ukrainian music is fantastic and belongs alongside music of all other fantastic composers. So that was part of our discussion about who to invite and why the second half of our concert was performed entirely by the Choir of Trinity Wall Street, which is the premier contemporary music choral ensemble based in New York City. And I hope if anyone has watched the concert or has a chance to watch them, you'll really hear how absolutely fantastic a choir they are. That being said, we also wanted to bring Ukrainian performers to perform, since that was what had also happened 100 years ago. So we were really, really pleased to bring the Szczedrik Children's Choir. And that was an arrangement that came to be through Ukrainian Institute. They were in conversation with the director of the choir, and we felt that it was really perfect to have a kind of complement to adult choral singing, to have a different voice type, to have a different kind of tradition in children's choral singing, that it added a depth to the concert, it added interest. And of course, I will say that American audiences were completely charmed by this choir and by its members, and were really incredibly supportive of them. The media followed them around. We had media clamoring to speak with them. So they were really a compelling addition for American audiences. And then finally, we also included performers from the Ukrainian diaspora. So that was also kind of for us an important legacy of Koshitz, of the tour. Many of the singers in the original choir who did not return to Ukraine, who could not return to Ukraine, stayed in North America, both the US and Canada, and founded some of these diasporic choirs that have now continue to be really integral parts of various Ukrainian diasporic communities. So that was how we sort of came to our decisions about the programming and about, both what would be performed and who would perform it. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with the Ukrainian Institute. I have been working with them on the Ukrainian Contemporary Music Festival for the past 3 years now, so I knew that this would be a wonderful collaboration. But I will just say that their support and their input on particularly how to program Ukrainian culture for a foreign audience was really invaluable, because other voices that were contributing to this project were American cultural figures that maybe didn't understand so much about Ukraine, or members of the Ukrainian community who maybe didn't know exactly what was the right hook for bringing in, foreign audiences. And so the Ukrainian Institute's experience on this project was, really an invaluable part of making it into the success that it was. I'm happy to answer further questions about that, but I'll also sort of stop here and we can see where the discussion takes us.
Nice. I would like to repeat my question about what kind of feedback you get from your visitors and also from US media.
People loved it. I was a little bit worried that people would maybe find, okay, 2 hours of choral music is maybe, not, it's niche. It's not necessarily what everyone is used to going and attending at a concert and enjoying. But people demanded an encore, demanded that Shadrach be sung again at the end. It was really a wonderful atmosphere. We had, the response even to sort of every piece as they were being performed was really enthusiastic. And I, as someone who does this regularly, never sort of felt a flagging in the interest of the audience. And that was really rewarding and really important and inspiring. As I said, the US media has been completely taken with the Shadrach Children's Choir and their incredible story, which is incredible. We had a number of journalists interview members of the choir, repeatedly interview them individually, interview their director. There was a piece in the New York Times that came out about a week ago ahead of the concert about the choir, specifically about their journey, about the various individual stories of a few of its members. And then we also have another piece in the New York Times that's coming out about the concert as a whole. But I know from speaking to the journalist who's writing that piece that, again, the presence of this choir was really important, and they were sort of the centerpiece of this story. Beyond that, I think that the message that we sort of were trying to get across to American audiences, which is first that this song, this beloved American song, is really from Ukraine, and second, the unfortunate resonance of the necessity of our concert to kind of counter Russian disinformation, to promote a sovereign Ukraine, to promote a unique Ukrainian culture, that is a repetition of what the original choir was doing 100 years ago. And I think for people that maybe don't know much about the history of Ukraine, it was an educational moment of realizing that this is a long this is a long-standing struggle. Not only, this is not something that started in February, and that there are sort of deep, long roots to the kind of propaganda that's been used in discussing Ukraine by Russia since February and before. And so I think those two things were things that the media really hooked onto, that I saw sort of repeated often in the media coverage. And I'm very pleased that those two things were picked up upon, because I think that, you know, understanding Ukraine's integral connection to American culture is very important. And then also understanding that Ukraine has this unique, wonderful, independent culture, and it has been sort of struggling against this aggressor to be free to express that culture for a century, over a century, at least a century, is something that is really valuable for Americans to understand, and as they think about kind of the geopolitical dimensions of the current war.
This introduction of this project, and maybe we can look behind the scene of Notes from Ukraine. It's very interesting, really, and all the challenges you went through with this project is very difficult, and also interesting for culture managers. Now we are going back to Europe, and we are going back to the streets in Berlin, Geneva, Marseille, Vienna, Ankara, and to the project Wall from Culture Management Agency Port. Katya, I know about murals of your project just from social media. So I have a lot of questions about that. First of all, what's the main idea of Wall? What side of Ukraine you would like to open in the European cities? Who is involved? What artists are involved in your project? What kind of organization do you propose to collaborate? Maybe city councils? What challenges you have? All of us are ready to share this experience and information about challenges. And what kind of feedback you have? Tell us about this.
First of all, I'm very happy to participate in this discussion. It's like the third hour running for me. I'm very popular today. And I'm happy to be a part of this conversation today, and to talk a little bit about our project in Europe. I mean, it's a kind of symbolic that we have this discussion online, all of us, like being really ambassadors of Ukrainian culture. Not even like all of you are Ukrainians, but you're still ambassadors of Ukraine. That is even more appreciated. So thank you for that great company. In general, I am spending here like I think now it's been more than 6 months, but you know, I spent some time back to Ukraine, and then came back to Europe for our new project, which called The Wall, as you mentioned. And this is project actually initiated by a Ukrainian Institute, and they came to me with the idea that we probably need to do something on streets, something to communicate with the public outside of the museum or gallery space. And that was in March, and we discussed what can we do really. And then it was a long time of negotiation. And then I came up with the idea that probably we need not only to talk about, you know, like the war as it is. Well, it is important to talk about the war as it is, but I mean that the culture is something that is really has like a wider possibilities and kind of more exquisite communication that we can build, and build it not with the masses, but build it like with personally with each viewer who is interacting with the art piece. So I have this idea that probably we need to engage the Ukrainian artists as well as European artists or any other international artists that can be in a, who can work in a collaboration, because the project, I mean, if we talk about the Ukrainian Institute as an organization and its mission, well, it is the presence of Ukrainian culture abroad, and to build those bridges, not only the presence, but also the building of those bridges between Ukraine and the world, and actually each country where we want to be present. So from one side, I had that idea in mind, and from the other side, the aim of the project was and is to talk to the international audience about not only the current war that we have, because everybody is really tired, I mean, informationally of the war, and we all know that, I mean, when you watch the news, there is just some general picture, and there is nothing new about the war. I mean, as bad as it sounds, the wars have been there forever, and the peace is unusual state, right? So we will not surprise anybody with the news from the war, and we need to find a new language of communication, and that would be culture and arts, of course, where we involve people emotionally in that conversation. But more than that, we wanted to talk about the future, because, I mean, in these last months, we have conversation about the political conversation about Ukraine becoming a part of the European Union, and it definitely will be the part, I believe, quite soon. And so our common future is something, a subject to think about, and also in the diplomatical level, on a cultural level. So when I was writing the concept for the wall project, I was really thinking how we can have that conversation. How can we put it from the top down, to have it like with the people, because at the end of the day, we're gonna have that relationship with the people, with Europeans who are there and who know not much about Ukraine now, and we want them to know more, and actually the best of it. So I thought that the best way to do that is to start that conversation on the level of artistic collaboration. So that's why we actually invited those international and Ukrainian artists to work together, to have that conversation already on the level of a concept of the work that can be created in the public space of Europe, and then what kind of image it should be, what is the main values that we want to put in it. Should we do it really in a metaphorical way? Should we direct? How do we talk to the audience? Which is actually not very interested in what is going on, and it's okay, because I mean, when you are not involved personally in some kind of events, then of course it's not something that touches you deeply, and this is what we want, to touch deeply the people, and not only with the sorrow or for them to feel pity for us. We did that before when the war started, and that language was very important at the beginning, and we cannot use it anymore because people also tired of that. So strange as it might sound, I believe that we need to find this new language and to talk positive in a way, I mean, in planning our common future. So that's why we actually decided that this artistic collaboration would be the symbol of that unity that we will have with Europe sooner or later. So, and then, yeah, of course, we decided that we will create the sketches, create the murals in the cities that are strategically important today for Ukraine, cities and countries. And this is like changing all the time, but at the time when we started the project, that we had the list of cities we wanted to work with, but really it wasn't easy to work everywhere, because some of the municipalities would say no, or say nothing, which would mean no, because we won't be able to do the project in time. And we had some struggles with the countries where this Russian influence is very important and big, and then we still couldn't get a positive reply from Turkey, and we really hope to do that. And for example, in some places like let's say Vienna, you have a very loyal government, and then a city government, and then a district government. They all agreed, and they came to the presentation, and they were very happy to have us there. But in some other places, like in Marseille, for example, where we did our third mural, where I just came from there, and it was an amazing collaboration, a beautiful city, but at the same time, it was really uneasy to do this bureaucracy process, because sometimes processes take ages. And it's important to mention that it really depends, like always, it very much depends on people who participate, who are really, if they are personally engaged, or they want to help, they want really, to give it a go, then of course they are much more involved in that. And yeah, in some other places that doesn't work, as it didn't work for us in Amsterdam, for example, because it's so much bureaucracy that you just cannot get through. But I mean, this experience had been really amazing for me, because I worked in Europe before with the Captured House exhibition, where we traveled to Rome, Amsterdam, Berlin, and Brussels, where I am now. And there was also that was a very important understanding that each city and each country is a separate agenda, separate own issues, separate relationship with Ukraine, a relationship with Russia, and we need to, have all that context in mind for any kind of collaboration. So, and we, of course, we worked with the wall project in also in Berlin. So far we did 3 cities: Berlin, Vienna, and Marseille. And in January, I'm coming back to Brussels to do another mural here, because we just had a meeting today morning, and they say they love the project and they want to have it, so we're coming back. But the thing is that we never had that presence in European countries and cities before. So of course there are embassies which are great, and they're helping us a lot, and they're been really highly involved in the processes, but this is not enough. I mean, they also never had that much pressure on them with all the projects happening. So those connections should be, starting from this year, much more stronger than we ever had them before. Because if we want that, that presence of Ukraine to keep going, for us to be really visible, because as we mentioned in the previous discussion, the Russian put huge money in that propaganda and cultural presence, and we have something different. We have that narratives, we have the true, and we have these amazing artists, projects. So people are hosting us here with pleasure, but we need to build those connections, and to of course, personal connections, first of all, with the municipalities, with the local agencies and NGOs who work in culture. In our case, with the street art agency, we were building this relationship from zero. So starting from April, when I arrived to Berlin, there was a pure discovery, where we had so many no's that I never got ever in my career before. And we have this experience, and the most of it, the most important is that finally something happening. After all those no's I've got, we also got yeses, and that was so much more important. And that's why finally we had this amazing collaboration with Berlin organization Art in Exile, and then we had a collaboration with Planète Emergence in Marseille, and then we had a great collaboration also in Vienna, actually, with the organization who was commercial, they are doing this street art around Vienna, but they gave us a commercial wall that they usually give for some brands for quite a big money, and they just gave it to us for free. So those connections are very important. And at the end of the day, like the mural project, comparing, for example, to the exhibitions or any kind of like inside projects which are happening for a particular public, like which buy tickets or need to go somewhere to get that experience. Murals and actually the art in the public space works very differently, because what happening is that you get much more audience, of course, because the people just passing by. That's why we're doing all that, those murals are like in very popular areas, like in the city center mostly. And then, of course, then you gain the audience, which is not only artistic people, not only the people who are already involved, who already know the context or they want to support Ukraine, but just general people who wouldn't even think it could be there. I'm probably would be not right to say that everybody after they see the mural really changed their idea about Ukraine and our common future. No, but then you still get so much more people than selecting, those who make, who have their reflection on that. It's still much more people, and then the murals has a longer life, let's say, than and a concert or an exhibition, because some of them, will be destroyed quite soon after the anniversary of the war, but some others will stay there for years. Like the mural in Berlin, we hope it's going to be there at least for 2 years, and then they have another wall just in front, and they said that we should do that one, the second one, straight after the victory of Ukraine. So we are having that wall booked for that particular event to celebrate it together there. So we actually, from those people who were involved in the project, we got an amazing feedback, and really it was quite new for us also to talk about, like, positively about our possibilities, but not just about struggle. So that was, and there is, because the project is continuing and it's going on until the end of March. So we at least gonna do 2 more cities, Brussels and hopefully something else. I'm not able to say what, because I'm able, because maybe somebody will help me. We are working on Budapest, where our presence is very important. So if you have any contacts in the municipality or in artistic organizations, street organizations, please let me know. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's a great case for art managers. Great case. A lot of experience, very different kind of experience. Thank you. I would like to continue, and I would like to focus on Germany and one great institution, Goethe Institute. Before Russia invasion, the main office of this organization was in Kyiv, not far from my office. And now Goethe Institute operates from abroad, but continue to support Ukrainian culture. And I would like to ask Hanna, is a referent for East Partnership and Special Programs of Goethe Institute, about one important activity, representation of Ukraine in the biggest book fair in the world. It's Frankfurt Book Fair. It was in October. Guest country of this year was Spain, but as you could see, fair focused its attention on Ukraine book market, on Ukraine literature, on Ukraine culture. You supported national stand from Ukraine Book Institute, program of Mistetsky Arsenal, exhibition of illustrators, a lot of events for literature professionals and for public. What is important as well, Frankfurt Book Fair banned Russian public institutions. There were no Russian national stand. Frankfurt also is most influential fair in international literature festivals. So a lot of fairs, if I remember, 33 of international fairs all over the world ban Russia as well. What kind of experience you get from this work? Of course, what kind of challenges did you get through, and did you get your goals, and what kind of goals it was?
My side for the invitation. I'm also really happy to speak with all these great speakers on this panel. And maybe first of all, I would like to underline or also stress out that although I'm now based in Germany, I am working for Goethe Institute Ukraine. And our building in Kiev is closed, but Goethe Institute Ukraine still exists. We are working. We have never been closed a single day since the start of the full-scale invasion. And even though we are, of course, now also operating inside of Germany to bring Ukrainian voices to German audience, our main focus still lies within Ukraine and in the supporting Ukrainian cultural and educational partners inside of Ukraine, because sometimes there is a misunderstanding and some people think we, as Goethe Institute Ukraine, do not exist anymore in Ukraine, but that's, I just wanted to underline that we are still existing and we are working inside Ukraine as a main focus. But yes, today I'm invited to speak about our presence inside of Germany. And one example out of many events and programs we have been doing in the last 8 months is our presence at Frankfurt Book Fair. And this huge presence at Frankfurt Book Fair was also made possible because of some special fundings from German Federal Foreign Office. So additionally to our usual funding we get to work with inside Ukraine, we got special supplementary funding from German government this year to support Ukraine, and one program was this Frankfurt Book Fair appearance. So together with the Ukrainian Book Institute, you have already mentioned it, Goethe Institute Ukraine was curating the national stand of Ukraine in Frankfurt Book Fair, which I guess was a huge presence. And you already mentioned it, that although Spain, of course, was the official guest of honor, Ukrainian, I guess, was the secret also guest of honor, or like the informal guest of honor as well, which we could see because the appearance was crowded all the time from the beginning until the end. So every time you would go to the Ukrainian national stand, there was a huge many people standing there listening to the different programs, and of course a lot of attention from the German media as well. So I would definitely say that Ukraine was like secret guest of honor as well this year in Frankfurt. The stand itself, we brought about 40 publishers from Ukraine to Frankfurt, and we also invited other partners like Mistetsky Arsenal, Book Arsenal to be part of the program. So there were not only lectures about the current situation, about the war. I mean, of course, it was the main topic, and it was always touched by, I guess, almost every panel or every speaker. But of course the main issue, and this goes along with my former speakers, was also to present contemporary Ukrainian culture, contemporary Ukrainian literature to the German and international audience, and also to introduce the visitors to culture, book design, history and art from Ukraine. So it was a huge program built on different topics. And it's also important that it was not only the national stand itself, but also Ukrainian voices were present, for example, at the Frankfurt Pavilion, which is the huge stage in the middle of the book fair. So everyone basically passes by if he or she visits the fair. So Ukrainian voices were also spread over the whole fair, and I think this is one very important point that we saw that these Ukrainian discussions, or these Ukrainian voices and the discussions, they really need to embed it into a wider and a brighter environment, because then only then you can really reach out to new audience, you can really present the topic to different people, because of course people that are already interested in Ukraine, they would always find the events and they would always come. But to reach out to new people, to introduce Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian history to especially German audience who have not been so much involved before, or really did not have so many information about Ukraine at all. This is, I guess, a huge challenge, and for that, Frankfurt was a perfect opportunity, because we like our stand and our artists, our writers were part of the whole fair, and they were present in different halls and in different programs, and so they really had the chance to present their topics to many different people. And as I said, the media echo was very, very high. The crowd was the national stand was crowded all the time, and it really represented some contemporary voices from Ukraine in Frankfurt. So we were pretty happy about this experience as well. Maybe I will stop here for now.
Question maybe not. It's not about. Maybe this is a question about your feeling. How do you feel? The next year, Frankfurt also ban Russia from participation in fair, or it's just for 1 year, or it's until reparation, until victory.
For Frankfurt Book Fair, it's really hard for me to make.
That's why I asked about your feeling. Yes, because you don't represent fair.
Yes, I think as long as the war is running, it is really hard to have some national stand of Russia inside of Frankfurt. But yeah, I'm not talking for Frankfurt Book Fair here, so it would be only a guess from my side.
Thank you. So from all your speeches, I understood the main challenge, and three main challenges. The first of all, it's a Russia narrative and Russia power and Russia presence on that countries where you operate, maybe not. The second is how to deal with freedom of expression if you deal with state institutions. And I would like to continue this discussion in this way. Maybe you have possibility to see and to share your vision, or maybe you experience how you deal with this freedom of expression when you have somebody who say you need to do this or that.
I wish I can share.
Please.
As we work with many stakeholders always in our projects, it's like usually it's a government institution like Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for example. Then it could be the donor, some foundation who actually is sponsoring the project, and then of course the curatorial team, the communicational team, and then of course the artists. So we have, like, everybody speaks different languages and then has their own goals, and it's not easy. So what has happened to us, for example, because we have a positive and a negative experience, and of course when we talk about like this time where we now, because artists are not supposed to work for government. It's something that we had in USSR, but and of course it's something that we don't want to have now. But we have this huge mission to talk about Ukraine, to talk about Ukrainian identity, Ukrainian culture. And then, so artists take their mission now, and not all of them, but many. And those who take that, they also take the responsibility to be open for, those needs and those values that they share with other stakeholders in that project. I mean, that might sound weird now because as a curator, I strongly believe that artistic expression is like the most important, and their unusual vision of the things, the perspective that they give to the, any conversation, that is very important. But in this particular case, we really need to hear each of the sides. And so what we do with our team, as we are being those translators, those interpreters to both sides, to the governmental, to the legal side, and down to artistic side, because they are speaking so different languages with each other that it's like impossible to understand. And my role very often is not just a role of a curator who,
Ну і моя роль це не просто роль куратора.
I'm sorry, I can hear the translation. So in this case, my role is not just the role of a curator, but also very often a role of mediator, who is actually needs to explain to the artists why do we need to change the image. And it's like horrible. You don't do editions. You do editions with the design, or you do editions with the text, like you work for media, but you don't do that to artists. And this is something that sometimes we have to deal with. And then, of course, there are artists who say, no, I'm not gonna change it. I'm better not participate it. And I respect that very much. So, of course, then we cannot continue our collaboration. But so it very much depends on this context of the project, because if you're doing an artistic exhibition, as we did before, we just take the ready piece of art and it has an artistic expression in it, and it's so strong, then you don't you cannot intervene in it. But if you're creating the projects together from zero, an artist is being involved in that project, that's understanding all the mission that we have, then they might be open for, creating something that will be visible, will be help us to, to be present in those places where we want to be across the world, and then still, be honest with themselves if they are doing what they're supposed to do, not just working as a commercial painters or something. So it's a very ethical conversation, and in each particular case, it's like a new story. That would be it so far from my experience. But we had a great collaborations within this trend of victory projects that we did in Ukraine this year, or with the murals. And I have to say that with the murals, we have we have these couples, and then we have 3 couples that worked out, and we did these murals in these 3 cities. But then we have another 2 couples that didn't work out, and we are totally okay with it. So it's a challenge.
Yeah, it's a great challenge. David, I see you have something to mention, or maybe something to say.
There are a number of questions here, and I agree with what Katja was saying about, there always being, every situation is different, there are always different stakeholders and so on. Broadly speaking, and I was referring earlier to the importance of the independence of the cultural sector. This is something which can never be taken for granted anywhere, absolutely nowhere. And especially when, the cultural sector is always one way or another dependent on funding, whether that's from commercial sources, from individual benefactors, from government, from the public sector, and so on. So the dynamic of power and money is always problematic. It's often a very creative tension, and it's a necessary tension. It's an unavoidable one. So, what I find really interesting in the debates that are taking place now, certainly in relation to the Ukraine season in the UK, and why I think they're relevant more widely. There are all sorts of questions, and the organisation for which I work, the British Council, is an official organization. It responds ultimately to Parliament, not to the government. It's not a governmental agency, but it is an official. Part of its funding comes from public sources and so on. And in any organization which has an official status, there's always a kind of a question about how the alignment takes place with public policy, government policy, and so on. And that is often, as I say, a creative as well as a problematic tension. That's just the reality. I think that where as we face not only in Ukraine but across the world, there are so many different ways in which both misinformation, monopolization of channels of information, and also different kinds of what shall I say, exclusive or aggressive narratives, which very often rely on a kind of sort of spurious cultural authenticity. And we find this, in so many places where there are narratives which are quite aggressive, exclusive, sometimes violent even, rely on a kind of supposed cultural authenticity. This is our cultural identity and so on. And this is, there are always ways in which one of the roles that artists will always play is to hold up the mirror against all of these things and all of these institutions and these narratives, whether they come from government or whether they come from some kind of insurgency or opposition, because they will always be revealing some of the contradictions and the complications and so on. That is really the importance of the cultural sector in any society. And I think that is what is, in a very interesting way, being is at stake in Ukraine for the Ukrainian cultural sector, and we see it, in all sorts of ways in the debates about the organization of the cultural sector, in the content of the work, that has a wider relevance for other countries as well, and it does come to the core of what is this struggle about, which is the freedom. Her Excellency Olena Zelenska gave us a beautiful recorded message for the opening of the season, which was shown at Sheffield. You may remember Tatiana, and she quoted George Orwell's 1984, the novel 1984, where one of the characters says that the definition of freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 make 4. The freedom to make a critical analysis and discuss it and to raise different points of view is absolutely essential. And that is where there has to be an understanding on the part of governments, benefactors, sponsors, that there is a limit actually to how much they can do. Their role is to create the conditions, to open the space and allow that debate to happen. And that is what really is cultural resilience. And that is a debate which I think is really important, not only for Ukraine, but for other countries as well.
I have more questions than time we have. I would like to ask you about the future, because we started from future, and I would like to finish question about future. What we can expect from your project in the future? I know UK-Ukraine season operate until March. What do you expect in the future from Katya, your projects? And maybe we will we can see some concerts all over US about Ukrainian music or something else. It's a question to all of you, and you can choose who answered first. Lynn.
Ukrainian Contemporary Music Festival. Can you hear me okay? The Ukrainian Contemporary Music Festival will have its 4th season in March of 2023, and we have no plans to stop our annual festival. And in fact, we're hoping to expand the format that we've been using currently in the future as we gain audience, as we gain a kind of presence within the New York new music scene. My hope is that American musicians who have participated in these various projects will take this music back to the spaces where they are performing regularly, and in that way be sort of bearers of Ukrainian culture moving forward, so that we sort of create a network of ambassadors for Ukraine, I suppose, without necessarily needing it to be under a banner of, this is a special tribute to Ukraine, or this is a special concert of Ukrainian music. I mean, my real sort of hope is that we can contribute. We certainly can't do it by ourselves, but that we can contribute to a movement that will, I'm sure slowly, but hopefully steadily infiltrate broader music programming in general, and that you'll see Ukrainian composers programmed in the best halls by the best musicians, not because these people are trying to signal their support for Ukraine, which of course they should, and that's wonderful, and we appreciate the solidarity, but that they also include this music simply because it's excellent music and it should be performed, and much of it has very interesting intersections with repertoire that is well known. I would say in the classical music world, from my experience, we are at a kind of crossroads where we're talking a lot about like what is performed in concert halls, and what do we do with the canonical repertoire? How do we diversify what we present for audiences? And I think this, in a way, is sort of a perfect moment to say, well, here is all of this wonderful music that can be programmed with works that people know, that can provide sort of new perspectives. And I hope that we're in a moment where there's like a reception for that. And I do get the impression from the musicians that I work with that they have really enjoyed learning Ukrainian repertoire, that they will continue to play it, that it's something that they, once they have gone to the effort of learning a piece, you don't just sort of learn it once and then put it away, right? It becomes part of your repertoire. And I see myself as frozen. I don't know if you can hear me still. Maybe somebody can let me know. Hello?
We hear you.
We hear you. Okay. Well, I'll just keep talking. So that these artists will sort of become not necessarily, only identified by being ambassadors for Ukraine, but also as just sort of artists that promote good music, and Ukrainian music is part of that good music. I mean, that's sort of my hope. And the Ukrainian Contemporary Music Festival, as I said, is an annual festival. We intend to continue to be an annual festival. We are growing sort of each year. And, it would be, I am always open to, collaborations like this project at Carnegie Hall. So yes, I think it's a slow process, but I think that, we are in a good position, and we have created connections within the music world that will hopefully, sort of help Ukrainian art to become part of, just the canon of artworks that are performed because they're good artworks. you don't see Dvorak programmed on a symphonic concert because, you know, we're celebrating Czechness. I mean, you might. I mean, if you were doing a program celebrating Czech music, of course Dvorak would appear, but he appears all the time without that kind of qualifier, and that's kind of my hope for Ukrainian music in the U.S. And I think that the way that we try to do that is through working with American musicians, American ensembles, American venues, as a way of you know, going beyond a kind of only Ukrainian identity, I suppose.
I have a question to Anna. What we can expect from Goethe Institute in the future, in the nearest future? What great project you prepare for us?
Said so, Goethe Institute Ukraine will continue working, and for these special funds we got theirs, it's still not clear if we will get them next year. We still hope for some good news from Federal Foreign Office, but however, many of the programs that have been implemented this year are to be continued in a smaller scale, at least. So, for example, we had this, for this year, we had one program called Stabilization Fund for Ukrainian Cultural Organizations, where we supported around 70 organizations in Ukraine with in the total amount of €1 million. So they could continue their work in Ukraine. So they are now producing, working on their own projects, which I'm really happy that they could still do. We hope to continue this program. We also, of course, continue our work in educational part. We continue supporting all Ukrainian online school. We continue working in German classes, and we will continue working in international cooperations between German and Ukrainian artists and in the creative sector, of course. And also, I mean, this is our regular work, but what I think is really interesting to see during the next year is also the small encounters that have been created during this year, because there were many encounters on a personal level, but also institutional level between German and Ukrainian organizations or initiatives that would have never met before. And I think there will be a lot of creative productions coming in the next year or in the future out of these sudden encounters now that many people in Germany suddenly were focused on Ukraine, suddenly wanted to know more about Ukrainian cultural sector, wanted to invite some artists for residencies, for projects. And I think this is something that we might not see in 2 months, but we might see at the end of next year or even afterwards, that there might be a lot of new cooperations. And of course, this is also our job to support and to be the mediator between these German and Ukrainian collaborations. So we will focus on that, and hopefully we can go back to Kiev the sooner the later and reopen also our building there.
I'm waiting. David, I exactly have a question to you, but you can continue.
And Hannah said, for example, I completely agree, Leah, around mainstreaming, let's call it that, making sure that avoiding any kind of tokenism, that things are there because they're good. They're Ukrainian, but they're there because they're good in the programming. And, I'll give one very recent example from the season, a company that many of you will know, Opera Aperta. Their production Chernobildorf was a wonderful archaeological opera, was presented at the Huddersfield Contemporary Music Festival a couple of weeks ago. Now, Huddersfield is a small provincial town in central northern England, but it's a very important platform, a very important international contemporary music festival. The press response in the UK has been just tremendous. It just blew the roof off. And, the Times newspaper described it as a masterpiece which everyone should see. It was described on BBC Radio as one of the most shattering and important performances taking place anywhere in the world at the moment. You know, that's the sort of thing I think just that you would also have in mind, Leah, and what you were talking about, that the sheer amazing quality and arresting beauty and urgency of this work is what makes it, what attracts people to it. So that's something that is certainly to be encouraged. Now, I'd also, just following on from things that Hannah was saying, the British Council has also continued its, although physically closing its premises in Kiev, has continued its our activities in Ukraine. A lot of the work that we've been doing with Ukrainian partners from before the season and different collaborations have been continuing and are feeding through into different kinds of residency programs that, you know, had perhaps originally had envisaged more physical presence and activity in Ukraine, but have been, you know, shifted so that the work is taking place. The physical encounters are happening more in the UK, and that will feed through into let's see how that goes. A couple of other things I'd say, and I think this will also be very much in all of the other all of the other speakers have mentioned this around the international dimension. The multilateral rather than the bilateral question. And, you know, a lot of the work that our UK-Ukraine season is essentially bilateral, of course, the UK and Ukraine. But the opportunity to have international platforms where there are artists not only from the UK and audiences from the UK, but from other countries as well. I just mentioned the Contemporary Music Festival in Huddersfield, but I'll give another example, which is a very interesting one. Recently in Belfast at Outburst Queer Arts Festival, which is one of the most significant queer arts festivals in both Britain and Ireland. It was very interesting to have a Ukrainian presence there alongside artists from that queer arts discourse, but from various different places such as Palestine, Argentina, Brazil, Poland, where there are many different narratives around the challenges and the issues that queer artists need to address or want to address, and to have Ukraine and Ukrainian art as part of that discussion in that multilateral way is, I think, also very, very fertile, very, very promising for the future, very important. And, you know, I'd say also, I just mentioned something that I was particularly proud that we were able to engage with in Ukraine was the Lviv Book Forum in Ukraine in early October, where our involvement together with the Hay Festival from Britain was very much about the international, the global augmentation of that festival, that book festival, reaching an audience, and we were working particularly in Spanish as well as in English, and particularly for the Hay Festival's very extensive audience in the Americas. And one of the results of that is that there are Ukrainian writers who, you know, are and you know, it's very interesting. In the Americas, there are lots of people involved in the literary and publishing worlds who are themselves of Ukrainian extraction from 3 or 4 generations back, and that's been a very interesting reconnection that has been made through that. So, you know, there are all sorts of ways in which one can't predict what will happen, and that's but where creating the opportunities is the most important thing.
I wanted to agree that this international component, because we have the same experience at Goethe Institute, that suddenly so many of our colleagues from all over the world also ask us, we would like to invite some Ukrainian artist on our panel or to some residency. And so, for example, next week there will be someone from Isolatia speaking about international artists in residencies in a panel in Japan. Online, of course, but this is something where you can really see that this international awareness is very, very high, and I think British Council as well as Goethe Institute, we are very happy to have our long-term partners in Ukraine since many years, so that we finally can present to the world and to the international audience in this case, because in our case at least, it would not have been possible without this long-term work in Ukraine and working with our partners for many years, having these build up this trust in knowing of their great work since already 30 years. So of course now when there are so many people asking whom could we invite, we have a huge pool of people, of great Ukrainian artists and cultural people that we can actually indicate. And this is something, I guess, which is really important, that this work has not, this international collaboration and encounter work has not started in February. We have been doing it for years, and you can see the results right now. And this is something I would really like to emphasize as well.
I would like to finalize our discussion. You let us look behind the scene of your projects, and it's a great possibilities to understand how it works, all these difficult questions and difficult challenges which you meet with, and I hope finally we will meet all together in Kyiv as soon as possible. I'm waiting for that. Thank you very much for participation.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Друзі, я вас всіх знову вітаю, всіх, хто до нас долучився щойно. Креативна Україна форум триває, і на наш наступний сектор називається спецпроект «Ми на фронті», дуже особливий сьогодні. Я запрошую учасників, які всі зараз перебувають в цій залі. Це музикант, саунд-продюсер, актор, учасник гурту «Танок на Майдані Конго»
Oleg Fagot, who is a frontman of Танок на Майдані Конго
телеведуча, художниця,
band.
науковиця, письменниця, громадська діячка, волонтерка
Angelika Radnicka, who is an activist and a volunteer and a journalist.
Це так само, я вже можу багато регалій перераховувати, і виконавець, поет,
Poet, musician,
культурного нашого батальйону Коля Сільга.
Коля Сільга.
Коля, вітаємо тебе, учасник
Welcome, Коля.
багатьох дуже важливих останніх кілька місяців івентів біля Фагота.
Yes, please take your seat over there.
Цей сектор український актор театру
And
кіно, заслужений артист України.
the sector will be moderated by Yevgeny Shuk, who is a famous Ukrainian actor.
Ми тут сперечаємось, народний артист чи заслужений? Народний артист.
So what's your title called? People's Artist of Ukraine, right? Not distinguished artist, just people's artist. Yes, yes. Over to you then.
Дякую, Марічка.
Thank you, Marichka.
Полишаєте?
You're leaving us, aren't you?
Ну, не зовсім так. Дякую. Всім доброго вечора, ми з України.
Okay, hello everyone. We're from Ukraine.
Справді, особливий модуль в тому сенсі, що
This is a special module
по той бік і по цей бік
in a sense that
насправді один загальнонаціональний бік
that it covers
українського фронту проти
issues of
Я дуже радий, що
Ukrainian struggle against pure evil. We are very fortunate to be here today in person.
форумі «Креативна Україна». Для мене це особливий форум.
This is a very special forum for me.
Років тому назад
A couple of years ago, I actually launched it myself as a Minister of Culture,
має велике значення. Я дуже радий,
and it has turned out to be a very powerful event. And it's great news that the ministry continues to do this forum despite the war.
є якась частина, яка може його безпосередньо відвідати.
Of course, some people
Вона має таке велике
have
представництво.
to join online, but most of the others can attend in person. Yesterday was a great day. We had attendance by a number of our good friends from other countries, including Piotr Gliński, Minister of Culture of Poland, who's a great colleague and a friend of mine. And the fact that we're doing this forum just shows that Ukraine, despite everything, no matter what, is full of creativity, full of life, and has a great potential to build on that success story of Ukrainian culture and build on it globally.
До певної міри я вже близько 9 місяців також до певної міри двояко себе почуваю.
For these past 9 months, I have been experiencing this dual sort of feeling, the sensation. That is really weird. It almost feels like everything, my whole life, my whole experience has been reset. You know, and you end up in a situation where none of your prior experiences can really help. You know, you just end up with other people like you know, in that same trench, and everyone is just the same. And no amount of previous experience can prepare you for that. So that's what makes this feeling so weird. Now, I'm really happy to see my colleagues here in this panel. people I've known for many years now. And, you know, before we continue with the conversation, I'd just like to let you know that there were many more people who wanted to attend this panel as panelists, including some of the guys who are fighting the war on the front lines. You know, and I'm really proud of the fact that our troops have a lot of people with creative background. Famous people even. So, which basically tells me that there's really no distinction between cultural life and war life. You know, a lot of our colleagues and friends are in the trenches right now, so they immediately changed and dropped everything they were doing, and they took up arms and embarked on this noble mission of defending our country. You know, guys like Khlivnyuk, Topola, and Sergei Mikhalchuk, and who else? И Polozhak, и Polozhinsky, and many, many others. All of these guys would have been a great addition to this panel, but unfortunately, because of, you know, their military commitments, they had to pass this honor to us. And that's why we're here.
Знаєте, задавати якісь питання, а де ти зараз, яке військове завдання виконуєш і так далі, я не буду.
I'm not going to ask any sensitive questions, nothing pertaining to combat activities, because it's not the right thing to do. I'm not going to ask you what your mission is and what are some of the things you are doing over there. But what I would like to learn more about instead is the feelings you guys are experiencing as a result of this brutal invasion. I'd just like to get some insights as to how that war affected your personality, your inner self, your arts, your creativity, your family, and so on. I'm sure this will be something that our viewers will find extremely interesting. As a way for us, this dialogue is a way for us to find optimism despite the circumstances. And this dialogue is also about how we can utilize opportunities that present themselves to Ukrainian culture on a global stage. So I want to start with you, Oleg. You hail from Kharkiv, don't you? I mean, yes, you've moved to Kiev, but Kharkiv is the city that you hail from, and it's a heroic city that continues to withstand brutal missile attacks and shelling. A lot of museums were destroyed, including Grigory Skovoroda Museum in Skovorodinka near Kharkiv. And I mean, there's a lot of mysterious stuff going on. They did hit the museum building, but miraculously the statue of Skovoroda, a famous Ukrainian philosopher, survived in one piece. It's really mysterious. So, Oleg, my friend, you are, I would say, hell-bent on promoting the Ukrainian culture all over the world. I've zero doubt. I mean, I've known you for years. You've always been very vocal. have always been a great driving force behind Ukrainian culture. But, you know, we are living through this war, and this is not normal. War is not normal. So what effect did it have on you?
Свої переживання, творчість, яка
How did you feel
зараз є
when this war started?
в рамках війни?
How did it affect your work, your creative work?
Така тема, що просто так однозначно на твої питання не
You know, it's really hard to give you a short answer to these questions.
котрі зі мною відбулися там з 24-го.
Because, you know, the feelings I've been experiencing since February 24 are hard to put into words.
Що з тобою відбувається, але ти все одно робиш те, що маєш робити.
But nevertheless, you just keep going, right? And that's exactly how I feel right now. That's exactly how I felt on February 24th. You know, when I realized that the war was actually starting in earnest. At that point, at that time, I kind of realized that the only thing I'm feeling is a beautiful sensation of calm. And I knew straight away that we will prevail, that we will be victorious. It will be difficult for sure, but we will prevail, right? So I felt this incredible calmness. For the first couple of months, I couldn't not just write music, I couldn't listen to any music. It was a, you know, really the world has, you know, turned on its head for me. But, you know, as someone with experience, and I've been doing this since late 90s, and, you know, Golda Meir used to say, and I really like the quote, you know, and she said, if you know that your enemy wants you to die, there's nothing else you can do but to just keep living. So that's exactly how I felt, you know. I felt this incredible calmness. I knew that it was happening for real, and we were going to be victorious at the end of the day.
Справжню ненависть до всього світу наш ворог намагався задекларувати в якісь
Our enemy has really shown its true face on February the 24th, you know, and the way they behave and what they did pretty much validated all your sort of thoughts and ideas as to, you know, who that enemy really is. You know, you always felt they were brutal beyond imagination, and then they showed their true face, and it turned out you were right, I was right all along, so it contributed to, you know, that feeling of calmness. And you just feel, okay, you know, come and take me. You know, you feel calm, yet you feel strong at the same time. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at you. You're a strong man. I mean, you're a good soccer player. But are you a good shot? Yeah, I'm a pretty good shot, you know. But you know, I've never had a firearm, never owned one, and but I did some firearms training as well. You know, this is like a little hobby. But at that time, you know, when things broke out, I felt, okay, I gotta get a gun, and I'll just sit here and I'll let them come. I'll let them come and try and take me. So it's a weirdest of feelings, you know. So when you know that the enemy is after you and they want you dead, they want you destroyed, they want you gone, it kind of gives you strength. It kind of gives you inner strength. Because you know what, Ukrainians, we are bread makers. We're a peaceful nation. We love our land. We just love, full stop. You know, we're all about love. Ukrainians are about love. That's how I feel. So when you realize this, that despite your peace-loving nature, despite all your love, you realize that this enemy wants to come and get you, wants to come and kill you, you realize, okay, gotta learn something new. Gotta learn how to shoot better. Gotta learn hard, gotta prepare. And you kind of realize, okay, that's the only way to go, right? There's no other way. You gotta prepare, you gotta train, and I gotta kick their butts. I remember this funny story, right after we published our latest video, music video about the history of Ukraine, and the next morning after we've published that video, one of the Russian propaganda channels actually posted a link. I mean, that was surprising. They posted a link to our video and headlined it, Cartoon Nazism for Ukrainian Kids, which tells me that it got him pretty hard. It was important for us to make it, but as soon as they realized it, as soon as they saw it, they realized that what we're doing here is dangerous to them. So they immediately tried to denigrate the whole idea,
Потім ще поспілкуємося і відносно того, чи ти щось нове написав, і відносно того, чи просять тебе іноді співати.
Thank you for that. And
під вогонь
гріючись.
Але ми продовжуємо.
We're going to continue this discussion later. I know guys I know the guys, your fellow soldiers, they sometimes ask you to sing for them. No, they do not. It's not about singing. Okay, so in spirit of gender balance, I'd like to ask a question to our dear female friend.
Яка насправді свою війну починала ще дуже давно в культурному просторі Секторі, яка вже перед цією війною 8 років працювала над програмою «Український схід» і
tirelessly for the past 8 years on the Ukrainian East program, the program that essentially created opportunities for Ukrainian singers to visit with troops in the east of the country. And I know, Angelika, you find it very difficult these days that you're not allowed to go to the front lines. Right? And I know why you're not allowed, right? And it's not just you. Others, find it very difficult because it's just dangerous.
Вам це і мені це. А командир не боїться, тому що реально там збереться більше
someone would ask me, look, but I don't care. I don't care. I want to come and give a concert. And I say, well, okay, yeah, our commanders would have nothing of that. And it's not because of you or because we don't want you, but because, imagine if an artillery shell lands in the middle of that concert. Who's going to be held responsible? This is not safe. This is not safe to do. So that's why. So anyway, back to you, Angelika.
В нас дійсно бувала така історія, як Фагот сказав, що
as Fagot mentioned, it just doesn't feel like listening to music, right? Sometimes all you want is just a moment of silence, really. So he felt that. Have you felt that? Have you had the same sensation that
і після того отримувала сатисфакцію
not in the
зовсім
mood
іншу. Бо я розумію, що іноді
for
цю
music.
енергію ступору або
And
цієї
if
травми,
you did,
її
how were you
треба
able
чимось
to overcome it?
Анжеліка Рудницька.
Анжеліка Рудницька, over to you.
Стільки задач.
Thank you, Yevgen. So many questions.
Сильної армії. Власне, я для себе це вирішила на самому початку. В 2014 році
You know, I made the decision back in 2014, and because this is when my uncle died near Luhansk, fighting as a part of Ukrainian forces there, and just a couple of weeks after he died, I decided I had to go and visit with the troops. I didn't know where I was heading because nobody would tell me, but you know, we just went there, just somewhere near the front lines, and I ended up in his former unit. I was able to actually go inside their tent, and I saw his bunk, my uncle's bunk. I saw his name tag on that bunk. So I ended up right in the unit where he served, and it just felt terrible. It just felt very painful, you know, realizing that one of your own had died here. A person you loved, a person you grew up with together is gone, is no more. And so now you have to live your life for yourself and for him as well. And yeah, I felt the exact same way. It didn't feel like singing anymore.
Вирішили, що я приїхала воювати, а не співати.
You know,
І почали мене виганяти. Казали, їдь звідси, то дівчатам не місце, давай,
and you know,
давай, не треба
his
тут знаходитися.
comrades,
Коли ми вже розібралися, що просто приїхали їх підтримати,
they
стало
didn't want me there for fear of safety. They said, you gotta get out, you gotta get out. But at the end of the day, we were able to sit down together with his fellow soldiers, with his brothers in arms, and we had a candid conversation, and we cried a bunch together with these, strong and big men. And I sang a couple of songs for them, songs that I don't sing anymore. These songs are reserved for those men and women fighting that war. And I realized that they really wanted to hear those songs. I realized that they really enjoyed it. You know, and from there on out, I made a decision that I would deliver my best performance. I will look my best, and I will sing my best for these warriors. They are truly the ones who deserve it, and that's the least I can do for them.
Це такі прості, здається, буденні речі, але саме ці буденні речі рятують психіку.
These simple things,
Ми ніби зараз коли всі переживуть цей застрягнуть в посттравматичному синдромі, і потім їх треба витягати. Ні, нам треба оці емоційні гойдалки врівноважувати таким моментом терапії, коли ми
essentially providing art therapy. You know, we don't have to sit and wait for these guys to come back with PTSD. You know, we got to start doing something now. You know, I've done hundreds of these shows for our troops. I don't know how many. I think every other week.
І, звісно, я за цей час надивилася всякого, і страшного, і жахливого, і радісного, і
And I've seen so much stuff. I've seen terrible things and I've seen beautiful things. I had my birthday party in a bunker. Probably the best bouquet of flowers I've ever received in my life was a gift from one of the soldiers in Svetlodar. And he told me, look, I went out in the field to collect these flowers for you, but before I was able to collect them, I had to demine the whole area. So you see, it was the most beautiful flowers I've ever been gifted in my life. So
страшна робота, тому що уявіть собі, ти знаходишся в двох реальностях.
You being in these two different parallel realities. So before the invasion, you know, one thing, you have these front lines, you have the troops there, you're risking their lives every day, and then you come back to Kiev and everything is peaceful, and people seem to be unaware of what's going on. So it kind of gave me PTSD. I couldn't really understand how these people could go about their daily lives without really realizing what was happening in the country. I really hated people say, well, the war in the east of Ukraine, right? I really hate that phrase as just a way for people to try and sort of erect some kind of psychological barrier between themselves and the war, which is a mistake, you know. And had we been more empathic, had we been more thoughtful, maybe we could have prevented this war, this invasion from happening, because, you know, we could have done so much more over these 8 years to prevent it. But since we hadn't, we have to learn now during times of war, and our enemies are our best teachers, unfortunately. I mean, you've touched upon this very sensitive topic. When you said that we could have done much more. And I just remembered, you know, that Russian culture throughout history has always been very aggressive, very imperialistic, and it's always been like that. And now, when there's a push towards getting rid of all that stuff, you know, all these Russian cultural markers. Oftentimes you hear people, especially in the West, saying, well, look, this is Putin's war against Ukraine. This is not Pushkin's war. And to which I always respond by saying that Russia needs to bear collective responsibility for what they have done in Ukraine, because all their culture, all their literature, all that stuff has always been about imperial expansion. And we were too soft to counter that. We were too damn soft. We should have learned that straight away, that the good is only good when it has fists and is ready to kick some ass. Yeah, exactly. There's a joke. You know, if you hear somebody say that we share the culture and we are the same people, you just rack your gun and shoot that person. And I think most people are coming to terms now that this is exactly what we're dealing with. I mean, some people who are good in history, who've studied history, they knew, you know. Just remember Baturin, remember what Menshikov did to the citizens of the Cossack Ukrainian capital, right? So yes, we are all about love. Ukraine is about love, but you know, you gotta be able to defend your love. You know, you can't be soft. You can't be soft. And we are proving that. Yeah, we are an underdog, as they say in boxing. You know, nobody believes in you. Nobody gives you any chances, and yet you keep fighting, and yet you're prevalent. So, I mean, I have always been convinced since day one that we would win, we would prevail. I mean, I've always had this feeling ever since I started visiting with our troops. I mean, you just just go there and see the conditions that they have to live and operate in, and they never complain. They're super motivated. They're super cool, and even more so these days. And this is what gives me inspiration. This is what gives me my injection of adrenaline. And you know, when this war started, I just went like, look, I told everyone it was going to happen. You should have listened. But yeah, you know, when everything started, it's almost like everything freezes around you. You know, you just lose all strength and you just don't know what to do. And then my mom told me, look, we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay here while our men are fighting on the front lines. We have to stay back here and provide support as best we can. Well, this is a very good point. I would just like to give everyone a quick reminder. This is a creative industry forum, and creative industry is also about funding. You know?
Я до чого кажу? З одного боку,
GDP and
ти
so on.
сказала, що ти не бухгалтер.
So,
В кінці ти
you
сказала свого
mentioned
спічу, що
earlier that
ви з мамою
you
сказали, що треба зробити
are
все,
not very
щоб
good
допомогти Збройним силам України. І я буквально
doing accounting or maths, and you just have no idea how many shows and gigs you did for our troops. And then you also said that your mom told you basically, like, gave you this wake-up call, told you to told you to stay home and provide support. And you know, and this is what you have been doing. You've been raising funds for the military. Yeah, this is what I've been doing, you know, trying to earn some money and spend it to help our troops. And we bought a bunch of cars and night vision optics, and you know, the one thing you know that we managed to procure just recently is a UAV, a drone for our troops. We spent 800,000 hryvnias on it. I was honestly a bit afraid having to spend this much money, but you know, if our troops said that they want a drone, then you know, we gotta get them the drone.
І музиканти, звісно, і поети, і перформатори, представники сучасного мистецтва,
No, for sure.
які продають.
So many people in this profession have done so much, you know, famous painters, artists, and singers have been selling their works to fund the Ukrainian military.
Були використані, і вони просто оживають.
You know, one of our famous painters is painting spent bullet casings.
І всі гроші, звичайно, використані. Ми використовуємо для збройних сил.
She's painting in the style of Maria Primachenko, and then you know she turns these spent casings into beautiful works of art, and you know she sells them, and all proceeds go towards humanitarian needs. You know, others do as well. You know, painters selling their works and sending all these proceeds to, you know, our troops and civilians in distress.
Того реального злочину, який завдає рашизм. Його плакати використовують в Європі і світі на тих чи інших пікетах, які українські друзі в тій чи іншій країні виходять до посольств і так далі.
You see a lot of these types of reflections are all over the place, you know, of other artists, other painters who are creating beautiful works of art, capturing the moment, essentially. This is really incredible, incredible stuff. Now all these
З
people,
одного боку залишають цей біль, цю травму, з другого боку вона переростає в інший вимір. Катерина Яковленко, я просто
can't heal the pain, but they can transform it into positive energy.
коли вона побачила свою квартиру, в якій жила, яка розбомблена, так?
Or Katerina Pavlichenko, for example, you know, when she came back to her bombed-out flat.
А потім зробити з цього ще як кураторці талановитій, зробити виставку.
And what did she do? She turned her bombed-out flat into an exhibition space. And I think this is great stuff. It matters a lot, and it can really help shed some light on the strength of character that Ukrainians possess. Now, moving on. I want to talk to you, Коля. I mean, you're someone who has who's really transformed himself. I mean, we haven't been acquainted for a very long time, but you know, I started following you recently, and I really enjoyed your lyrics. I enjoyed your music, you know, and you're doing a great job, so thank you. Tell us a little bit about your perspective. So let me just try and change gears here. So
Тому, розуміючи, хто тут зараз є, одразу прийду до справи.
So let me get down straight to business, because time is a precious resource that we do not have a lot of. Now, we've created an organization that we called Cultural Assault. Let's say, consider this a military cultural agency. And we need people. We need managers. We need motivated people. We need designers. We need people, full stop. The more people we can attract, the better the outcomes. So let me show you a video real quick. And you'll get an idea of what the cultural assault is all about. Cultural Assault is a union of Ukrainian creators that work together to boost morale and help our troops with art. The calmer, the more satisfied our troops are, the better they will be at killing enemies. We work on the front lines because this is where the situation is the most stressful, and this is where our troops need our help the most. The whole country's hopes rests on the shoulders of these warriors, and that's why they deserve our help the most. Our equipment is portable. We are self-sufficient. That's why we can go anywhere and do our shows anywhere. People we need, people we want working for us, they need to be highly motivated with military experience. Preferably, because we are going to places where the level of danger is extremely high. Let's keep working, guys.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Культурний десант відпрацював вже близько 500 концертів.
Cultural Assault has done some 500 concerts. We have several core teams working along the entire length of the front line, very close to the line of contact, you know, where people need and want us the most. You know, we're doing shows in bunkers, we're doing shows in trenches. And this is all about, you know, morale, because, you know, culture is a big therapist. And it can really make a difference. But it is also a lot of responsibility. You know, we've been working very closely with military psychologists. And we always sort of try to stay positive. We apply regressive, progressive, trans technique. You know, before a Kherson offensive, we went around our troops to try and help them sort of stay in tune with one another. Because many different units were involved in this offensive, and we thought that it would be a good thing to do for us to try and sort of sync them all up.
Окрім цього, є, окрім таких, скажімо так, директивних зустрічей, є ще, скажімо, додаткові інструменти впливу. Наприклад, зараз
we use other techniques as well, other tools.
На сході. Так, дійсно, ну, от
Strusing came back from the east, where we engaged with one of the brigades. And I can tell you that some of these troops' morale is pretty low, especially in those areas where they haven't been rotated out. So with these kinds of people, you know, who have been fighting for 9 months non-stop, you know, normal motivation or motivating tools, they bear no effect. No amount of money can help boost the morale of these guys, or even sending them back home for on a leave of vacation does not seem to help all that much. So, you know, we are constantly coming up with new morale-boosting techniques, you know, by creating these alternative realities that we can pull people into to help them rebuild their spirits. Sasha Chemirov from Dimna Sumish, he's a great musician, right? You guys all know who this man is. So me and him, we are writing, authoring anthems for our brigades that would be reflective of the core values of these units and would resonate with the troops. You know, we've just finished writing an anthem for this our 72nd Brigade. We're wrapping up another anthem for the 68th Brigade.
Все лягає, все працює. Наші музи мобілізовані.
So is it working? You know, yes, it does. So I mean, because I've heard some things, some rumors. Because if you think about it, you know, during the Second World War, remember how many patriotic songs. You know, Russian patriotic songs, and these days, like right now in Russian army, they don't have any of that stuff. You know, they can't even, they won't be able to write a song for a unit or some kind of patriotic song for them because there's nothing to sing about, there's nothing to really write about. I know that the government actually forces some local singers to come up with these songs for them, but it just doesn't work out. Well, you know, exactly. This is what makes us different from them. Like, there are no orders for us. We just do it out of our own initiative, you know, out of our own volition.
У нас колись там, коли він в 30-ті до цього працював, каже, був такий гімн. Я слухаю, говорю, ну лайно, типа, ну хто це буде наспівувати? Гімн потрібен такий, щоб це була збірка афірмацій.
And you know, as I was talking with the officers, I realized that the existing songs that these brigades had as their own, you know, symbolic anthem songs, they were quite frankly shitty songs, you know, and we figured out that a song needs to be catchy, it needs to be very affirming, it needs to be something that troops can learn quickly and something that will resonate with the troops.
А можна мені текст? Я кажу, так. Відправляю, ввечері вона мені від історика присилає там таку доповідь. Це не може бути, там Сірко, там то-то, то-то, Петлюра, там то-то, то-то.
And I mean, we're actually running our songs through general staff just to make sure that, you know, the texts are true to history.
Зараз буду писати гімн в текстовому варіанті для 60.
Because we make a lot of historical references, and we want to make sure that we get all the history right.
Я там для своєї бригади зараз пишу. Потім, от я якраз сидимо з фаготами, я думаю, що ми будемо вас просити доєднатися до цього.
I just like to take this opportunity and invite Fahot to join forces with us. Consider it done. Now, you know, what's important is to see the guy as they listen to the song, you know, you want to see what you want to see is see these guys relax. You want to see them start sort of tapping to the beat, you know, it means and it's working.
Які просто дівчата-волонтерші, вони відфоткалися в такому пінап-стайлі, і дуже мені сподобався їх слоган, такий календарик. Ми влаштуємо вам рай, щоб ви їм влаштували пекло. І ну це також працює.
A bunch of girls from our initiative have done a photo shoot in pin-up style, and you know that send those photos to our frontline troops. That worked miracles as well. Now, with these newly liberated areas, one thing is clear. Is that despite physical liberation, a lot of these people, in their minds, they're still under occupation. So what we need to do is come up with some good narratives for these different communities, newly liberated communities, to try and resonate with those people, to try and liberate them from this mental, moral occupation. And it's each city is different. Each community is different. In Kherson, we managed to paint a bunch of murals that have turned out to be pretty awesome looking and very patriotic and very effective as well. We are doing a joint project with Ukrainian Railways company to create this cultural resilience station, as we call it. There's another project that is called Bring Her Alive. Basically, what this project is about: people buying books for our troops, and you know and we just deliver the books. And you would think, who has time to read books in the military? on the front lines, in the trench, and you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how hungry for reading our troops are. So guys, please buy more books, give it to us, we'll deliver it to our frontline troops.
Нашої дискусії, нашого модуля передбачає якісь певні запитання не тільки від мене як модератора,
Now,
а й від аудиторії, яка
according to the format,
запитання, чи можна
we are supposed to do a short Q&A session.
Якщо раптом виникли якісь питання, то ви
So,
обов'язково зараз будете мати змогу запитати. Я так невеличкий анонс, так?
Everybody who has a question, make sure you note it and you won't have a chance to ask it.
Зачепити ту
But first,
ситуацію,
I'd just like to
звертаючись до вас, там вже тепер незалежно в кого як
spend a few minutes
з цього приводу. Зараз за будь-яких обставин в нас пройшов шок, і ви кожен
talking
практично
about
про це десь
this.
сказали, так?
I mean, we've all
І в нас
gone
почався
through
типово для
a
творчої
stage of
мистецької
shock,
людини
right?
драма.
You know, all of you mentioned that. And now we've sort of entered
В тому числі і страху, в тому числі
this,
небезпекою, в тому числі мотивацією.
I call it a drive phase, you know, we're all energized, we're
До певної
all
міри внести позитив в травматичне суспільне явище.
hell-bent on sharing that good positive energy with our troops. So how long do you think we will be able to sustain this drive for?
Чи далі ми не почнемо, ну, якби, чи
And
далі ми
what's going to happen after the
згодом
victory?
після війни, що, ну, якби, культура має всіх помирити, і давайте опять дружити
Do you think there's a risk of
з русським міром і так далі, з русскими
us, representatives of culture sect,
Чи виникне
advocating for
чи витримаємо, чи цей
sort of amicable resolution with Russia and advocate forgiveness of Russia? Do you think there's a chance? Or do you think that, you know, that window of opportunity is now gone and we would never let Russians back into our space, our cultural space?
Не сформулював навіть. Головне, що має не привести до того, що ти зараз говориш. Дуже хороша
I think Kola got it really right
деокупація, культурна деокупація.
when he said that we need to do cultural deoccupation.
Артистів зараз
Now,
починають
what I
культурну
really like
деокупацію вперше з себе.
is that a lot of our artists have started cultural deoccupation of themselves, which is great news.
Тема афірмації, що типу, давайте, от як ти говориш, а давайте все ж таки
Because, I mean,
поміримося, а давайте все ж таки ми ж так чи інакше.
just yesterday, figuratively speaking, we had these people saying things like, oh, but we are friends, we've been friends for so many years, let's continue to be friends, and so on.
Артистів, знаєш, говорили, що і намагалися робити якісь хіти російською, що
And
так чи інакше.
whereas yesterday, figuratively speaking, a good bunch of artists were speaking or singing Russian or in Russian, just, you know, to cover Russian audiences and earn more money. I mean, obviously, everybody wants to earn money and wants to live a good life. But, you know, this is unacceptable now, and we're seeing this dynamic. You know, a lot of these artists that used to flirt with Russian world, they've stopped doing this because they fucking finally realized that there's no fucking way we can continue to be friends with these people. There's not even a hint of people actually making attempts at making friends and making peace with the Russians. So we're seeing that, you know, and that's good news. Kola is, by the way, very right when he says that you've got to work with the military now. But we also need to start working with our children. We want to drive that message home, make sure that our children will never repeat our mistakes and will never try and be friends with Russians.
Ми такі раді, що ви тут. Але якщо ви зараз не почнете працювати з дитячим садком і школою, навіть не старшокласниками,
that's exactly what our frontline troops have been telling me. They said, look, you know, this is all you're doing here is very good, but you need to focus your efforts on our kids, because unless you do, we're just going to keep fighting this war without end forever.
Ми третій рік займаємося благодійністю. Виключно 2 роки ми були на локдауні. Зараз ми безкоштовно виступаємо. В мене не було жодного концерту.
And you know, because of COVID, because of this war, we have been pretty much working free of charge for these past couple of years now. Never received a single penny for my shows or concert, or whatever I earned, I spend it on our military, on our troops. So I think the government should really step in and should really try and systematize what we're doing here. You know, it needs to be a process, it needs to be a system. I mean, you and me, Yevgen, right? When you were in charge of the ministry, you and me, we created this program that was called the Ukrainian East. I mean, the funding was inconsequential, to say the least. We couldn't even afford to bring in the Tanok na Maidani Congo.
Систематизувати
But
територія книги працює давно програма. І ну тобто дуже
but nevertheless, you know, we've been doing something.
Я пишу про це кожного дня. Ми збираємо, вирішуємо проблеми. І ці проблеми на горизонтальному рівні.
And you know, all of us together, since the outbreak of the war, we have been trying to address all these kinds of problems and challenges ourselves individually or together with friends and colleagues, so horizontally, in other words. And what needs to happen is that the government needs to step in. Government has the resources, government has the capacity and capability to make a difference.
З українських артистів, ті, хто в школі практично не вчилися, потім отримали умовний диплом.
They really need to
В них немає підґрунтя.
Focus on education for our kids, because I mean, look at all these separatist-leaning artists in Ukraine. Who are they? Usually people without proper education, right? So it may sound easy, but you actually, to fix all our problems, we need to start focusing on educating our children. And it sounds easy at first, but it's much harder to do than it seems, than it sounds, because you know, some people just don't get it. You know, like, you really have to break things down for them. Yes, I fully second that. Totally agree.
І зараз в нас паралельно практично йде ще один модуль з Українським культурним фондом.
By the way, we have a bunch of government officials present at this event.
Окремий модуль Інституту книги. Я впродовж твоїх слів.
So I think they should be heeding our words and paying attention. And as we close out this fiscal year and entering a new fiscal year, we really need to start thinking about institutional capacities for those agencies tasked with supporting and facilitating creative sector, artistic sector. And you know, I totally get it that every single penny now is being spent to cover military needs. But there's no taking away the fact that culture can be a powerful weapon as well. you know, concerts, shows, book fairs, cinema screenings, especially documentary screenings. You know, all these things can be a weapon, can be a powerful cultural weapon, and they can also bring revenues, you know, and documentaries especially so, because documentaries is not just about you know, making a film. Documentary footage can be used as evidence in court of law. For example, the footage that my brigade captured was used in the court to as evidence, basically to prove that it was Russians who in fact slaughtered and butchered massacred all these people in Bucha. Because Russians were saying, look, it wasn't us, right? It was all set up. These bodies were dumped there after we left. And we had footage that disagreed with that statement, basically. And that footage was used as evidence in court of law. The footage that later on became a part of a big documentary that was bought by BBC and was shown on a BBC channel. So that's why I'm saying that, you know, government needs to step up its activities and really start supporting these powerful narratives, you know, highlight all Ukrainian heroes. You know, you can make movies, you can make shows about Ukrainian heroes, like the guy who told the Russian warship to fuck off, or the guy who blew up a bridge to stop the Russian advance, or or Patron the dog. You know, he could be an awesome cartoon character. So, you know, this is what our government should be focused on right now. Because we need this stuff, you know, we need this stuff, and this stuff will be earning money as well. Yeah, and I mean, check out what's going on all over the world. People are so hungry for everything Ukrainian. And we just don't seem to have enough celebrities. And stars to tour the world and do these shows. Because people, the world, you know, they want to see Ukrainian culture. Nobody's asking to bring a Ukrainian soldier and have a conversation with them, but everyone wants Ukrainian artists. Everyone wants to see Ukrainian celebrities. Yes, Ukrainian cuisine is very popular for sure, you know, but what about Ukrainian stars, Ukrainian celebrities? There's so much demand for them, but there's very little support, you know, and very little is being done.
У нас Щедрик вже заполонив повністю весь світ. Америка вважає Щедрик своєю національною мелодією. Просто
Yeah, I mean, you gotta start somewhere, right? Our culture is presented globally, you know. Look, the Carol of the Bells is a famous song that Americans consider their own, and it's not, you know. It was written here in Ukraine. We just need to remind them. So yeah, so we're doing good. We're doing good, but that's not enough. That's not enough. No, I'm just saying, just giving you an example. Yeah, that's something we need to be thinking about. Yeah, I agree. The government needs to think about it as well, and everything's going to be okey doke.
Зараз поки готуються, єдине, що Анжеліка як жінка згадала про важливість взагалі тих наративів, які будуть працювати для нашого майбутнього.
How important it is to create right narratives for our future, for our children, for our kids.
Цікавий приклад того, наскільки якісь певні святі речі можуть в один момент зруйнуватися. Про що я
And
маю на увазі?
actually, can give you a very good example.
Всі пам'ятають автобуси, машини, на яких було написано «Діти».
Remember
Пригадайте напис
all these
«Діти» на Маріупольському театрі.
all these different cars, people trying to flee occupied areas, and signs "children" on doors and windows, or the huge sign saying "children" near Mariupol Drama Theater that sustained a direct hit from an air bomb, aircraft-borne bomb. So just imagine, people, human beings, bombing a shelter where it says that the children are inside. So it is very. Well, that's what these enemies are. That's the essence of that terrorist organization that poses itself as a country. That's who they are. That's their nature. They are here to kill children. That's the message we want to convey to our Western friends and partners, because they don't seem to realize who they're dealing with. And we need to be able to explain to them that the only driving force, the only real motivation Russians have is destruction of everything. It's pure hatred. And whereas we are all about love, they are all about hate, and they are all about love. They are all about hate, and we are all about love. And that's the message that we need to drive home.
Я бачу, є колега, який...
Андрій Мигаль, з деякими з вами перетинаємося вже не перший раз.
My name is Andriy Mygal, and I have a very simple question. So you're saying we should do this, we should do that, but where exactly are we going to do this? Like, how are we going to develop these narratives? I mean, this forum, anywhere else? Because look, I mean, Ukrainians are, like, all we do is argue. Well, just Ukrainians are like that. But yeah, what I meant is that we need some external help, right? Yeah, we can formulate our message internally, for sure, we can do that. We'd always reach consensus. So Ukrainians like to argue, but at the end of the day, always reach agreement. Always reach consensus. Now, we need some external help in terms of trying to formulate these messages for the rest of the world. So the rest of the world to finally see what the enemy is all about and what Ukrainians are all about. Because it's one thing to tell an Italian person something about Ukraine, right? In English or Ukrainian, it's a whole different matter to explain Ukraine to an Italian person in Italian, using Italian way of explaining. So who should be doing this? Yes, we need to be looking for allies. We need to be looking for friends outside the country to help us do that. And culture is the best, probably the best vehicle for these messages to be delivered. Now, we all know, we've been, we've all been there, we know that the culture, that songs and things like that, they can really drive a message home. So for somebody to read a news piece about war in Ukraine is one thing, and then to listen to Ukrainian songs and to be able to really grasp what Ukrainians are going through, and get this message delivered to them in a language they understand, in a language that resonates, it's a whole nother matter, you know. So yes, we do need allies, and the actual exact format of how we can do it, you know, remains to be developed. I guess we're still working on it, but you know, we need to be working tirelessly day in and day out. And you know, our enemy has been very good at this. Look at how much money they spend on developing the perception of Russia in the world. We're only starting, but that's something we need to consider. Any more questions? All clear? Okay. Good day. Hello. I represent Karpenko-Karі Theatre Institute.
Дивіться, з приводу академічного мистецтва.
Now, what about academic arts?
Традиції, вони закладені в наше академічне мистецтво.
Imperial traditions are deeply rooted in our academic art. And I'm sure a lot of people in opera and in ballet, after this war is over, will continue to try and perform for Russian audiences to be able to earn money. And you know, the repertoire is also very imperialistic, if you will. So, what can we do? What can we do to change that? And it's not about really getting rid and uprooting these imperialistic traditions. It is also about replacing those imperial Russian traditions with other traditions, British, French, others. You know, speaking of the works and the artifacts themselves. Well, yeah.
Дуже правильно було сказано, як фінансувалося, підтримувалося і контролювалося.
You're absolutely right. And suggesting that academic arts is ridden with Russian imperial tradition. You know, just think about Boris Godunov and other works that are all about, you know, Russian imperialism.
Просто коли я маю на увазі з окопів чув якісь чутливі речі, я починав рефлексувати і намагався активно це значить в Фейсбуці, там, якщо був час. І, наприклад, розгорнулася така дискусія.
So I had the discussion the other day.
Назву академії консерваторії в Києві Чайковського зняти цю назву.
Possibly renaming the Tchaikovsky Musical Academy, which led to a lot of flame and a lot of hating on Facebook. You know, that discussion did. And I said, look, this is not about whether Tchaikovsky is of Ukrainian origin, and by the way he is, or whether he wrote his pieces that were dedicated to Ukraine. It's not about it, because he did all that stuff. But the problem is that the Moscow Conservatory is named after Tchaikovsky as well, and that is why back in the day they decided to name our own conservatory Tchaikovsky Conservatory, just as they did in Belarus and other former Soviet republics. It just basically tells you that there's one single genius that everybody should bow to, you know, that everybody should be fond of. Just like with Bulgakov. It wasn't even his house. It wasn't even his building. I mean, when he lived in Ukraine, I mean, he was full of hate towards Ukraine and everything Ukrainian. He was a Ukraine hater. He was a Ukrainophobe. So there's no place for his museum in Podil. There are Ukrainian authors who have lost their lives because they spoke Ukrainian and because they wrote Ukrainian, right? And what we have, Bulgakov Museum, really, seriously? And now, even during this war, famous Ukrainian artists have been killed. For example, Shapoval, a ballet soloist, a winner of Serge Lifar contest.
Анна Марі, Анна Київська і так далі. Тобто ті
So
речі,
that's your immediate connection to France.
Кінематографі, тільки зараз там
Or Princess Anne of Kiev, you know, that's another direct link back to France.
про колаборацію з французькими кінокомпаніями
So
і з іншими знімати ці
why don't we start making movies about these people?
Вона думала, що це Росія, а це Україна, це приблизно.
Because the French, they didn't even know, they didn't even realize, because they never thought that Ukraine was special, because they never realized Ukraine wasn't Russia. That's why they were so slow in providing their help and assistance. And it's the culture that can really reverse that trend, because without culture, those audiences in other countries will never be able to get one very simple idea that we are a self-sufficient, beautiful, and culturally rich nation. So that's the window of opportunity for us right now. I mean, the country is so very much united. Everybody seems to be on board with everybody else, you know, so that's an excellent opportunity that we need to be able to capitalize on, you know. And this is not about politics.
Зараз використовується в найкращих брендах в Європі і світі.
I mean, look at what's happening with Ukrainian colors, right? Blue and yellow is all over the world. I mean, Ukraine is fashionable. Ukraine is cool. Ukraine is awesome. You know, Japanese apparel manufacturers are crazy about blue and yellow, you know. And so why don't we capitalize on this? And this has been a result of the work that the culture sector did. So I mentioned Shapoval, who died. Just recently, another man died, and a 26-year-old.
На самому початку війни Паша Лі загинув, і багато я всіх зараз не перелічу, але
operetta artist. And Pasha Lee died as well, you know. God bless them. God bless their souls. I'm sure we'll deal with academic art somehow.
Олег, дякую. Насправді зараз з'являється, я там не знаю, хто сміливіше, хто той же ж «Цвіт папороті» в Львівській опері, або ж зараз
something is being done.
Ніхто не витягував, так?
There's a lot of source material. A lot of different works that can be used. Operas and plays and stuff, you know, things that have already been translated. They're really good works of art, really good pieces that some theaters are already running, are already staging. So there is a lot of material to work with, okay? So it's not like we don't have anything to work with. Hello, my name is Valeria Martinyuk from a no-name street culture center from the city of Rivne. It's probably the only center of its kind. You know, we focus on things like breakdancing, street dancing, and parkour. You know, Rivne, despite it being a provincial capital, it's still a very small town. Very provincial as well. And but still, you know, we're faced with all kinds of attitudes. But the kids love us, you know, kids love that lifestyle. And yeah, we're making a difference. But unfortunately, the authorities do not treat us seriously, really. I don't know what the situation is like in Kiev, but in Rivne, they tend to ignore us. So, for example, you know, an academic arts project that's been around for 30 years in town would get, let's say, 300,000 hryvnias of funding, and us, as representatives of street culture, would only get 10. We're just not being treated equally or seriously, for that matter. But we are a culture too. You know, we're all about freedom. Well, see, I need to I need your phone number, okay?
У нас модуль Українського культурного фонду. Я сподіваюся, що ми все розуміємо.
No, we understand that. Totally get it.
Не дорікаємо і не критикуємо. Так склалася ситуація на цей рік. Я там насправді
not going to criticize anybody.
Не буду уточнювати, в якому, бо не можна і не дуже коректно, в якому саме там модулі, так? Але ті проекти,
I've already had that question.
Там було частково і вуличні, так?
And I know that despite what you just said, street culture is on the rise in Ukraine.
І просто кажу, що
And it's just, you know, street culture is great.
дає можливість, окрім місцевого самоврядування, яке, в принципі, також би мало для презентації і розвитку.
There are other places you can go to get some support and some funding, not just local authorities. There are other places you can go to. As a former minister, as an activist, I can tell you that
Я сподіваюся, запрацює повноцінно наступний рік з бюджетом і дасть можливість відбутися тим чи іншим.
hopefully next year the situation will improve. Because there will be a government agency next year tasked with helping cultural sector grow in Ukraine. So the situation will improve for sure. For you. Because what you're doing, you know, the kinds of projects you're doing, they're really so important, for sure. Now, as a part of Cultural Soul Project, we have a sub-project that's called Voice of the Street.
Я почав співпрацювати з вуличними музикантами.
Just right before the COVID lockdown, I actually started working and reaching out to street musicians all over Ukraine. And the idea was to do a major street music festival.
Відремонтувати пейзажну алею. Потім почався карантин, почалися обмеження, і я робив такі вечірки, де хлопцям.
But then, because of the lockdown, we just couldn't do it. So instead, we just started doing these small gigs, small street shows, just to help just to say these guys earn some money for themselves. Like this violin player you saw in my clip, in my video. He used to be a street musician. He used to perform out in the street most of the time, you know, before he joined the military. Along with myself.
Вулична музика України. Робимо таке ком'юніті, яке займається.
So, as a part of the Cultural Assault Project, we actually want to do something
Їздять туди, де потрібні також
along the lines of you know, helping street arts and street culture.
Щоб це було зцілююче працювало. І тим самим ми показуємо, що вулична музика, як і вуличне мистецтво загалом, це не про...
We have already involved a bunch of street artists, street musicians to date.
Я живу на Золотих Воротах. І там от прямо біля пам'ятника Ярослава Мудрому іноді такі музиканти є, яких би краще туди не пускати. Ти розумієш, що там іноді своїми піснями або волинкою, там також є чувак.
I live near the Golden Gate, and some street musicians I hear play there. They are not very good. And you know, the street musicians, they set the mood, the people walking by. And you know, there's this bagpipe player that whose music is so very sad. I mean, that's not what people need to hear right now.
Який настрій людей тут, який настрій потрібен, то ти можеш складати вже хто у котрій виступає.
So,
І це вже система, яка побудована,
there needs to be a system in place that will help street artists choose the right music to set the mood, depending on the situation and depending on the circumstance. So I think we could do something together with you. So I would like to have your phone number, and maybe, you know, your team would be willing to go out and meet with frontline troops and maybe do some of your shows there. And not just in the front lines, in your city of Rivne as well, for sure.
Важливість цих процесів. У нас дуже така бюрократична система вибудувалася за багато років, яку зараз змінювати потрібно в усіх напрямках, в усіх міністерствах.
Because I totally agree with you. You know, our system is very bureaucratic. So, and you need to be able to speak with bureaucrats, you know, using the language that they understand. So, and this is where I can help you. By the way, we have a guy on our team, a guy from Rivne on our team. He's a great cover musician.
Можна зробити якийсь захід. Я буду там робити концерт.
I'm actually going to Rivne in a couple of weeks, and we're going to do a concert there. So, you know, we could also get together and do some kind of show together. I mean, you say you were only given 10,000. I mean, nobody paid me anything. Zero. Even though my concerts make millions.
То якщо вам дають 10 тисяч, дякуйте і пробуйте.
So, the fact that you got 10,000, that's good news already. Or you can transform yourself into an academic artist, then you will get 300 grand. Okay, are there any more questions, friends? I mean, we've been having this conversation for 90 minutes now. And I think we were able to hit all the major chords and address all the major points, things to think about. Not just think about, things to figure out how we can implement them.
І по той бік екрану онлайн нейромереж є велика енергія креативна.
There's really a lot of creative energy out there, here in this room and all over the country. You know, we are a country, a nation that carries this energy forward. You know, and the things that our troops are accomplishing, the things that they do, and the fun that they're having. You know, have you seen those crazy raving dance moves? You know, like the things that our guys do. You know, the way they perform. It's just so incredibly motivating, you know, playing music with rocks and stones and whatever they have. So extremely creative, extremely artful. So it seems that we have been able to tap into unknown reserves of powerful energies that we did not know that we had, and this war made it all possible. I just had a brainwave. you know, our national genetics, our national DNA
Що навіть до того,
is
культуру несуть хто? Ну, артисти, артистична харизма
basically
культури ту чи іншу.
makes
І мені здається, що навіть до, знаєш, була все ж таки
all of us
глобальна якась чуйка, була,
so tuned in
нам треба якусь дуже яскраву
to the
артистичну
fact
харизму,
that
щоб спілкуватися зі світом.
it is our artistic charisma that can really help us communicate with the world. And I mean, look at the election outcome, the presidential election. Look at who's representing our country. I think we figured out that thing long before the war started. Okay, dear friends. There's always... Okay, I actually have a question. Like, do you feel like doing theater? Because I've been following you on social media, and the things you post are mostly about the country and its future, and you don't talk a lot about war. No, I do not, because you don't talk a lot about war when you're in the war. You know, it's just work. It's just a job, basically. So.
То я так до певної міри зробив таку насильницьку.
But yeah, you know, back to your question, I'm in a unit where I serve. I actually had all my guys in the unit watch all the Ukrainian movies that I thought they should watch, and that they did not watch. So, I mean, the great movie about Holodomor with Edward Norton starring in that movie, or the movie about Stus.
Згадка про Медведчука, я кажу, пробували вирізати, але не вирізали, все ж таки є. Ну і так далі.
And so on and so forth. So I'm actually forcing my guys to watch these movies together with me, because I feel like they need to watch those movies. So these are some of the things I was able to do. Now, as far as me personally,
в червні місяці, так?
I got back to the stage.
Сцені Лесі Українки, яка
Return to the stage this June.
Російська драма, це тепер просто театр Лесі Українки, і там є моменти,
In Lesa Ukrainka Theater.
знайти свою нішу в тому, яка
It used to be called Russian Drama Theater, right? But it's not anymore. So I'm just... and they still need to figure out their identity. That's just kind of a reflection on the question we had from the audience. So, you know, I haven't had a chance to do any new work, you know, any new place, but I've done some of the old stuff. Some of the old roles I had, I did the summer as well, you know, and the character I played all of a sudden became real to me, because I've been told this story. I actually know a person in my unit whose fate reflects the fate of my character. To the letter, basically. You know, there's this guy, so I play this guy who's coming back to the war, and he wants to propose a girl to marry him, and she refuses, and his heart is broken, right? And then this guy in my unit, he's exactly the same. He had the exact same story, you know, in real life.
Життя реальне, так?
just amazing.
Кохання це моновистава, і тепер усіх асоціація, там приречений герой.
Or in the other play I was doing, there's the hero, the character that I play, and he has been sentenced to a death penalty.
І один з них каже: найважче було, коли 2 місяці не було можливості ні з ким поговорити. Одиночна камера.
And he sits in a solitary confinement. And then I had a conversation with some of the Azov guys recently freed from Russian captivity. And they told me, as you're sitting in this solitary confinement in this cell, the only thing that really bothers you so much is that there's no one to talk to. So you start talking to yourself, and it kind of hit me very hard, and I realized that this is what I was lacking, you know, in terms of understanding my character there. So, and I was able to play that role so much better after that conversation I had with those former POWs.
Мене сьогодні посадили на одній сцені. Але ви всі дуже діяльні, і ви інтелектуали, і ви всі маєте зараз колосальний, дуже різний досвід.
I just want to say thank you, gentlemen. You know, you guys are doing an amazing job.
Всіх вас питання, чи намагаєтеся ви узагальнити цей досвід? Чи фіксуєте ви його якось? Чи можна було цим досвідом скористатись тим людям,
Been doing so much, and you've accumulated a wealth of experience. So my question to you is this: are you trying to record your experience? Because a lot of people would like to do something similar. They just don't know how. Okay? A lot of people just don't know or don't have the ability to act on their own initiative. So do you have any tips? No, it doesn't work like that. You know, if you're a passive person, no amount of shoving and pushing will help. But I think
я взагалі не міг не то, що писати, а навіть слухати, да, потім понеслась, потім щось приходить і вже, да.
But now, these days, you know, everyone is so united that I think it just comes naturally to you. Like I said, I found it a very difficult proposition to write songs or even listen to music. And then I felt that saint anger engulfing me, and I realized that I have energy to do my job.
Після Радянського Союзу вона завжди була обслуговуючим персоналом.
Now, one thing you have to understand, in Soviet Union, culture was very much akin to a service industry, serving somebody. Whereas culture should be an educator. Because back in the Union, you know, the culture was designed to go hand in hand with political doctrine and political narrative. And when the Union collapsed, the culture failed to transform itself.
І тому втратила свій хист, втратила стержень. А зараз культура починає повертати собі це.
And culture, it seems, is slowly getting back on its feet, transforming from nothing more than a branch of a service industry to something that it has always been destined to become, you know, a powerful tool, a powerful weapon. And Russians, they know it, they understand this, and they've been using this quite a bit.
Мають знати тільки тих, хто нею керує. А в нас культура отримала цю силу. І тому, звісно, з'являється все більше і більше артистів, митців, які
That is what we're experiencing. You know, more and more artists come to realize that what they're doing is not just some graffiti, right? Some painting on the wall. It carries a sense, it carries a meaning. This is important.
Ми поїхали спочатку з концертом, з'ясували, які проблеми, які головні питання є в хлопців, в дівчат. які головні відчуття провини. Потім зрозуміли це, приїхали, поспілкувалися і почали створювати різні культурні продукти. Також стіни розмальовувати, плакати.
Culture can heal as well. I mean, we've been working with Ukrainian wounded soldiers, right? So, and we started performing for them to try and heal them.
І дитина, і мати з дитиною, і дружина, все в одному. Напиши, будь ласка, пісню, розказав про те, як...
But it has to be, you know, tailor-made. It has to, you know, these songs, they have to resonate with the audience, you know. So just as with these wounded soldiers, right? We figured out what their concerns were or are, and we write our songs accordingly.
І ми розуміємо, що є листівка загальноінформаційна, і потрібен якийсь культурний продукт, вірш. І ми з Павлом Вишибабою сидимо і розуміємо, що от від побратима вірш вони зможуть одразу читати. Після буде пізніше. Швиденько Паша одну...
You know, like we did with the guys being sent home, right? We put lyrics, we put poetry. Yes.
А разом з владою свою відповідальність. І саме це є тригером
printed out
здобувати освіту.
poetry, put in their backpacks so that they can read when they get a chance. All right, friends. More questions?
Я думаю, що буде досить гарне завершення. Я хотів би звернути увагу.
Yeah, just one last question. My name is Oleg Malamush, and I'm an animator.
Звернути увагу на дітей, які зараз, в принципі, проходять через війну. Тому що, в принципі,
I would just like us to, you know, reflect on the children that have to live through.
Ми вже будемо пожинати, відходити, вони будуть...
Have to live through this war, you know, and in 15-20 years' time, they will be the ones taking over the reins of this country, and they will be the ones building this country and developing this country. So,
загальні риси, то далі вже тільки змінюємо. Наша рефлексія – це тільки спроба змінити те, що закладено там батьками, культурою.
Start working with these children as early as possible. I see it in my own kids, because unless you are able to implant these values straight away, it will be very, very difficult for you to change them in the future when they're grown up. So, have you considered these little audience members? You know, children are really hard to work with, right? They're difficult to communicate with, but we still need to be thinking about how we can target our kids. Because look, right now we're making a cartoon, you know, we're an animated film for 2-year-olds, basically. And we will be exploring the topic of war, which is very difficult to do, but is really important to do, nevertheless. Yes, you're right. It's highly important. Kids who are 2 or 3 years old, now they know what a bomb is and what an air raid siren is, and they all embrace and accept it in their own way. And again, you know, it depends on their parents as well, you know. Or that photograph we saw making rounds all over social media when there's just a random kid leaning her head on the shoulder of a soldier who happened to sit nearby in a metro train. And that's because it's a very powerful photo. because it shows that children trust the military, and they should be able to trust cultural medium as well, you know, cultural workers as well. Because yes, you're absolutely right. The children is our future, and we need to plant that seed as early as we can. You know, at some other forum recently, we spoke about revolutions, and during the Orange Revolution, where I got my call sign, the voice, it's the call sign I use, my nom de guerre, if you will, you know, the call sign I keep using in my unit as well. So
вони приходили на Майдан. Я, звичайно, зі сцени казав, що, будь ласка, може бути небезпечно.
So I told the story, you know, during Maidan, I was up on the stage there, and I kept telling children need to get out of here. It's not safe.
В 13-14 році, а це дітям, очевидно, там було там, ну,
I was back during the Orange Revolution, right?
Ну, вони прийшли в 2013-14 році і сказали, що ви колись нам тут на сцені віддавали наш учнівський квиток. Тоді я був в школі, а тепер мені 18-19 років.
And then, you know, during Maidan Revolution, some of those kids that I had to send home back in 2000 came to see me and said, look, you know, we were the kids who you sent home last time around. Now I'm 18 years old. You're not sending me away. You know, this is how it works. I mean, if every singer wrote a lullaby song, that would be great. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Children is probably the topic number one that we need to be concerned about if we want to secure our future.
Для тебе, вони вже загублені. Знаєш, люди, котрі загубилися ще в радянських часах, котрі ті живуть ще тими, вони вже про них...
Yeah, because there's no sense in fighting for those who have already developed, you know, their personality. I mean, there's no sense. You have to be fighting for those who are still young. You know, when my kid comes back from school and tells me, look, during the history class, Daddy, during the history class, they showed us your song today, your clip, your video. It kind of tells me, yeah, it's working. Now, and we also have to be mindful of the fact that our twilight years will take place, basically, or will be spent in a country run and maintained by our children. Yeah, children who are still young today. But once again, just as with any other thing, there has to be a systems approach. Now, these horizontal efforts and activities, it's all nice and fine. But the government, the state needs to step in. They need to create a system. But that's what we're doing here, aren't we? That's not enough, but yeah, you got to start somewhere. Thank you. No, you're right, absolutely.
Звісно. Отож, ми мусимо об'єднатися, якщо ця панель стане поштовхом до такого об'єднання.
It's not just about us, individuals, creative individuals, but it is about government stepping in and providing some sort of systems approach. And hopefully this discussion, this forum here will serve as a kind of a launch pad for this initiative. All right, which brings us to
наших дітей. Волею мені надано організаторами.
Which brings us to the
Дорогі побратими,
end of that panel, my dear friends,
шановні присутні в цій залі,
my brothers and sisters in arms,
які слідкували за нами,
my dear friends, members of the audience.
з вірою в те, що наша невимовно креативна потужна енергія
I would just like to
буде творити
conclude by
не тільки в Україні, а й всьому
saying some
однозначно мотивує нас
words of confidence.
з рашистським
We will prevail, our culture will prevail,
дає нам тверду віру в те, що ми переможемо.
and
Віримо в перемогу.
we know very firmly and believe in very firmly in Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes.
Маленький такий сюрприз, я забув показати це відео. Справа в тому, що в кінці
Yeah.
виступу культурний десант завжди ми співаємо з
Every time we do one of our gigs at Cultural Assault, we conclude our gigs by singing an anthem. So I just want to show you a video, okay?